Hey guys, it's Tartan coming at you with another episode of Total Warhammer 3. And you guessed it, we're here with Elspeth again, because I'm a bad player, and I don't want to get better. We turned it down to hard, maybe that'll make us not immediately lose a campaign, I doubt it though. And yeah, so we're just going to get to it. I don't know if it changes like their starting armies or whatever. I don't know all the stuff the campaign does. I know that it lets them recruit a lot faster and do all sorts of other nonsense, but let's just get to it. Alright, so we're going to want to build that building. I'm going to want to figure out why. There we go. My mouse sensitivity was all weird. There are buttons on the top that change it. Alright, so this old song and dance again. Hello, Yoga. How are you? You're not never? Ah, well. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. It's been a little while. Hope you've been well. Yeah, because I was just doing really bad on normal, so maybe, or on very hard. Maybe on normal we'll do better. Or hard. We just turned it down to hard. Because I still don't know like how I'm supposed to do this battle like a smart person would. I think probably not this way. I don't know. It doesn't matter. As soon as the Cryptors get into range, we shoot at them, you know, just normal stuff. We're gonna fire at the dire wolves because they're the greater threat. They do try to like evade artillery fire, you know, due to the battle difficulty, which is good, you know, like people, if you're playing against a person, you can see where their artillery is going, but as we see, it's really diminishing my ability to stick the hounds at all. One volley does just a lot, but of course, if they're having to maneuver around, then they're also not, you know, making any ground at us. A volley into the Cryptors does alright. We're going to fire into the middle here and hopefully get like a blob dub group. Hopefully. Because the dogs are going to be upon us in no time. And then we're going to see how, like, even though I've done this so many times recently, how I haven't gotten any better at it. Yep, so they're trying to evade the artillery fire there, and then we'll just, we'll change our target there. Here we want to get on the dogs. Please shoot them. Yeah, there we go. On the dogs. Dogs is just the term of art in the game for any hound unit. You always want to get the charge, because if you're not physically the one who's charging, then you are going to get a... you're not going to get your charge bonus there. Oh, right. You know, we should... the artillery. I'm always doing that. I'm the worst. I cannot be trusted with anything. But, you know, the battle's going fine. I should have been spirit leeching more. But, you know, it's like with Hellstorms, if you're not fighting an army that has ranged units, you're not going to have, like, targets after a bit. Because if they have, like, archers or anything, then Hellstorms, like, the fact that they're, like, just total nut jobs and will demolish your own forces doesn't matter. But it's mainly just trash that's left here on the battlefield. I think we need to get our dude shooting at their leader. We'll just leech him down. You have something important to do? Oh. Later. Thanks for stopping by. And now he dies. Well, you know, I think to the extent that that went better, it was just because we kept Elspeth away from the main body of the army, by which I mean the Lord, and then, you know, stop shooting with the Hellstorm. But, you know, hey, lessons learned from our past failures. Because the battle difficulty is the same. Alright, so we get the long shots cap. It's not the best thing that it could be, but it'll at least be, you know, something. And bam, we get the replenishment. And that gives us, like, everything back. Maybe that's a campaign AI thing, too. I was like, man, it feels like that's more than we used to be getting. But, of course, our random items are not good. Alright, so here, maybe we... Like, do we take the red line for Pistol Core immediately? Over Spear Leech? No, I think we actually, like, really need the Spear Leech for the first couple battles, right? Well, not the first couple battles, the one that we'll have next turn. And probably take replenishment over the other things.
What are we if we do not advance? For Wissenland.
Maybe that's why the auto-resolve is good. It's like, hey, we just won't make the Hellstorm shoot at our own troops like you would, you monster. But of course, like, everything derives from the early game. And on hard campaign difficulty rather than very hard, now, you know, we'll be in a situation perhaps where we can do something about it. It's like, do we put the Hellstorm all the way back? I've never done this fight well, so, like, is it possible to? Maybe if we have, like, so the dogs are going to come to the left, right? So we just have a front line there to catch the zombies and the stuff. And then, yeah, guard the flank here from the wolves. I don't know. But the Hellstorm does have, like, a good long range, so even from really far back, it's going to be able to shoot, or not, you know, pretty soon. And, you know, we have the benefit of experience, because we've lost this battle, like, a lot. Not lost it, but, you know, come close enough to losing it. Because this is a better place for the Hellstorms. I don't think... Yeah, we'll just get the spearmen in the trees, because otherwise the dogs might potentially try to run through them at us, right? That would be a smart thing to do. But I don't think they'll go, like, all the way around. And even if the dogs do get on it, then we'll be able to get both the guns to bear. Of course, the Hellstorm rockets into bats is not perfect, but they actually connect a lot. And, okay, the wolves become visible over there. Decent. So the bats are, like, more of a worry than everything else is. Unfortunately, of course, we're in the trees, which is not to our advantage, particularly because our... Like, do we leech some dogs? I mean, I guess so. Neither of our powder units can see them, and now our Hellstorm is shelling our guys in the trees. Well, great, awesome, perfect. We get the charge order off. Truly the worst player of all time. Just please shoot at something, please. Will they please shoot? Oh my, like, fire at will's on. Like, okay. Now they're shooting. Oh my goodness. That took a while. Maybe they just like to work at their own pace. Alright, so we got the crossfire here. Elspeth took way too much damage against those dogs. Man, they really... You know, dogs are better than they look on paper, because their unit size allows them to get a lot of models into combat. And then, you know, they have good animations. They're really good for charging down fleeing units and such. There's a lot to like in a good hound unit in this game. But we're just gonna drop the arty and go in there, just for like safety in case somebody comes around the side. We just don't want them to accidentally shoot, you know. We're gonna turn fire at will on the cannons off. We don't really need them to shoot anymore either. And then we will just be mopping up what is left here. You know, without taking an absolute ton of free HP onto Elspeth, it would have been fine. And it's fine, it's just the first turn. And we just need to force path her back to our troops, there we go, and then we can turn around and fight, you know, like, sometimes your lord will try to push, like, through... Oh, she's such a lady. You know, she'll try to push through, and you know, they're disintegrating, and she's just doing anime hero stuff. Hit 'em! And of course, it's vampires, so no one gets any value. Because there's no value in the army. Earthing Rod, a very meh item. Potion of Speed, another very meh item. Basically, all of our items here are bad. Or at least underwhelming. Because you can get, like, they're all, like, you can get a low rarity item from those early quests that's amazing. Alright, but we're gonna grab the Free Company Militia. And what do we build here? So, last time, what did I do? Last time we tried to... We tried to go for the Fire Wizard first, and that didn't really work. We've got one turn build time, and we can get Knights, and they could guard the flanks and fight against dogs and stuff, but of course they would be bad for the sieges. We could try early mortars. That doesn't really help with my inability to defend my front line. You know, flagellants, that's the way. That's what we'll do. Flagellants. Flagellants are fanatics of Sigmar, and to their credit, they don't run. They never, ever, ever run. They are unbreakable. And Durthu ravages through Carricknorn. Very sad. Well, we see the difference this time is that Durthu, you know, has like half an army rather than a full massive army when they're doing all of this nonsense. So same old, same Lord recruited, you know, same fights as last time, but this time it's a little different. And the gunnery school, okay, so I can afford one. You get these for doing battle damage with gunnery and artillery units, and I guess we did enough there that we got some. All right, so and this is, I think, like a permanent upgrade. So we could take missile strength, and that could be fine. Monstrous impact on the cannons could be really good just because it would slow them down a lot. But I think, you know, we'll just lean right into this.
The gunnery school has taught you well.
Because until we get to the higher levels, we can't do some of, you know, the further things. But here, you can okay, so you complete the tier by doing. All right, we need handgunners in the army. We need the fires and then the upgrades. All right, so that's all we got to do. It's just stuff we would do, but then we actually do the quest. So now we'll get fire resist, missile resist, and such on this guy. So he will wear his prototype field coat. And Elspeth will wear this for the armor, even though she doesn't use ammo and never will. Alright, so now our dudes on the ground will be a little stronger, and that'll be, you know, useful. Or not. Hey, I remembered my camera settings. Like, we need to see where the curvature of this hill is. Can we go further back here? I mean, it's not great, but it will work. And those shots will miss like a ton. That is okay. We'll put Free Company in the trees here. They're not going to go through on that side, and if they do, it'll take them forever. We'll be able to react. Yeah, because if we just do like this, we'll be able to defend them from getting into the line, probably.
We are the clenched fist of none. By blade and bullet.
Just get the grade cannons, you know, shooting onto the middle there, and a beautiful volley. A beautiful volley from our artillery, just going in great. I'm just gonna try to drop it here. You know, when we have the opportunity to pay attention, we should take it in as much as we're capable. Boom! Yeah, that was a good one. A hit. A fine hit. Look at him. Knocked all the way over. You know, the other cannons aren't hitting him, but anything that slows his advance is good. And the rockets glaring all around. Alright, Direwolf's coming down. We want to get this charge. They don't get a downhill on us. We get a downhill on them. And the Free Company can move shoot. So they're not in such bad shape as all this other stuff is. And now we need to make sure that the Hellstorms are still shooting far away units. We get the dogs in the crossfire. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And these Old Ironsides are not in a good position to be able to fire. They're blocked by these handgunners. That was a bad place to put them, but it'll be okay. Probably we're going to get this leech going. And we don't want to fight him. We just want to fight somebody. Because if we can Last Samurai their lord a little bit here. Just want to make sure we're not hitting our own troops. These spearmen can go to flank. Oh no, she is getting hit hard. It's alright. We pop our buff. But yeah, the Lord noticed I was over here, unsupported, just hanging out with my cannons. So we are going to run over here. This is going to give us the benefit of opening up the Lord to getting absolutely punished by handgunner fire. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff there, you know. Was it worth it? Maybe not, but it worked. Was I trying to do it? Also, no. And these skeletons, you know, they're in rough shape, but their whole army is probably about to fall before too long. Oh, no, the humanity. All right, we gotta get these guys off of their guns. We were trying to get one last shot into these zombies, but you know, you saw what happened. That swordsman flank never ended up materializing. That's all to the good. We need to take off melee order there, and we're just gonna be able to open up some salvos here, no doubt. I'm like, no, that's excessive. And it wouldn't even do anything. And there we go. Their army crumbles down. Played that battle significantly better than we had in the past. Because Elspeth got like a lot of HP damage, but she came in with a bunch of HP damage. You know, we didn't get tons of friendly fire from the Hellstorm, just like one, maybe two. Artillery in better positions, better crossfire setup for the powder. I mean, marginally better, not a lot better, just a little better. Yeah, see, the Hawkland long rifles got 700 value because they actually got to open up on that Lord, which we didn't, you know, intend to bait in the open field there. You know, like if we had a horse, that would be one thing. I still wouldn't have actually meant to. But we do get an ambush success chance, and we get the enchanted shield, which used to be different and now is the same. But it's going to give us a little bit of melee defense, and you can't beat that with a stick. And I'm like, I'm torn between thinking, I'm like, how useful is Purple Sun? Do we need to just go get Pistol Core right now? But we don't run out of ammo. Not yet. And while you do get a little bit of missile strength, I think pursuing the magical tree is the proper thing to do. And let's take Doom and Darkness. It's not good against vampires, but it is good against orcs. And since we're likely going to be wanting to deal with savage orcs quickly, we should be thinking about that. Ooh, very, very nice. So the Lichbone Pinnet gives you magical attacks and spell resist on a unit. This is considerably better than it sounds, because so when we put that Pinnet on the Hellstorm rocket battery, right, which we're gonna do. Once we, I was like, why don't I have it? We have to do the thing. So do we state troop levy? Or growth? Because if we state troop levy... No, I don't think that's the right thing to do. I think growth is always the right move. Because we're not going to be here overnight in order to... It's not going to take effect until the next turn, right? And there's old Vicious, who, you know, he's up to a much slower start. You know, he's only got 4 dudes in his army. Normally, maybe he would have, you know, like 5 or 6. But... And here, so we get the training field. I mean, it's probably not correct. We get the field so we can get to tier 3 quicker. Because you get, you know, the ROR building. I don't know. Because the thing about, like, me getting a bunch of swordsmen... If you hear a dog in the background, he's just pretending. Anyway, the swordsmen weren't like the thing that were making us stronger. Because he's just sad that he feels left behind. But anyway, so what we're going to do is get the grain silos next turn. That's fine. We need to do this fight like right now. It'll be fine. You know, we've done this fight a few times now, and we'll be able to avoid the big mistakes. Oh, actually, this is wonderful. So every other time we've been here... it's been a different lord who's really good at fighting, and this is just a master necromancer, which can be fine in their own regards. You know, like it heals people that they're around and stuff. Like, that could be pretty nice, and so on. But anyway, I'm not gonna sit here and listen to a squeaking dog all day. I've closed the door on the sound. He's got his food and water out there. He's got it upstairs and downstairs in this house. He's fine. My brother's probably outside. Alright, so we can get flagellants, but not yet. And we're going to go ahead and do this fight. It's gonna be fine. It says it'll be a valiant defeat. It'll be fine. It'll be the same old, of course. We'll blow up the towers and then breach the doorway. We put a hole in the wall last time. I don't know. I think the grind at the doorway is better. We might, once we take the doorway a little bit, might actually put like the handgunners on the wall with ladders, unlike how we've done it in the past. But, of course, deploy over here. And you just let a Hellstorm shoot, like, anywhere that it wants. Oh, I left the full army over here. That is hilarious. We're gonna rematch it because that's annoying. It's kind of funny that I forgot to move them to the proper side, but I'm not gonna like deal with it. And you know that's the benefit of being a single player game. You can make a call like that. Yuga, you said no one said anything. That is true. Besides me, but I am practically no one. Alright, and now for the good stuff. The cinematic nature of artillery. So we see how fun it is to receive artillery. You just stand there on the wall and people hit you with rockets. And of course this tower would theoretically be able to hit us, but we have a longer range than it does. Those are the breaks. Inside the tower, you know, are no one. They just... It's staffed by no one. Which makes sense. It is currently an unmanned tower. But if you get close, they'll put people in the tower. Or rather, zombies. But anyway, you can only do this so much, and that is this amount. And with that, it'll be time to move forward to the front. And then we'll just beat the door down at breakneck speed. You know, there's a lot to be said about siege maps, but usually they just end up annoying you. But if you force fire a Hellstorm, you can get it to shoot at angles that you won't really be able to get the crew to do individually. You do that by holding Alt. Normally it's sort of like wasteful, but it's actually working wonderfully here. I didn't do this in my previous ones. It's gonna go great because you know, these are Black Knights, so this is some of their premium troops. But like the artillery crew won't try to make these shots. Like it's like they can't see it in their head that it's even possible. But if you fire, then you know it'll happen. And you know, normally I don't get like any value at all out of Hellstorms in this fight. There's another group of Black Knights. That must have been what they got on the Raised Dead. See, that's all to the better that we were dealing with some of it here then. Oh, we weren't even attacking the gatehouse. Well, this is a pretty pickle. You know, the good news is we have plenty of time. And the better news is this Hellstorm is actually getting, like, real value in this fight. That does mean there's value to be had, which is bad, but hey. We need to start leeching. I think this dude's healed up a lot of the damage. We should have been spirit leeching him earlier. That would have been more parsimonious. Alright, Hellstorm's out of batteries. Gate's gonna be falling soon. How is it not hitting him? There we go. Yeah, I definitely should have been hitting him with the leeches earlier. Because he doesn't have that big of a pool. He also, like, he probably has the hunger. They all have the hunger, yeah, but he doesn't really have... Alright, now the gate is open and we need to pay attention. I mean, some. Because if we can just hold this... Darkwaker active, Free Company Militia, we can move them over here, feasibly, maybe. But, you know, we're at least getting some shots useful into these guys on the wall. They're getting big missile resist from the wall and every other thing, but normally in this fight, you're not even getting any value out of that. So we're going to back up a little bit. There's got to be Graveguard around here somewhere. And, you know, that's trouble. You got trouble right here in Five Door City. Trouble starts with a capital T. And anyway, I'm not going to do the whole song. I don't know the words, or I would. You know me. I would definitely do the whole song if I knew the words. That's the only thing that's saving you from the whole song. I'm sure that disappoints my sister. She's not here, but she'd be disappointed to know that I don't know all the words anymore. It's a good one. It is a song from the Music Man, if you're not familiar. And you wouldn't be familiar, because I barely sing any of it. And then it was also sort of like a slant parody, which didn't make a lot of sense. It's not important. We have taken the wall. One of my units has used all its ammunition. Yes, I know. What? How are we getting wrecked that bad? Oh, crypticals. Like, they have high weapon strength, and I shouldn't be here. Their caster's too far away, but of course his ability that, like, buffs up his dudes and all, like, that only works... not buffs up his dudes, but rather, rather heals them. Buffs them by allowing them to persist in life. Ah, the Graveguard are right here. That's what's going on. So, how do we deal with that? Not well? Alright, so if we climb the walls here, we can't. If we climb the walls here, what's the worst that'll happen? Let's see. Alright. Pop that ability. Their leader is somewhere far away. He's not here, and that's what matters the most. If we can get gunners on the walls and defend them, you know, we'll be fine. That's a big if, though. I don't know how the if on that's gonna go. Do we Spirit Leech the Grave Guard? It feels very bad. Every principle that I have says don't do that. But even if it does just some damage, you know, it's not going to be worth it, right? But, you know, hey, you do what you got to do. Their wizard's quite far away. He's no doubt exhausted all of his winds. Alright, and now the cavalry is here, so we need to get our spearmen, you know, focused on their cavalry. But Free Company Militia, importantly, are on the wall. And that's going to be great. You know, this isn't armor-piercing missiles or anything like that, but it is going to be strong. Alright, so... Alright, what did these guys end up doing? Getting stuck in the middle of the melee. Got it. But this Free Company, importantly, is, like, shooting some guys from on the wall. So, excellent, you know. Very good. And more of them are streaming around here. Yes, no, 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 no. Alright, the Black Knights coming in for more war here. What a bloody mess. But, you know, as always, what we need to do is win this battle, and then it won't matter how we got here. I guess it gives you vigor back. It's still pretty bad. But yeah, so we do have momentum for a little bit of vigor from here. So that is, you know, very good. I didn't even realize that having just 1 point would do that here, fighting on the inside. Alright, so these guys are now pushing into the Grave Guard. That's great. That's very good. It isn't. Yes, we have captured a neutral victory point. There you go. And now we're taking just a ton of damage from somewhere. A tower, maybe? Must be. But, importantly, it looks like we're going to get onto the wall. Please, just walk on there. There we go. I knew if I asked nicely, we could get what we needed. Alright, so these spearmen are in with the Black Knights, which, again, they have anti-infantry. But what they don't have is the charge right now. They're embroiled in the fight. Which is not great for them, you know. They want a charge bonus, you know. That's what... Please fire. If we put guard mode on, will they fire? Like, look at this. They won't shoot. There we go. I just really wish that they would, yeah, fire without being told to fire. But hey, at least we got it figured out. I just thought they, like, couldn't shoot. Like, look how quickly they go down when we fight them, when we shoot at them. Amazing. But importantly, I figured that out right at the right moment, and it looks like these Free Company are going to rack up some damage. They're going to be firing right into the side of these Black Knights. Of course, they don't have armor-piercing missiles, but the Ironsides on the wall do. And they'll be firing into the Black Knights, please? Heyo, there we go. And it looks like we're army lossing them. Yeah, the Master Necro is not considered a strong enough person to keep them in it, and he isn't. But importantly, that is a much better result than we've had in the past. So, what did we do better in that siege than we had in earlier ones? We got powder onto the walls, albeit belatedly. We used the powder in the fight, albeit belatedly. And we got value on the Hellstorm by manually firing it into the city. All of those will be, you know, important lessons for the continued campaign. And we get 149 schematics because we did damage, you know. So it's really important that we do the damage with these powder units. But, you know, a couple hundred value out of the free company. And 1,400 out of that. So, you know, no, it was just one unit of Black Knights that got healed up so much. So, you know, again, if we had played it smarter, it would have been better. Ludwig Gons is Gons.
Elspeth von Draken. We are the strength of the Empire.
In here, so it's like, man, I don't want to recruit either of those units. I guess archers are the better one. But no, dude, we've got enough powder on the field. I guess like a little bit more of a front line would be good. And we'll take another Doom. We'll take another Piercing Shot. And yeah, do we have enough? No, not enough for another upgrade. But we can only do the level 0 upgrades anyway. So these are all 1 and 3, but I guess at the other tiers maybe we'll see other things because yeah, there's tier 4, but these don't have any tier 4 unlockable upgrades. So maybe there's a whole bunch of stuff to come. Like, do we need this? I don't think so, yeah. We should have destroyed that earlier to make the melee building. And then, so you get a really, yeah, I think that tech is, you probably got to take it. Because it's 10 growth, but it goes to each of your places. So, each of your provinces, your places, they have names. Alright, do we take spellcaster experience gain so that we get Elspeth better quicker? It almost seems good. We could get the tank. We could get the tank. Alright, so here we can do this fight. And in this faction, like right now. Hey, they don't even run away. Awesome. Sure wish I had that magical abilities thing. It'll be okay. Alright, so 1 unit of error boys, 2 unit of boar boys. They're a significantly smaller army than I am, but, you know, we had this song and dance yesterday, right? And through a series of mistakes, they just ran over my lines. So hopefully we'll be able to make it better than that this time. We don't have our horses yet. Alright, so... So mobility's over there. If we just... Like, where's good for Artie here, right? Like, here? For the Hellstorms, and then, like, here for the cannons? No, like... Center set on the cannons, yeah. And then we'll be able to, you know, force them to come to us. If they come over here, we'll have a unit of spears. And we'll just try to intercept more of them, you know, before it gets too rough. Alright, so... I'm like, okay, so all of these guys don't have a home in either of those tercio. Oh, this free company. I'm like, we should have had 4 there. Yeah, this one got left by the side. So we'll just make that a stronger wing. Alright, formations. Time to embrace them. Alright, so 1 spear deep set. That's just in case an orc boy gets around. Yeah, because if they want to... If we can get them to get pushed, like, in the direction away... After all of that. After all of that, and I broke the formation. Oh my goodness. I'm putting it back together again. I don't care. Oh, it's glorious. Oh, it's glorious. Oh, we ruined it. Alright, so what we see there is how overzealous following can lead to peril. We'll keep the spears stuck in there. Free Company militia need to go there. Line is collapsing. Line is collapsing. You know, this, You need to spin these guys off to help our other troops there. Flank the Savage Orcs here. Oh, the humanity, the Hellstorm, learning nothing. Alright, so we're going to fire at the Error Boys, like I said I was going to do when we started. Free Company falling. Nolan Ironsides getting feasted on by the Savage Orcs. These have Orc Boars fighting here. Man, am I bad at this game or what? And the Wa is active in the deep. These guys were given an attack order or something, so they're not doing anything. These guys were not given an attack order or something, so they're doing nothing. These frontline troops were way deep in the backfield, doing absolutely nothing. Alright, so that's what we've learned. Formations seem cute, but I'm bad, so I can't focus on them. I mean, it doesn't mean I shouldn't work on it. Man, what a disaster. Elspeth's getting absolutely roasted. What the... Elspeth's just, like, getting killed on the battlefield here. Just straight up gonna die. My troops willing to do anything if it means not actually fighting the foe. Of course, we're chasing the wrong foe now, and we're gonna be in full rout. I think we're losing this fight. Yeah, and our cannon is just like walking. We could be shooting this dude who's sitting still, but instead our cannon is waddling into the backfield. Man, what a bad player. I mean, I already knew this about myself, but like each time I'm like, maybe this time it'll be different, you know? Like you researched pike and shot formations, you learned about the tercio a little more, you know, you got your little plus signs and then like just did it wrong. Maybe I set them up wrong. Maybe the pluses need to be angled. Maybe they were too far apart. Maybe 2 doesn't work and I need 3. But yeah, you know, poor performance indeed. But hey, Elspeth didn't die. She's only mostly dead. Mostly dead. Slightly alive. And everybody knows me. To blave means to bluff. So she must owe somebody money, and that's why she's faking being dead. Of course, you take a hit like this in a fight, and then all the AI sees you getting beat up, and it's like, ha! So we'll kill the captives, because we don't get much. We get 170 schematics, and he gets away alive-ish. That simply will not do. We'll have to pop him.
This belongs in my archives. You join the host
Alright, it says we're gonna have to lose that swordsman, which I don't think is acceptable. Let's see if we lose more than that. Oh, it'll be a choke point battle because we're fighting here in the mountain pass. It should be fine. I say that, but like you've seen me just totally botch a campaign that should have been winnable before, so. Keep her back here so she doesn't get sniped. And the Hellstorms will rain some down. And we're gonna try to get a Lord Snipe here. Because again, like they're gonna have to run pretty far to get to us. This is just, you know, the game didn't want to give me an auto-resolve without failure, so we're gonna give it to ourselves here. We're gonna stop shooting the Hellstorm. No, we're gonna keep shooting the arrow boys. We'll give these guys magic attacks. Why? So that they can scare off the orcs a little better. And it'll make them terrifying. Like, if any of those rockets hit my spearmen, I'm gonna be the saddest boy in the world. Yeah, we're losing decisively, even with the magic attacks. You know, no. But, you know, this is how much better they are than me at doing everything. It doesn't hurt that, like, I see, like, a gunpowder unit make one shot, and I'm like, oh, okay, they can shoot, and then they never shoot again. They just never shoot again. Like, why aren't they shooting here? They can see them. Like, Like, I'm so unaccustomed to giving attack orders to units. Oh no, we're gonna get hit there by some magic. It looks like we might get out alive, or maybe we'll lose this swordsman unit just like it said I would. So, you know, maybe the auto-resolve was telling the truth. Elspeth, of course, close to death, but not that close. I mean, she's a lady. Look at her her shining purple eyes, and you'll see the truth of the matter. But now the Savage Orcs are dealt with, which is a very, very important early game problem. We'll take the captives. Yeah. Alright, so we could recruit here, but I think it's better to march Fildorf for the replenishment, because we don't want these units. We want to go back home and get handgunners, right? Right. And then next turn, we'll sell this to Averheim. Yeah, we see, like, immediately, like, you know, because the higher the difficulty is, the better the legendary lords do on the battlefield map. Because they get their armies bigger and they always win. Whoops, that should have went to the other thing. It'll be alright. Alright, so now do we save up growth for rank 3 on the town? I think, yes. I don't know if that's even right. I don't know if you're even supposed to do that. Maybe we should. Yeah, I think we do. No, because if we push these, we can get them done in just like a turn or two, and then yeah, maybe that'll be smarter. Maybe that's like maybe I'm playing very badly in general on campaign. It wouldn't be surprising. Oh, I took the tank tech and I didn't even get my tank. I remember now. That's why I'm so broke. Alright, so Gardens of Moor. Alright, we got our tank. That happened that turn. Like, we didn't have it before. That makes more sense. I'm like, how did I forget? Yeah, I think we'll just take that. Or wait, what's the first? Like, when do we get the crazy thing? It's. I mean, we could take that for ballistic plating. Ballistic plating's real good. No, I think we'll just go for the ammo. Try to learn to play right. Right, so the thing is yeah, the tank is going to cost us all of our money.
Weaving weapon and magic is the surest path to victory. Dark Lady of None.
Alright, and then we'll get rid of one of these, and then we'll just have 3 anti-large and then 4 normal in the front line. No, because we need handgunners. We need handgunners for the quest. For the artillery school. And we also need a front line. We'll just have to spend another turn recruiting. We'll need to do that anyway. And then we'll be able to get the artillery and the tank. What are we going to ditch to get that? Do we just get rid of this spearman? Yeah. Do we want a warrior priest for the troops? I think so. You know, because that'd be a nice little bastion for one of the things. They do magic damage. That can be real good. Alright, so do we take strong or perceptive? Magic item drop or better in battle? Strong, well built, robust. Well built, robust, powerful. Nicholas Aldrich, I choose you. Alright, so we can get a defensive alliance and a trade agreement out of this, but not military access? What's up, bro? Alright, so you can't get the defensive alliance out of it and still get that. I think, though, so... Look, Vlad's gonna declare on him. He hasn't yet, though, for some crazy reason. You know, the AI does work differently on this difficulty, so maybe we can just sell it to him... And, do we need the access? We can just put a Gardens of Moor there and be able to travel through it. And this way we won't be tied to his future. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Good deal. That'll give us a bunch more money for the coffers, because of course we're about to be. The money's about to be a little tight here. All right, so we do have enough money for one more upgrade. Here I think we'll take. All right, so what is it? More power. That would make the tank a lot better at getting out of where it's at. This one is more rockets. We'll take this one because we're about to get Suitsen's guns, which are going to be really good. They have magic attacks, flaming attacks, and they have no friendly fire. They're like blessed mortars. They're like the blessed trebuchets from Bretonia. But slowing everybody down a whole lot could be really good too. I think we'll take this though. No, I bet that'll be better. Because Monstrous Impact, like, if you can just slow down their whole thing, you know, especially once we get a couple more magic levels, that'll really help us out, I bet. Alright, so our handgunners are on deck. And we can build a Gardens of More. Like, do I just build it in Nuln? That'll let me always go back home? And then we're supposed to use it to travel. We'll try that next turn, I guess, and then we'll get a bunch of money for the quest. Alright, so here at the garden we can unlock Knights and more troops, get better garrison, unlock the hero recruitment, but just of Amethyst Wizards. Okay, no, this is the one to do. The Militia of More. So it's gonna give us a better garrison. It's gonna give us on recruitment of halberdiers, handgunners, knights of Black Rose and mortars. Man, why didn't I notice this in an earlier playthrough? I think because we were already, like, you know, focusing on other things like our imminent demise. Anyway, we managed to get our troops up. We'll get our 3 handgunners next turn. We'll have no front line at all. It'll be fine. Or not. Jürgen van Goorst over there in Grunberg. He's doing okay. Alright, so we get a bunch more schematics there. Importantly, that'll probably, yes, it'll get us right where we need to get our 3rd schematic upgrade here, which we'll do on the mortars. And that unlocks level 2. Which gives this weapon, which probably has to be given to an engineer, and it gives missile damage and radius to all the stuff in the army, which is pretty nutty. But yeah, it looks like this Lupio guy, that he's just going to be like the guy. Oh, and he is the one that's reducing the... I don't know if this is his trait every time. Maybe it is. But certainly helps out a good bit. Alright, so... yeah, so right now it lets us recruit globally here. Okay, so global recruitment reduced down to 1 turn. Okay, now I love this faction. I just need to learn how to live past the early game. No, the Gardens of More, which is different than the global one. Okay. But you can get those from there. Got it. Good. Alright, so how do we fast travel? We go like so. Alright. We use the thing to travel. We have made haste, and we get our money. The game is very proud of us for paying attention. Alright, so... And that does put us in a stance where we can recruit. So we take... I mean, you gotta have cavalry. So we get one Knight of the Black Rose for each wing. This will leave us with, like, no front line. I think here we ditch a couple of Free Company militia and get Flagellants. You know, Flagellants fold, but they don't break.
Has the hourglass run out? Who serves the dark lady of war?
So with these on the wings, the Knights of the Black Rose, with their anti-infantry, their good defense values and high armor, like this, they're really, really good for fighting entry-level Garbo, vampire stuff. Even without some of their other abilities, their ITP. There's a lot to like there. And of course, this is going much better, but I think it's mostly because it's on hard rather than very hard. It really does make a huge difference. And everything is snowbally in a game like this. Or rather, everything can be snowbally in a game like this. Alright, so... we just recruit for one more turn, and then we'll have our... maybe the Amethyst Armory is what the Tier 4 is for. We'll figure it out. Yeah, but that is how we will unlock things for the other stuff. So we just need to do more upgrades, build a foundry, and such, which we will do in due course. And we'll want 2 slots in the army, so what do we do? Get rid of one more Free Company? I mean, probably. Because we're going to get the tank. No, we're not going to be able to afford it. Yeah, we're going to hold on to this growth here. Because we're going to need the tank and the mortar when we travel out. Alright, so we get a migration, lower control, but better growth. Yep.
Rider of the dragon, time cannot be resisted. Exhaustion and sloth are mere words.
Like, do I have military access? Yes. I do now. We'll make them pay me for it. Again, we don't want a defensive alliance with them. And maybe next turn we'll get them to pay us to join their war against Fort Solar. Karakern is still kicking. See, that's awesome. You know, Durthu on very hard always just immediately mauls them. But we're going to try to deal with these orcs, and then we're going to beeline for Vlad, which is not how a beeline works. It's not how a beeline works at all. Alright, so do we spend our money here? If we upgrade this, we'll have enough, yeah. And an Empire captain with the army could be nice, you know, for, to be in a block with the others. But is it better than having, you know... You know, maybe that income generated would have been good. Maybe I shouldn't have got rid of it. If we do this... No, our income is low, so we don't actually have enough for the, because of the Knights of the Black Rose being 312. Geez, that's a lot. Yeah, so we're going to be upside down pretty soon. As soon as we recruit the tank and the Suitson's mortars, but you know, we're gonna be in good shape, hopefully. Is that a caravan? I don't think it's a raider. Yes, it is a caravan. And just as I was saying, Karak Norn's around. They're not. Alright, and now... the real gasoline. Alright, so we can afford exactly one turn of this. Before we start running out of money. Fortunately, we are going to be able to run right over them. And then hopefully turn this war into cash. Hey, the caravan was there, and they gave me money. Hooray! That's actually really good. It gives me like a whole nother 2 turns to go instead of just 1. Alright, yeah, so here we can... Okay, we could make them join our confederation. I don't think that's desirable, but maybe if we do it, we could sell those lands immediately. Maybe that's the move. But I think that upsets, like... the other Empire factions. But if we take it, right, then we can sell Everheim to, like, Vertbad or something, and then... oh, they would join the Confed too. Man. Yeah, apparently they're both in such bad shape that they would be willing to. Those guys sent me a caravan, so we'll get a trade agreement there. That might upset someone. I don't care. They sent me a caravan. Alright, so if we say that we'll join the war against them, will they pay me? They will. And then we could get a military alliance with them. Which might be good. Which might be good. I mean, after all, we're about to buttress their faction up a little bit. They only have the 1 war. Grotzlik's all the way over here, so he is going to be in a weird spot as far as this war goes. And now it is time for the battle. Now, the reinforcements will be coming in, but after like a minute, and we are going to be... This is a much better army than one I've ever had with Elspeth before. Well, this is a consequence of making better choices in the early game and, you know, being on an easier difficulty that makes things a little easier in general. Looks like we're going to have our enemy coming in from over on this side. That's just fine. So I have Goblin Wolf Riders on that side. They're not gonna stand up very well to the Knights of the Black Rose. The Goblin Wolf Riders, you know, they're trash units. They're expendable. You know, they exist to harry the foe, not to solve your problems. I'm gonna go like so. Hellstorm's here. And then they'll be able to, like, pivot in the other direction. She's on horseback now. You know, that makes her more vulnerable to attack. We've got our nice tank. This is a very good tank. It's strong. It's got this ability that blows up all around it. It's pretty good. You don't want it to be in the middle of your units, though, when you do it, which I have repeatedly failed to remember in the past. Alright, so we'll go like so. That'll let us pop the Wolf Riders when they try to come around the flank here. Alright, so can we get 3 of these setups yet? Can we get 3 bad ones? If we get, like, an iron side and a gunner here, like in the front, and like so, then we won't have a rear shot. Can we do, like, inside weak ones? With this guy forming the flank. Yeah, I'm like, how much does this matter? The mortars can sit right there. Just a second. The dog is being annoying. He's old. I'm sure he's fine, but I need to go check on him. I will be right back. Alright. He is no doubt gonna keep barking. He's a good dog. He's just a moron. You know, on account of being a dog. You can't hold an impetuous spirit against them, even when you wish they would be silent. But yeah, I don't know what these guys think they're doing, but if they're just like waiting, they're gonna get absolutely roasted here, because the Imperial artillery is all the way online. Glorious stuff. And we're already wheeling the only formation that we made properly to bear for the battle. We'll be able to move this one like so to defend this flank when the need arise, which it will soon enough. But we see the glory of artillery here, just like absolutely roasting the foes. The mortars coming in, the monstrous impact craters. You know, it's all very good stuff. And of course, this gives the burnt effect for the ranged attacks, which does -8 leadership, which is really excellent. And, you know, very, very invigorating stuff. We're just going to keep on besieging them, you know. I guess they're going to, like, receive artillery fire until their reinforcements come in, which is very brave, but, you know, mad. Just mad. And these poor Goblin Wolf Riders coming in right into the artillery, as if that's going to help them much. And now we're just opening it right up. This Orc boss is going to be coming in. He's not going to have a great time here. Squig Herd going to get countercharged immediately on the front line by the Knights of the Black Rose. This is just where we want to be. All right, they're going to wheel up here and take this fight against these Squig Herds. This is excellent. So Squigs want to fight, you know, infantry, not cavalry. So us intercepting them, getting this crossfire in, it's very excellent stuff indeed. Of course, now our handgunners getting hit with a rear charge due to me being a terrible player. So what we see here is a split of our forces entirely, and our attentions, leading to not a catastrophic defeat, but a lot more losses than should be taken. These blessed borders are going to be able to go immediately in. These Knights of the Black Rose getting stuck into melee for a long time and taking a ton of damage. Like, why? Is there something anti-large on them? Maybe just, the wow, yeah. So we're just going to wheel again here and get on these Squig Herds, because the Squig Herds, you know, once they're into the battle for a while with the wall on, you know, they really do some good damage. But, the Blessed Mortars coming in, you know, you can always feel comfortable when you see the citizens' guns firing in at your troops. They won't let you down. The Flagellants coming in here to fight now. And, of course, a huge amount of our forces just distracted, but that's the point of a flank, right? Is it stops you from doing smart things. Yeah, sorry about that, folks. I lost power at my house, so no idea what was going on there for a bit. I don't know how the stream translated all of that, but we're probably going to have to do that battle again. But anyway, we're just trying to load up. If the stream disappears again, it'll probably be, you know, a catastrophic power loss somewhere in the old neighborhood, since it is really really dark for a midday at the moment. But incredibly annoying stuff. Maybe this time I will adapt better for the battle, but I doubt it. Alright, so
Elspeth Bond.
when was it? That turn. Good. Anyway, pretty annoying stuff. Glad to be back. I guess it wasn't that much of an interruption. But it's always nerve-wracking to look around and your whole house goes dark. The caravan does arrive, just like they promised.
Come then. Only Sigmar's god Ulrich can judge it worthy or no.
Alright, so we will propose this offer. Yes. We join up with them. Get a little bit of cash here. We'll start the fight against this lord. You know, it doesn't help any as far as the positioning goes. But he's already fled once, so that actually really might have helped, because otherwise maybe, he'd be able to have fled the settlement battle and gotten away. And this time he's going to be reinforcing to that side rather than behind me, so I guess that's to the good as well. Yeah, we'll have the Hellstorm there, just being a menace, hopefully to that side. No, that's bad. I'm like, where do we put it? There's trees everywhere here. The map's too well designed. Alright, so that's... if we do Tercio like so and like so, then that's all the room there is for them. We can do an engineer here. And these dudes for guard duty on there. One knight on that side to sweep. One knight in the backfield to sweep here. This side to defend this flank, this side to pivot over. Maybe this will be better. Because, of course, we have the tank. The tank is excellent.
And the winds of Shaiish blow. Every drop of blood will only augment my power.
Oh, let's put stuff on guard mode. I probably should put default guard mode on. Where's that at? No. Because, man, do I ever do that badly. Like, no, I mean, shooting orc boys is better than shooting goblin archers, probably. 'Cause there's only so many units of them. And it looks like they are married to that strategy of the last one of trying to get their friends onto the battlefield with them, which is just going to be a disaster. And this time, we're deployed even better, knowing that we'll just be able to wheel in this direction whenever it becomes necessary. But yeah, they're gonna be taking a whole lot of pain here. Now, we're not good against Goblin Wolf Riders here, but let's go ahead and move through the trees at them. In 40 seconds, they're going to be on the field. And we're going to go ahead and get the Knights of the Black Rose in position to start doing some work. I think our artillery here in this fight, being lined up better and with better targets, you know, we're... really putting the hurt on. We get the charge on them. Now this is a wet noodle contest, right? But we have armor and they don't have armor, and so we'll be fine to fight this for a while. Like, we're fighting in trees. That's like, it's really bad for large units to fight in trees. We don't have any sort of ability that, you know, makes it advantageous for us to be there. We're gonna run away here a little bit. What we're doing here is, like, much better than flank guarding. We are sweeping. So if you can sweep the backfield like this, then, of course, you know, there's a lot less of your opponents to show up and bother you. We're going to get the cannons focusing onto the squigs. We're going to get arty on the squigs here. Not that arty. We're going to get that arty on the goblin archers. Because here, when you get some of them to split like so, you have a dramatically better... you know, effect than you would otherwise. Move that Tercio a bit up that way. We're just going to keep on sweeping these archers because we don't need to fight all these guys behind us. Not unless we can get a very advantageous thing. Like, if we get, like, up here, then we'll be able to sweep on a downhill charge, and that is going to be sick. That is going to be so good. We're going to run right over these goblins. The downhill charge does matter a lot. You get more of your bonuses that way. And it looks like, boom, there we go. We just need our powder to shoot in the other direction. We're gonna move this one a little, further towards the center. And hopefully they won't get shot by our artillery on the way in. Alright, you know, it's all going very well. Where are the Cav at? The Cav are fighting Orc Boys, and that's not great, you know. You don't want to be in... I mean, it's fine. It's not a bad fight for them. However, now we can cycle charge in. Because if you have two cavalry units, you don't want them both fighting, you know. You want one to be fighting. You want the other one to be turning around on them. And there we have Stutzen's mortars coming in with the support. So now we're going to charge in here. I don't think we're going to get the charge, though, because we were already sort of embroiled in the conflict. Now we're going to sweep over this way. These squigs are going to hit flagellants. You know, the flagellants aren't going to love that. But the squigs have primary armor piercing, and that'll at least be a little bit wasted on it. And we see him coming in on us, so we pop our resistance buff. We know that it's going to hurt when he hits, but if we'll put terror causing on, yeah, we'll have magic attacks on these flagellants and give them terror, and that should maybe be able to get us to, oh no, the humanity. Actually, that wasn't so bad. It hit right on the side of our troops where we weren't, you know, so we're going to be able to get a whole bunch of fire here. Of course, the Stutzen's mortars are blessed. They don't hurt, and that's always nice. $477 kills on there, yeah. Of course, if you can get your opponents to agree to sit still, let you sweep them up, with cavalry, let you drop in the arty on them, then you don't really have to worry about anything. We're going to occupy the settlement. We get our big fire resistance. Now that can be good, you know. You throw that on someone if they're fire damage, like if you have like fire damage on a Hailstorm, which it doesn't have, but like on artillery, then you could stand in it and be like, yeah, look at me, I'm so resistant. We're going to put it here on this fellow. Man, the storm is really rumbling.
For Verena and Nuln. Wielder of the pale side.
But really soon he's going to get restock, which is going to be great, because like with a tank...
Von Draken.
And we get our plus replenishment. Okay, yeah, we needed that hero. That's a good hero.
Call upon your might.
And we'll be able to sell Steingard off, like, you know, the turn after this, probably.
Approach us, friend.
Because Grotzlik, we're going to have to deal with him. But it looks like, you know, if Carrick Hearn is mad at him, then we can get... Nice little agreement with some nice little dwarves. That never hurt anyone. No one ever got mad about that, right? Yeah, so they're at war with them, but if we take the Confed here, what can we get out of it? We could conceivably sell it to Altdorf? Because if we take the Confederation, they'll lose their wars with, you know, all of those things. We drop that, and if we can... Yeah, I don't think you can get Virchbad there. But if we throw in Virtbad, then we can get everything, right? Military alliance, movement, and a little bit of money. How much money can we get? Yeah, because if you do it like the auto thing, sometimes it won't let you max it. But we'll just like take all their money. This is not strictly speaking polite. It'll be fine. I need the cash. Alright, yeah, so they are mad at me. That's right. The other people get really mad at you for confederating. So hopefully Franz won't declare on me for this move. I know Averland will be cool with me because we're broed out. But there we go. We get a military alliance with these guys who are already at war with the Fecundites, but not other people, and hopefully that'll secure our northern flank a bit until we can deal with what else is going on. Good stuff. And then we'll sell Steingart to Feildorf shortly, and that'll make them forgive us for all of our moves. We have the money due to that to upgrade Nuln. Get a weaving house so that we're not upside down too much. And alright, we could take money, but then we get Chaos Corruption. Elspeth's not going to take them money for Chaos Corruption. Alright, we complete a quest. No, we get a quest for that. We don't complete it, but soon enough we'll have some armor of silvered steel, which will be nice enough. So, like, how do you get across this river? Alright, if we march, we could be attacked, but if he attacks us after that, like, what's he gonna do? He's just gonna catch us on the march with low vigor, but we can just maul this army anyway. Can we even get across? Yes, we can get across there. Yeah, that'll be fine. We'll be able to do the fight next turn then. Good deal. We'll sell them Steingart for a lot of money. How much money can we get? Only 2 grand? Yeah, we will sell it for a lot of money. A military alliance would make us even more frightening to our opponents. Yes. That way, if Franz declares on us, you know, he'll have the rest of the Empire to go against. He'll have to get over how annoyed he is with us, right? In here, you know, we're still upside down. We're not that heavily upside down, but we are, you know, not making it. Did I? Yeah, I think it's just that Lord, and we didn't get any heroes from the Confed. So this tribe is just doing its thing. The Changeling also doing his thing, and would be just probably miserable to deal with. Now he's not at war with anyone because we took the guy he was at war with. And he wants a non-aggression pact, so good. Yeah, absolutely. The thunder rolls outside, and Vlad von Karstein declares war on us. And we declare war back at him. Alright, well, there's the new thing to do. Now, one problem with this is that... Alright, we get the Obsidian Amulet, which is decent. Is that Fort Sol is still there. Now, if we move in here, they're not going to be able to, like, recruit from Fort Sol, but it might be a thorn in our side later.
Aye. Let's hear what you have to say. We'll hear it before oath goes.
But here we get a talisman that'll be much better for us, so we'll go ahead and wear that for the armor.
Guardian.
And we did get the Lichbone Pendant, which will be very good. We'll be able to throw some magic attacks on probably the Hellstorm. Probably. Alright, do we have more things for the Gunnery School? We do not.
Join me, for the pillars of the world tremble.
This Beastman army is a thorn in my side, but it's the sort of thorn that we can't pull out. Alright, so if we attack Grinsat directly, then we won't have to worry about that guy running off and having a time. So that's what we'll do. So maybe the tank having magic attacks would be better. I don't think there's actually... Yeah, there's not any physical resist in this army, really. Yeah, the thing about squigs is, rather than run away when they're low, typically if there's, like, enemies around them, they will rampage and go at them. And then, you know, they get more leadership as they get closer. So although they are low leadership and can break very easily to like artillery or ranged fire, they sort of get back, you know, they get back to it whenever they show up. So there's going to be one big lord, one caster lord of Vindictive Glare. Not a lot of ranged, big wide build. Importantly, we've got our Knights of the Black Rose. And if we just use them, you know, wisely in the early and mid game of the battle, to sweep, to knock down some squigs and such, we should be okay. Should be. And it's only one reinforcement coming from that side, so we won't have to think about it over much. I'm like, do we deploy here to try to move it here and fire at them? Seems okay. It also seems very bad. But what we'll do is that anyway. We'll have like a flank guard on that side, and then we'll just move it over, and it'll be able to miss a lot of shots or safely hit them the whole time, and then we'll have the bulk of our army over here. Flagellants to defend them. Oh my goodness, it remembered my formation. Now it's striking that they're so bad. It'll be okay. And the thing about a tank is, even if they surround it, it's a tank. We're going to get this Tercio moved over here to defend here, and then we're going to have just like a second one there in the middle, and I think that'll be just fine. Oh, he's got a horse now. He needs his own group. So he should be here. I think we're about to crumble real bad here. No, it'll be fine. Because we're not getting flanked, right? They're not getting away with it. We are going to get on the Wolf Riders right here. I said we're going to get on them. Don't let them get past me. Oh, are you joking? All right, there we go. We catch them. Of course, that doesn't mean anything, because we really might be in such terrible shape pretty soon, but maybe it'll be fine. Because the problem with those Wolf Riders is they will be back, and then they're going to be able to sweep around the back, unless they break off the battlefield, which hopefully they will. If not, then we're going to be in some trouble. They're going to get right on the Hellstorms, and all of our planning will avail us nothing. But, you know, we've got overlapping fields of fire. You know, right now it's fine, but they haven't collapsed through our troops yet. We do want to get our tank in there, though, right? Yes, right. I don't know if this is going to be good or not. It's a big old lob shot. Hey, yeah, that did great. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. Good ability. Oh, they got on top of the mortars. They sneaked around me, you know, with only one unit on top of them, and we weren't able to get there. But the warrior priest should be able to clear him off before too long. You know, he's a punchy guy. He says his prayers. He's armored. And of course, the side where both of our cavalry units was at is fine, and the side with everything else is crumbling to dust. Yeah, I'm so bad at this game. I don't have the micro to play Empire, I think. And you're like, you think? Have you not been watching yourself play ever? No, I know I don't have the micro to play Empire. The Hellstorm rocket battery got knocked off by something, I don't know what. Probably these goblins who then left. Like, I don't even know where are the other flagellants at. Here we go. And the wah is sounding in the deep again. And yep, their routing guys are getting back onto my because I'm not paying attention. Their routing units are, and it's happening again, and it's happening again. It's like you think they're gone, but then they have like 10 troops left, and then they come and destroy your rocket battery. Oh my goodness. Drop the gun. Drop the gun. Get out of there. Oh, what? How are they taking 1,000 freaking damage? Anyway, and we lose the Hellstorm. It's probably going to be lost forever. In conclusion, yeah, I just don't think I should play Empire, right? Because this isn't a campaign problem, this is a me problem. This is a me fundamentally not getting how to play it. And I guess you could keep on playing to learn, but I just think maybe I shouldn't. Every Elspeth campaign has gone so bad. Every battle I'm in with Empire goes so bad. Why don't I just play Dwarves? Why don't I just play Chaos? Why don't I just play something easy that a moron child could play, because that is apparently what my skill level is. Yeah, I think we just lost all of our artillery. So this is like a disastrous win. You know, we technically won, but like this is very, very bad. So we lost our Blessed Mortar, and we lost our Hellstorm, and we still haven't won. Just a disaster. Just a terrible, terrible showing. You know, if they let us keep the guns, it'll be fine. If they don't, then... yeah. Hey, they don't kill him off. They kill the flagellant off. But somehow... and he still gets to run away intact. That makes me so mad.
Elspeth von Draken.
And I totally don't want this dude on a horse. Do I? No, I don't.
For Verena and known.
So here we take a purple sun. Here we take a restock. Here we just want him to stand up a little longer in combat.
The strength of the Empire.
18 turns till we get those back.
For the pillars of the world.
But hey, we didn't lose the artillery, so that's fine. And hopefully this guy will be able to deal with these greenskins, or, you know, equally hopefully this guy will, you know, get dealt with somewhere else. Because we have to deal with Vlad, like, now. He's up here. And if we fought his army, we'd probably lose because we're bad. But that doesn't mean we can't, like, reave and in damage. So we're going to try to do that.
Dark clouds gather.
Don't really want that war, so I'm not going to join it. But we do get very good. So these regiments of renown, the Deathjacks are like, I don't know, I guess they've got stock and they can shoot from it, which is fine. But Sigmar's sons are, you know, just bog standard swordsmen, but they're unbreakable, which is very good. You know, it's very good indeed, because they're rank 9 from, you know, being RORs. And so what we'll do here is,
Wielder of the pale sun.
like, do we... is it? No, I don't think so.
And what can the Dawi do for you on this fine day? All right.
As fate requires.
Yeah, because we still need to spend, like, a turn here recovering. Not ideal.
Amethyst.
Not ideal at all.
This belongs in my archives. Those Drathjar must envy our invention. The graveyard rose.
Yeah, because we just have to spend at least one turn recovering, which is terrible. It's very bad. It is the worst to have to spend time doing that. And it's brutal business. This is a disaster. This is the worst thing that could happen. So 20 base weapon damage is going to make every zombie twice as strong. This is a disaster. I think the only thing to do is just go home about it.
An army marches.
Come then. Only Sigmar's god Ulrich. Affirmative.
For Verena and Nora.
Cause yeah, those zombies are like souped up, and my guy is getting stronger by a similar amount is irrelevant. Cause like 38 weapon strength on zombies, like you don't want to touch it. That's so bad. I honestly hate the charge and weapon bonus things, because I don't play the factions that it helps, I guess, maybe. But you know, they will just screw you up really, really badly. We're gonna move up here to ambush and hope to be able to get something done. We might just lose the campaign here. We should take Hammer Sigmar, because that's like a big melee buff for an AoE thing. Yeah, like 42 weapon strength dogs, like that's insane. It's like giving them a charge bonus all the time. I hate it so much. Alright, we make him run away, and he runs outside of the range of reinforcement here, which is very good. We're going to auto this. Probably doing better than we would have done for real, but hey, what are you going to do? Gambler's armor is very solid. We're going to be wearing that. Finally getting a little bit of ward save going on.
Rider of the dragon in Carmine.
And one of these days we're going to start getting good good abilities too. It'll happen.
Shaiish empowers me.
And you know, maybe I shouldn't have taken it, but maybe it'll be fine.
The dead are thick about you.
Military access, yes, of course. Alright, so there I don't think we need like more capacity. I would love to get this. So a Hochland long rifle is like a very long range like sort of sniper thing. And that could be very good to sort of back up our troops here. We'll get 50 schematics per turn is just really good, right? So I think we should probably get that. And we're about to be totally broke. Can we sell this fort to anyone? You know, I don't think so. And if we go over here, we'll just die.
Amethyst magistrates.
Yeah, so we'll just hit Templehof. We'll just go through their lands, reaving.
For no dark lady of love. Let us take it.
You know, and if they take over the lands afterward, that's a price we'll have to pay. What are even our campaign objectives? We're supposed to beat Sylvania and them, and then we gotta get the Empire set up. Got it. Just a normal little thing, you know. Do the tier 2 gunnery school and fight some enemies. A normal little campaign. Speaking of the gunnery school. Alright, so we can get snipe and stock from orders. That's actually kind of fun. But yeah, but we'll take that. But we can get an alliance with Drika out of this if we want. I think abandoning stuff like messes with your morale everywhere, or your public order though, so maybe we won't do that.
I must keep my weakness for arcane trinkets in check. The graveyard roams.
More replenishment is good. Alright, so here we
Has the hourglass
ditch a spear for a spear with a shield. And jam the swordsman together because we're going to take Sigmar's sons in the next recruitment round. Yes. Yeah, because if we just reave all the way through the vampire lands and, like, you know, sell Templehof to Drika or something, and then that might make a lot of people mad, but hey, what are you going to do? No, maybe that's not a good choice, because it is Drika after all. We get an agreement with Zufbar, and Drika is, you know, nuts. Ooh, we can get Ulrika in this campaign! And we need to build tall walls to do it. That would be amazing, actually. Man, if we got Gotrek and Felix and Ulrika in this campaign, I bet we could do something. Laughs in I'm a chump. Alright, so what? Oh, of course. I broke the building that we would recruit that thing from. Wasn't thinking. Wasn't thinking at all. So Vlad is, like, getting to it. Hey, Prince and Emperor, would you like to declare war on Vlad von Karstein, maybe? No, he doesn't want to do that at all. Oh, because the Facundites have taken Altdorf. Jeepers. Yeah, he's in bad shape. He's in bad shape indeed. And it looks like Vlad is gonna, like, just run in through our lands and take everything. Well, we're going to do the same to him.
bring darkness. I protect the Empire, either side. For Verena and Nuln.
Alright, and pretty soon we'll be able to use her special things. Like, give me regeneration. And it'll do a purple sun for, like, basically nothing. I mean, not nothing, but for a lot cheaper.
Study this. Von Draken, weaving weapon and magic is the surest path to victory. We are the strength of the Empire.
And right after getting rid of a spearman a couple of turns ago, we'll get another one because I made a mistake. Alright, so maybe... Because if we can trade her the castle and get her to join the war against Sylvania, and a trade agreement, and a military alliance, and movement, and pay me. Yeah, let's just get it all out of the way, Draco. Let's go. Because, again, she could be a very good bulwark against them, and if we have to betray her later, I bet everybody will understand. After all, she's an elf, and I'm a person, and people are bad. And she's not, I mean, an elf. She's a dryad. And Drake is a little intense anyway, right? So... Hey, Toddy! Alright, so we need to pop a bunch of people with Elspeth, and then we'll get her special item, which will give her spell mastery, which again, like, will be very funny once she gets up and running. You know, the campaign needs a little bit of time to get loaded up, I guess. We're going to go ahead and give her Fort Oberstyre. And this will make her more mad at him as it goes forward. And we just auto this siege, which is a little cheesy. Because, you know, it's a lot easier than it would have been. And now we're going to raise it because, you know, get some, Vlad. That's why. This is going to, you know, somewhat decrease his ability to move forward. Because Castle Templehof, when you give random things to a wood elf, they're not going to be able to get anywhere with it, right? He's going to be super mad about the Drika thing, so we're probably going to have to fight dwarves about it. I don't, like, yeah, all the dwarves are going to get mad, but if we don't give her anything else, then everybody except Karakadrin will be okay. But if we take Waldenhof, we can give it to Karakadrin, and we might be able to get all this sorted out. So yeah, so all of these are really good, but we're taking Graveyard Rose first. That's our region. That's the Madman. That's where it's at.
Uncovering the arcade.
Oh, there's a Grail Knight Grave. When it controls 75 or more, there's a chance for characters in this region to gain a trait associated with this location. I don't know what that one gives you. It gives you a garrison of Grail Knights, which is excellent in Grail Reliquae, which is pretty funny. Some traits that the game gives you can be very good. We'll have to check that out. And of course, like, it'll be rough to try to, like, park people there for an extended period of time. But if the trait's really good, you know, then it could be worth it. But we're about to get our gunnery school up and running. We're going to get our schematics per turn there. We're going to, you know, going to see what's going on. Clan Molder attacks Tau Bakaland. Well, you know, that's the worry after Vlad, right? After your first few enemies, it's the rats. And the chaos. But there we go. Durthu finished off our foe there. We're going to get a non-aggression pact with him. That'll please him.
So long as you do not question, we may proceed. My people.
Deepwood protects its sons and daughters.
Imperial authority is low. You know, it is low. And of course, giving land to Drika doesn't help that. But giving land to the dwarves doesn't help that. Hey, yeah, Zufbar comes in And, you know, I could have sold it to him, but then it would be better than a ruin. And I think actually doing it my way was better.
For Sigmar.
Here, we drop a flagellant. It's okay.
Amethyst Range. Join me for the pillars of the world.
Because everything we do here is really just getting Elspeth levels. And as soon as she gets her dragon, this whole dynamic, everything that goes on in this game is going to change. Which that level, that's level 16. So it's just a couple away. And she is going to be a centerpiece terror where we can just charge right into the enemy and get on. But yes, hello Luke. Yeah, you know, this, we turned it down to hard on campaign difficulty, and things are better. We made friends with Draika. We're selling her land. We've burned out Drakenhof, you know, but things are going better, you know. Vlad might move towards our lands. They're totally undefended, but importantly, as long as Elspeth lives and we got this army, we've got our tank, we've got our mortar, you know, things are coming together. Things will be fine. Oh, that's right. We don't need these guys. We need Sterling's Revenge. Free Company Militia with AP missiles is nutty. This is a really good regiment of renown. And of course, with the other like faction buffs, it only gets better, right? Oh man, exploding ammunition for the steam tanks, that's pretty good. I'm not sure what we should wait for. I think we just do an additional thing here. Yeah, because we just need to level it up a little more, which, yeah, we just need some more upgrades and then to make a foundry somewhere. Who knows where. Alright, so if we sell this to Karakadrin, will he stop being mad at us? Not really.
So I'll hear you out.
But it'll get him, yeah, well, it'll balance it out with how mad he is about being friends with Draika, and importantly, it'll get him a foothold there. And then also, if Draika gets mad at us for making friends with him, we'll just leave, you know. And then we'll hit him with the Eshin trade and pay him just a little bit of money for the non-aggression pact. And of course, dwarves are loath to break those. And there we go. Securing a little bit more. Do I not have... I don't have freedom of motion here, so we're going to be trespassing. That's bad. Can we fast travel to the Gardens of Moor? Like, how does that work? Yeah, because we already... Because if we've done what we need here, we can teleport over here, and you can do that with no movement. You can do that with no movement. Sick. Alright, so, in conclusion, you can just go on an expedition, raid Reeve, sell some stuff away, and then bail on it. Oh, I love it so much. Okay, yeah, so, the fast travel, very important. Sure, it costs a little bit of money. You say, I do hope I intend to take this all back for the Empire later. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Look, I was just trying to deal with Vlad. So, it was Brutal Business activated, and I didn't want to deal with 38 weapon strength zombies. We were just trying to get through their stuff on this side. And I think Vlad will be more worried about this, and now we'll be on this side, push forward, and there we go. No, we don't. We want a military alliance. We'll be able to secure that before too long when we go up and we'll trade some land. We got a plan. Elspeth's very old and very wily, and absolutely not one bit above lying to a bunch of people as long as they are not elector counts. We're not going to do anything bad to our empire. Now your empire, that's another thing entirely. All right, so we get rid of this. We want at least one Hochland long rifle for the army. And we could like just park them back over behind the or in front of the artillery, and that would be good. I liked having a flagellant, but what do we burn to get it, right? We need all the artillery because they all serve a really good separate purpose. The mortars are safe. The great cannons are excellent for the long range stuff, and they've got the monstrous impact. The tank is a tank. I don't know if we want to get another artillery piece. We actually can't recruit one anyway. The front line is weak. But the front line's always weak. But what do we chop for it, right? We don't want to get rid of a handgunner or an Ironside. The front line is 4 units plus a warrior priest, and then we've got 2 free company militia, which is sort of like a front line. So like, do I drop a handgunner for a halberd? Or a flagellant? Like, because in a couple of battles, Elspeth will be level 16, and then she'll be a whole front line unto herself. That dragon's got a lot of HP. Get rid of the regular free company and get a flagellant. But free company's good, right? Like, they do work. Yeah, drop a handgunner for the long rifle. Pick up the long rifle. I want to have one, and then we'll just get a flagellant. Yeah, flagellants are good because they don't break. And we've got Sigmar's Sons for an unbreakable part of the front line as well, too. So we'll be able to have them, like, in the front of the boxes, knowing that they will stand up and take the punishment as long as is necessary. Here we get Weissenberg. Do we chop this? I don't think so, because I want to still get flagellants, and I want to be able to get our hero. Yeah, I think we're fine here. Yeah, this is okay. And importantly, we're positive on income, finally, somehow. Maybe trade agreements stacking up. Hey, they have gotten Talabaka Land into their confederation, probably because Talabaka Land was pretty much shot. We get ballistic plating on tanks, which is awesome. It lets you get shot at by cannons and not care when it's hitting you in the front, or not care very much. Anyway, I am going to take a short break, and I'll be right back. All right. I feel better already. You know, you don't realize how long you've been sitting in a chair, so you get up and walk around a little bit. All right, so we need one more round of living, but what we're gonna do is, do we have military access here? Not yet. All right. Because we could totally confederate with France, but I do want to save that because he's worth more to us alive. I love his army. This is the kind of army I want to run. Why can't I run an army like that? No, it's because I would use the Outriders wrong. Because we're already running, like, really close to the edge of what a smart person would run if they're bad at the game. But it's not so bad, right? Because the free company for the wings is fine. And then, like, a range unit for the blocks is fine. Get the defensive alliance turned to a military one later. Yeah, I feel like often they, like, don't want the military alliance as much, but we'll be able to see. Oh, military access by proxy. Oh, and replenishment. Oh, replenishment too. Yeah, we'll definitely do that then. Oh, and sight. Yeah. And of course, Festus is reigning in Altdorf right now, which is shameful. Festus, actually, he gives you, like, a replenishment for a Lord Defeat trait, so that would be very nice. The Changeling is just, you know, doing Changeling stuff. Ever since we force confeted the Moot and then sold its land off, you know. Oh yeah, we did. It was a sick move. It was really good. We confederated the Moot and then moved its land over to somebody else for more money to Talabaco land because the Moot only had one thing left. And it made Reichland mad, but we figured they'd get over it, and they did. And yeah, so we raised Castle Drakenhof, which was a good choice. The dwarves moved in, but, you know, we raised it, which means, you know, level 1. And then Tempelhof gave that to Draika, so another level 1 sort of take. So that should put them on the back foot as far as fancy stuff goes. But of course, they've got Raised Dead. And the vampires are not down and out. They are merely sleeping. And they'll be waking up before too long. Do we want this rifled barrels, or should we get other stuff first? Schematics per battle might be very good. But it's 7. Maybe we take... frontline buffs? I don't know.
What are we if we do not advance?
I mean, probably the rifled barrels is the best, because 10% range, and then the reload, yeah, I mean, it's probably the best. Alright, so we just need to move down here to... like, where do we want to go? We want to go up to Wertbad and cut into them from the top. Also, because more of their armies are there, and I'm a coward. So if we go here, we can go... yeah, we get almost enough replenishment here. And, of course, she's immune to vampiric attrition. So, a lot to not have to worry about. Say Carl's not doing well. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's rough shape, you know. And what these greenskins, are you kidding? Look at how they have I've never seen that. I don't have minor factions going. Yeah, these greenskins have 7 things. Perhaps somebody was raising, but yeah. The man-eaters, you know, Throt. Oh yeah, Throt declared on us, by the way, which is bad, real bad. He declared on Talabaco land while we were allies, so... yeah, because the greenskins, these are just, like, normal ones, too, so they'll be... oh, you thought it was... their icons do look really similar. They should be easy enough to root out, you know. Because they're not like Savage Orcs, I don't think.
Send these. More will welcome. Raise our standards here. Lady of Shaiish.
And we've got our plus 50 a turn. You know, you gotta have that unique building. Good stuff. Indeed. And now we're just gonna build here, I guess. We're almost broke, but we're not broke, and that's what matters. As long as nothing goes wrong at all, we can keep on fielding this army. And next turn, of course, we'll sell Vertbad to Franz. You know, it would be better. The AI absolutely loves a level 1 military building. Like, they go ape for it. It is a known thing, I believe, throughout everyone. But if you didn't know, they do. So I think you can get more than 750 gold out of a guy for building the 750 gold building in one turn. Glock of the Tree Hammers wants a pact. We're not going to do that. I mean, sure, he's at war with Festus, but, you know, hopefully he can do fine without, you know, interacting with us much. And, of course, they immediately build a thing in Vertbad, even though we don't need them to, because we're about to give it to them. Alright, so can we get to Needling? No. Vlad is right there, which is not ideal, but if we go to Krugenheim... Yeah, because, like, Karl's attentions are going to be on Festus. Do we just go over there and try to deal? Because they don't have a garrison right now. Festus' army will be scary, but they're Nurgle, which means we can shoot them and they're not fast. Yeah, you know, it would have been smarter if we didn't move over there, but actually this will be good, because it'll get us the alliance that we needed, right? Finish off Vlad first. You know, I should have listened to you. We're going to go back and just waste the whole turn doing this. But yeah, we should finish off Vlad first. You're right. Why open another front? Why do I make bad choices? I was like, it's a weak castle. It's always going to be a weak castle. It's Nurgle. You know, they're not going to get it off the ground in like 3 turns, and their garrison's not going to be that scary. Anyway, very smart to force march all the way across the land. You know, if it was going to get us campaigner or something, it won't. Anyway, now that that stupidity is over with, we'll waste several turns getting back to where we used to be. Oh, why am I the way I am? It doesn't matter. Don't tell me I don't want to know. But you were right. Yeah, well, he might expand slowly, but he's such a menace. Like, what would happen, perhaps, is he would spend his time dealing with these buffer states that we've created, but it would just be better to deal with them. And then I can deal with the consequences of the buffer states that we've created. Scrag wants a Scrag just wants military access. Yeah, bet. The thing about Scrag is he can actually... Well, and now we've got a war with Icket Claw, too. So Vlad is right here, wishing to give battle. But what do we do? So if we... We could just refuse to give battle on these terms, go up here and continue our plan, and honestly, I think that's what we should do. Like, why are we acting like we can't be smarter than a freaking vampire, right? I got purple eyes. I should be smarter than a vampire. Alright, and now we will take the tank upgrade. Because that ammo would be pretty sick once we get it. Because either he moves in and takes the town, and then we can get him in the field where he can't retreat. Because otherwise, what? We hit him, he retreats, and then he gets reinforcements, or we don't hit him, we hit the reinforced army, and then the other one comes in for us, maybe after our Ray's dead. This time, okay, so he goes down to Averheim. That is one way it could go. So if we get a level 5, then we get this unending volley, which is really good, depending on whether or not your guy can even shoot. It'll get us some stuff that'll be useful, if our guys can even shoot. Worst comes to worst, you put a Mortis Guard in one of those territories. Why? Why don't I think of things like that? That's amazing. That's amazing. Mind totally blown. Because Gelt never loses, right? Like I've never seen Gelt just lose.
Bring darkness. Their end is inevitable.
And this is actually like super excellent too, because what we're doing is acquiring a lot of experience, and that's only good. All right, so what's the difference between this mechanical steed and the regular one? HP charge bonus. It's a little slower. I think we'll leave it. It's probably the better move generally to take the other one, since you never expect that guy to be in melee. But we're going to do the other way. All right, so armor, silvered steel, just like pump these numbers way up. Oh, yeah. We're going to roll those up. Oh, yeah, now we're talking. Boom, baby. Now we've got a guy with a, you know, basically like the hunger, but a little different. Elspeth's got regen already, so we don't need to put it on her. Do we get a new thing? Oh, the Forbidden Rod, you know, spell intensity is decent, and it'll hurt Elspeth in exchange for power recharge and stuff, which is actually just fine for her, right? Because she's going to have a huge HP pool in exactly one level. We're going to be on that Carmine Dragon. Everything's going to be fine. We're going to get that. We're going to get it all. All right, so we could get a little bit, oh, cheaper recruitment, capacity, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, that's fine, but we're going to take the reduction in value because we are about to be an absolute terror. This is going to give us Vanguard for those, which seems very good. Because Vanguard on a tank would let us be even funnier. Yeah. One more fight. One more battle, and we get that dragon. We get a regenerating, massive duelist lord. The thing that I need desperately to succeed at this game because I'm so bad. Alright. Yes, the key was definitely turning the campaign difficulty down. Alright, do we drop this and just trust that we're never going to get flagellants again, and I probably didn't need them in the first place? I mean, we could just build that somewhere else. No, I don't think you can build a shrine in a minor place, actually, can you? Nope, you totally can. Alright, well, yeah, then we definitely don't need it in Nuln. And we will we'll build it in one of the other places, perhaps, and then we'll build our little. Do we want to go for walls to get Ulrika? I almost think so, because Ulrika, look, she's not gonna be like the caster that we care about, particularly because Elspeth's here. But Ulrika could be like really good in the second army, and she's like very strong in her own right.
Dark Lady of Nuln.
Halberds are very cost effective. We already have the hero. Yeah.
Amethyst Mage.
And this hero will probably be, you know, functional at some point. You know, at the very least. Yeah, at the very least, he can buff the group that he's in the block, and he'll, you know, be a regenerating fighter. Because we don't need that on her anymore. Because she's already got regen. It'll give vigor reduction, but, you know, what we just need is... Oh. can give Burning Head to them. I guess that'll be the last one. She gets 3 automatic things, and then plus the Pale Scythe things. So it's like a bunch of legendary things. All right, so Krugenheim we will sell next turn. You know, after building a level 1 military building in it, because again, they really like that. Now, is it polite to drain him of his money? No, but you know, I'll keep him alive. He'll be fine. Looks like there's a Nurgle plague. Yeah.
Chaos will always be brought to order.
Will it? Alright, so I'm supposed to win this battle, Death's Timekeeper. And that gives me my perfect vigor and an ability that is a direct damage spell that also heals me. Man, is she ever stacked. And it's against a bunch of chaos. Maybe I would be able to beat it. Maybe. We're going to wait for the dragon. You know, we're going to not do it before we get the dragon. We're so close to the dragon. Okay. Do I have a Morse Garden in Vissenland? No, I put it in Nuln. Oh, yeah. Vlad's here. That's bad. Can I build one here? Does it build in 1 turn? You know, it does. Can I afford to fast travel there?
Amethyst Guardian.
You know, maybe we'll just sell Krugenheim to him. He would accept a confederation. That would not be a good move at this point. You know, he just needs to get over himself. How's the Emperor gonna want to join me anyway? And now we'll be able to gardens down to Wissenberg. You know, this is my idea of a good campaign mechanic. It's not. It's too strong probably. Because it's so punishing to have more than one army that's of any quality in the early game, even on, like, easy difficulties, right? But here, I mean, Vlad might hit Dutterback, but if he does, then he's not going to be able to get away. And I don't think he'll extend that far in. His army's not extraordinary. It's good. You know, it's got Vlad in it. We just need one more fight before we get to max level, but I don't know if we're going to be able to get it, you know? But the Gotrek and Felix battle is unlocked, and if we can get Elspeth to the dragon and then win the Gotrek and Felix battle, then I'll never have to learn to play again. Because Gotrek and Felix... No, we might end up actually putting them in a secondary army, just depending on how strong Elspeth is on the dragon, because I've heard stories, and I've seen her in multiplayer, and I know she's beyond strong, like, cartoonishly powerful. I've never seen her die in a match, which happens a lot in Domination. There's certain lords that don't die, but all of those lords are very good to be as. All right, the Fecundites enter into a battle with the Wargrave of Woe. We're not going to break the alliance because we already wanted a war with the Fecundites anyway. And there's no point in being faithless here when we can do it later. Festus is coming into Nuln. But with the gardens here, the garrison is stronger. Do we hit this, make them flee, and then hit up to Nuln? Oh, they won't even flee. That's very good. Alright, so it's 2 Necros, a wizard lord on horseback. This is just a normal vampire lord, I think, and then some trash. We're not going to do the fight. You know, maybe I would have learned something, but I bet it's easy enough. We're just going to take that and get on moving with it. And they all die. Oh, we lost a lot of movement getting there. It looks like maybe Nolan is going to... No, he wouldn't to siege Nolan in one turn, and we'll be able to move up to it. We will force march on our way up, though. I don't think he can get through there. Nope. And we're still one battle away from glory. Because I think Vlad went to March, so he won't even be able to get back up to Issenberg in a normal run. And here we'll be able to threaten both of them off with our presence. Yeah, excellent.
Amethyst Guardian. Shaiish blows me thither.
Because even if Festus comes to Nuln, I bet this auto-resolve will give it to me. And does Nuln have that location as well? No, Nuln's the one with that location. All right, yeah. So if we get that public order up, we'll figure out what that does. I bet it's cool. There's nothing I love more than random traits if they're good. And there's nothing more underwhelming than a trait that is not inspiring. All right, so we're going to move here and go to ambush. Hopefully that'll draw Vlad in a little bit, you know, because he's going to have to walk through this area to hit either town. So he may interpret this as being lightly defended. He won't want to go to Nuln. I really think Festus, with this army, might lose in the auto attack to Nuln. And anyway, it would take him 2 turns. So we'll be okay. So we need to sweep down and then move up against Festus here. Now that we're in this war, we've got very little choice about trying to do something in it. But Vlad, you know, is on the back foot. Castle Drakenhof is still not his. Castle Tempelhof is just barely at level 2. You know, so... Or just barely getting to level 2. And if only we could get him to join the war against Sylvania. What'll it take, buddy? Probably more money than I have. He wants to fight, but you know. I'm glad we can call him buddy, even after allying with Trika. But I think everybody would like it if I broke the treaties with Trika. Well, not Franz. We're at 200 with him anyway. But if you want to break a military alliance, you want to do that, like, very, very sparingly, and not when they're, like, under attack. You want to do that, like, beforehand. Oh, no. That was a Skaven army. We're about to really suffer. He wants a peace treaty? Now, no. No, you don't want to let the vampires get back up. He does hit Wissenland. Or Wissenberg. Man, he walked through the ambush. But, you know, he doesn't see the ambush. He walked around the ambush. He doesn't see the ambush. We are going to be able to take out his whole army here. Negative control, but higher growth, definitely. And Ikit Claw is now in the neighborhood. That is... Well, this is Act 2 of the campaign for sure. One battle, and we get... One battle. How did he get that? Oh yeah, Ray's dead. I'm like, how did he get all of his stuff together? As if I've never met a vampire before. If we do this battle here, we have to do the battle without our dragon, but we're able to beat Vlad. If we're able to beat him. But are we able to? What happens if we fight this army? He's got 8 fast attack. It collapses all over everything. We crumble, basically start crying about it. You know, we're not auto-resolving it. If we lose, we lose. Because he doesn't have a front line, but he's got 9 fast attack with 5 of them being flyers plus Izzy in the sky already. Yeah, and the other vamp. Just a disaster. Alright, let's see how it goes. We got him deployed in a choke point battle anyway, which is like, you know, fine. Pretty fine, indeed. We'll get the cav over here to try to deal with flyers there. No, that's dumb. We need one over here to try to deal with flyers here. We'll have Free Company to back up the tank. And they won't know about this backing up the tank too. That should be very good on that flank. We'll have them to back up the guns. Because we've got restock. If we put the long rifles set like so, they'll be able to cover everything. But if they're in front, that's even better, because after all, if we can't defend the line, then we can't defend any of the line. Which is probably what's going to be true. Yeah. Oh yeah, there we go. There's what we were looking for. Now, of course, we do get our guys collapsed on. We're gonna pop the vent, and I think that'll do more to them than us. Of course, the Free Company militia, not the Sterling's Revenge, get absolutely mauled, but there's gonna be 3 of the fast attack taken care of right here. I actually don't love the positioning on these guys at all, because the rocket might want to get right in front of them. Let's get this moved up a bit here. Let's go ahead and start a restock on this Hellstorm. They haven't lost that many items yet, but that doesn't matter. Alright, we're going to back up the Free Company Militia. The Knights of the Black Rose want to get in front here and maybe eat a charge of these Vargeists. The problem is now their whole force is coming over here, and can we get away? Alright. Time for more power! We're going to try to run. I don't know if it's going to work. The good news is they're all over there. The bad news is now they're all coming over here. Knights of the Black Rose getting hurt, but of course, the tank is still a tank, and it's not in such bad shape. This Free Company Militia is fighting like a vampire one-on-one. We can just, like, run away from it, right? Right. Boom, and now the artillery support is going to be coming in to this fight. Oh, no. Oh, the humanity. Unfortunately, of course. We neglect... Oh, the monstrous impact, though. The monstrous impact from the cannons slowing down Isabella. Now we're going to be in a much better position to hit her here. She's gonna come down. We'll hit her with a leech. We'll drop the Darkwalker on her. And try to get our sweepers up here. The tank is still being a tank. The Free Company have been embroiled in the combat again. Not perfect. We're going to get the Knights of the Black Rose here. The Hochland Long Rifles are shooting right into Izzy. But the Vargeists are here now. Alright, let's get Sterling's Revenge shooting in. We need him on the Vargeists, not Isabella. Isabella is getting mauled pretty good. I have no idea where Vlad is. He might be, like, far away doing something else. And if so, then our gambit here to pull off the fast attack to one side is absolutely what is going to keep us in this match. Because if Vlad were here in the front line, well, we wouldn't have one. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't let the bats on me. Where did I send those? Anyway, we're not going to lose the whole... Oh, Vlad's all the way over there. Yeah, baby, we got this. We're fine. Look, it's not great that our artillery is sort of in disarray, but we're fine. This is okay. Isabella is going to get wrecked. That's going to make Vlad very sad. He'll be a sad Vlad. We need this guy over here to be fighting. It's probably Emmanuel. Yeah. Emmanuel Posner, she's a jerk. No, we don't want him over there. She's going to lose to the combined knights plus tank thing here. Yeah, there we go. Glorious! Alright. And then it'll be time to reconnect with ourselves here. Alright. Emmanuel's going to be crumbling really soon, and then we'll just we'll get our formations back together because Vlad's going to be charging across. Put the Hellstorm back on the artillery. Ah, yes. I thought they were on it. Yeah, they're still on it. They didn't get knocked off. The mortars. The mortars are who got knocked off. Oh, yeah, the damage. Ha ha ha. Hellstorm coming in clutch. No, we don't want the Tercio there. We want it over this way. Oh, yeah, now we're talking. You know, the tank, that's what all my earlier runs were missing. It was the tank. I really... And the Knights of the Black Rose. I didn't pay attention to the recruitment coming from the Gardens of Moor. You know, and plus, you know, it's a lot of stuff. More practice with the army a little bit, because we're not playing well, but we are playing dramatically better than we had been, right? And here, just our opening gambit split their army and their focus pretty wonderfully. We finally have some upgrades in the artillery and gunnery school, which we hadn't been getting in the other things. You know, it's just basically campaign and battle improvements, plus we turned the difficulty down, which helped us, you know, secure them. And of course, we've got our restock going on, so now for the first time, oh yeah, look at the damage. The Hochland long rifles coming in clutch. Monstrous impact, slowing them down just so much. And Elspeth wants the smoke because she's got the thing to give her the resistance at the moment. We're going to hit the coach with a leech because it's around. And now we're going to see the power of Imperial gunpowder. Oh yeah, that's a lot of damage. Oh, now finally the army does what I desire. And Vlad is like in the trees somewhere. He is messed up. He is crying a river about Isabella, which I don't mean to dismiss. Like, they're evil vampires, but they do like each other rather a lot. And I think it's very sweet. Look, if Vlad and Isabella were anybody else, they would be an inspiring couple. It's just, there's something about them that I can't quite shake. I think they're evil. And there we go. We get right there in the middle of the purple sun. Don't you come and wash away the rain. I know those aren't the words. They are now. And we might be able to just army lost Vlad, which is, after all, the dream. Finally not friendly firing too much. Elspeth's taking a little bit more than we want here. But she's got regeneration, so we just need to push through here. If your room had not played by the eye, he'd been running through my army himself. Yeah, if he were a real person, you know, I don't think a real vampire player could have lost this battle to me. Certainly not if they were in any way experienced with the ways of vampirism. Like, you chumps really want to clump up on me? I am from the school of dropping magic on my own head. This is how I learned to play this game. Get wrecked. And he is just way there in the background. Like, is he coded as a wizard? Because it says he's a wizard? Does the game think that Vlad von Karstein is a wizard? Vlad von Karstein is, as you know, a menace. He's not even juiced right now. He's got 20 fizz resist, which is rough. But he's not even juiced right now. He'd only have the word save from his item. Which is 60%, which is dumb. But anyway, he gets army lost. I regret nothing. Look, a lesser version of me would have just hit auto-resolve on this. If I wasn't playing in public, I might have done it. Vlad doesn't get a dragon. Vlad never gets a dragon. Vlad is always on foot. He never gets a mount. It's Manfred who gets the dragon. Isabella also never gets a dragon. But of the legendary lords, yeah, it's only Manfred who gets it. And that's the reason Vlad's so terrifying, is if he were on a dragon, he would be a bigger target, and then you could knock him down with artillery or gunpowder. But Vlad stays small forever, and the AI, because he doesn't have a mount, won't give him one. And then he just gets bigger and bigger, scarier stats. He's this tiny, regenerating monster. He's got really good animations, and he can't be shot by missile fire, which is why, like, Valkia is good. Any small character that has to stay small as a legendary lord that is a menace becomes dramatically stronger than they would otherwise be. Like, even somebody like Aranessa, by the AI, they'll always put her on a mount, so you can always shoot her up. But we get a 20% replenishment boost. Baller. And we now defeated Vlad. We get a very good wound recovery time. And a couple excellent things.
Elspeth von Draken.
This dude can, like, use a lot of these pretty solid things that we've got. So we're going to... You always want to check, because it won't, like, always automatically assign ancillaries. And then, like, sometimes you'll be sitting there and, like, you'll have a, oh, this would let me move a lot faster type of thing. And then you just don't even see it. Like, reserve capacity 18 is pretty good. Income 1% is not that good. Frostfire Gem is good, though. And they're just taking it off. We're going to burn some items together. Give me something blue. Book of Assure. I mean, that'll be better than Forbidden Rod for me because I'm dumb. And 25% target range is very good for, like, Spirit Leeching and such. We've already got an Armored Silvered Steel. Now, we could take it off and burn them together and hope to get, like, an even better thing. And, hey, why not? Boom, baby. And now we will put the Trickster's helm on her and the Gambler's armor to him. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. And she, of course, is now on her dragon, so we now have 8,000 hit points and a small barrier. And it is about to be a party up in here. Now, she doesn't have a combat line, right? Which is not wonderful, but it'll be fine. We're going to take this for cheaper everything. And then soon enough, we'll be able to take the red route. It's all coming together. And then machinist preparations, which will... It'll have the ammunition switch for short range. Okay, it'll be like a miniature grape shot thing. Faith Bastion. This ability is the ward save thing. Okay, so excellent. We'll just have to remember to use it, you know. You know, and actually, look, the AI should have done way better there, but it feels really good to win the fight against Vlad, and that's when the dragon shows up, you know. Not least because I could have been a coward about it. I mean, I couldn't have. I wouldn't be able to look myself in the eye. Yeah, no yellow and dragon region and cheaper suns, yeah, because again, like, yeah, that's a better way of putting it. Because all you gotta do is get a little bit of defensive stats or not. And regen with 8k HP pretty soon just takes care of itself. For the first time, I'm feeling good about this campaign. Even though we're not in, like, great shape. And again, I don't think Festus can beat Nuln. I don't think he can. Let's buy a Lord here. A Lord helps a lot. Let's buy a Master Engineer Lord that'll help us with something. Do we have anyone that'll, like, help us build things? That would be good. Well, that's a cool trait, but we're not going to give him that kind of army. I think the Art Collector is better than for the actual fight. I don't know which they would care about. But we'll take the Weapon Master one. And hey, we get 1,000 gold for it anyway. And maybe that'll dissuade Festus from showing up here. And maybe it won't. But also, this will... We need to get the control up, and that'll let us figure out what the trait from that thing is, because it could be good. And if it is, then we're going to have to park Elspeth there and other people there to try to get it. No, we don't have the money to spend here getting this, do we? But it'll be more trouble there not to have it. But things are going okay, you know. What's the worst that'll happen? It would be if Durthu declared on us. But he's not mad at us about, like, basically anything. And it's only on hard, and we only have the one province, so maybe it'll be okay. We're going to go, like, here, like here. We've got the Alliance for the replenishment, and we're just going to go to ambush. Hopefully Peter will make a bad move because of that, and if not, then we'll just come in here and pop them next turn. Alright. Now, we can't recruit Demis from this place, so I think we just... Yeah, we just need to get normal stuff there and just try not to get Dotternbach raided. Because Wissenberg, that's going to be the vulnerable one. But as soon as we sort out this problem, I mean, what's Fed's just going to do? Bypass Nuln and go there? I mean, he could. But in the event that he does move past Nuln, we can fast travel there and then maybe get around? I don't know. We'll work it out, or not.
Arena and known.
Do we have another upgrade? We do! Alright, so we could get another projectile for the rockets, but we want exploding ammunition for tanks, don't we? Don't we? Missile strength frigate cannons or exploding... Yeah, we want exploding ammunition for tanks.
Death is forged.
Oh, I think it actually doesn't work for this one, though.
Fist guardian.
Maybe it does. I didn't see it in the listing of the things. Oh, it's right there. I'm like, that's where it is. I'm like, because that's the volley gun. I think maybe that one's from this expansion. Because that's like a Hellblaster volley gun mounted on a tank, which they didn't used to have, I don't think. It is very awesome. Man, imagine being the Chaos Dwarves and thinking you know what's up, and then you roll in and they've got that. Which I believe is the Tamarkon story. Or part of it. Alright, yes. And basically as good a result as could be hoped for. We put the Lord there. They attack. I'm not defending this manually. I don't care. And we just win it. Yeah, like, that's hysterical, right? We get the trait. We knock out their legendary lord in battle. We get 4 levels on the hero. Looks like the Barrow Legion is doing just fine over on that side. That's not excellent. Yeah, so 5 replenishment and 15 vigor loss. Yeah, it's actually kind of awesome. But we don't want him on the Warhorse because it really just makes him vulnerable to attack. Here we what? We do the control thing? No, that's dumb. I mean, we need him to actually like be a proper lord if we wanted to give him an army. If we wanted to give him an army, but do we want to give him an army? Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, we'll just do this and then we'll because we just we need to pump the public order up so he can be useful for that this run. I don't think Festus will come back and fight next round and beat us. He might. He might. If he does, then I'll be, you know, very sad, especially since I could teleport home and save us. But I think with that army, I think they'll just run away. And now we get to fight Vlad again. Of course, he doesn't have Izzy. She'll be elsewhere. That's the thing about Vlad, is it is just whack-a-mole forever. But we can give him regen, and he's got Seed of Rebirth, right? So this will give him, like... because they're independently different abilities. So he'll get both. That'll make him more weak to fire, but that's fine. And we can give that guy Burning Head. Yeah. And Elspeth will give her the flaming attacks, because that'll be the thing that we want. And that'll help us with Vlad anyway, because he regenerates. And she'll, of course, be on a dragon. And, you know, we're going to do it. It's not going to be like that compelling of a thing, but it'll be a demonstration of what the modern army looks like, with purple suns dropping on things, with absolute terror. Because again, like, I can just sit in the sky and Spirit Leech Vlad to death. I can just cycle charge him. Oh, Luke, Also, when I fought the big siege in Faldorf, I finally remembered that you can manually shoot the artillery, so I actually got a lot of value out of the rocket batteries. I shot up a bunch of the Black Knights, and they had a Master Necromancer instead of the Strigoi Lord, or like a more combat-oriented Lord, but it went well. Alright, so we don't want to go up. You never want to run uphill. You sort of get locked into, yep, the siege. All to the better, because it's, you know, theoretically we could run up that side. We're probably not going to. We're probably going to have a big old blob fight and maul him. Oh my goodness. Just look at her, though. The Dark Lady Unknown. Oh, this is what it's all about here. I've never had a battle with her on the dragon before. I'm so pumped. She's such a champion. Oh man. Ah me. Hey IDK, how are you? And of course we've got the restock ability here, and not anywhere else, but oh wow, yeah. So that ability shot his missile strength up to 1.2k, and then the other one is, I guess, the same sort of thing, but at closer range. Really, really good stuff. But anyway, so he's going to be able to hang out here with the Artie. The Blessed Warders are going to be great, because like with restock, you can get so much damage in a siege before any of your foes are going to do anything about it. We're going to turn fire at will off here. Actually, we could help, right? We could help? Yeah, we could help shoot down the towers. Anyway, we just need to move everybody over here, because we can do other stuff slightly later, you know. You just got to have everybody on that side. And let the cheese begin! So we'll let the Hellstorm shoot at anything, we'll let the Blessed Mortar shoot at anything, and we'll let Elspeth... I was like, crossbows! Oh, Sylvanian crossbowmen. But, so, we now have the Coruscating Blast, which we're not going to use. We're just gonna charge on these guys on the wall. Get him, Elspeth. Oh, yeah. Landing right on the ground. She don't care. Oh, you want to charge me? You don't. Purple Sun. So, as you know, I am a very bad player, and that is why I delight in stuff like this. Now we're talking. You know, this is more my speed. This is what I think the game is. You know. And we're just going to pop onto this one real quick. They don't even have anyone on the wall. Alright, time to start setting up groups. No, we need this guy back here with the artillery. He gives them buffs. And ammunition. But yes, face the jaws of death indeed. Because, like, again, she doesn't have to fear anyone at all. Oh, and it gets rid of magical weapons. That is very nice. Her little aura thing does. Because we could just drop a sun right here. And it'll pop some stuff. It's not as good as it could be if we waited for more things to be embroiled. But, you know, ride the Amethyst Wind. She's just having a party. This is the beginning of the end of challenging battles against our opponents. Oh, because she's got the physical resist thing. Yeah, didn't even lose a barrier. We could pop Darkwalker, because of course with Darkwalker, she gets the Fizz resist. And then her aura drops the magical weapons of things around her, which I didn't even think of the implications of until like right now. So yeah, just an absolute party. And now we can move all of the artillery forward. Because she totally doesn't have to respect anyone, you know? She's just like, look at me, I'm a dragon. I walk around and do dragon things. I eat individual skeleton. Yum! Ah, it's so glorious. Show me more. Show me more, yes! Now, is this a fair fight? What's fair between lions and men? Between dragons and ants? We didn't even lose the barrier there. Alright, now it looks like we've finally taken a little bit of HP damage off of these schools. It'll be fine. Free Company Militia, getting some shots in. Oh, the gatehouse is already popped. Well, you know, probably because we have Fire at Will on. I don't think that the artillery will shoot, like, at walls normally. If you had to throw a dragon, you wouldn't respect some lousy skellies either. Yeah, for sure, man. For sure. Here's our Darkwalker. Oh, I'm so glad I gave the campaign another chance and tried to be smarter and turn the difficulty down. Because after all, I'm not very good. So why behave as though I am? Why not figure out a way to get a big regenerating hero and ride into battle on the back of it? That's a corpse cart, alright. I was like, is that a mortis? No, it's not. So you could just like force like a weird shot like here, and it'll try, you know, like it'll really little engine that could it. You just got to make sure that you don't accidentally have someone inside or in front of it. Because unlike other artillery, the Hellstorm is like, wait, you want me to shoot where, boss? Gotcha, boss. Those are just zombies, so it's a bad example, you know, of what we could do here. But, you know, they just... So that was a lot of what we were doing, you know. They try to sit on that hill, and then you can... Because it won't shoot there, but you can force it to shoot there. And then, you know, they try to get back up there to reposition or whatever. And then, you know, you go to town. There we go. We get our ward save on. We pop all the buffs. Oh, he gets a bound spell for a Shield of Faith. And then also a Faith Bastion? He gets 2 of them? Oh, one's just for him. Okay. So we're trying to get our guys around to get on the wall here. It may be a bad idea, but we're trying. Of course, what's a bad idea? We're on a dragon. We're just going to drop a huge, an elite purple sun right here. The guy's not in combat, so they do know the difficulty. They're like, oh, I don't want to do that. See, that's the difference between very hard and normal. On normal... affects allies in range. Usually those abilities affect yourself too. I'll check it next time we pop it. But if so, then that would be like a 50% ward save plus that in his item, which is very good indeed for a lot of applications. Alright, so we tried to move these guys in. It's not going to work. Okay, the Hellstorm rocket battery is trying to go inside the walls now. That's pretty funny. We're gonna get the yeah, this is just too fun. Because, you know, we're so strong, and they want to loop up on us, but they don't have, like, any of the tools they would need to pop a dragon, and then, you know, Purple Sun. Okay, this is why people say Elspeth campaign is easy. They get to level 16. Now I get it. Because, man, what a power spike, right? It's like having a whole nother army. It is exactly like having a whole nother army. Because all this other good stuff we have in here, they're not even doing anything. Buna still costs 16, but the Purple Sun costs 7. 7. Oh my goodness. I wonder if you can steal Black Periaps from the vampires. That would be nice. Alright, so here we pop both the buffs. The answer is no. The answer is yes. The answer is they both go on. Dude, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like this guy for the army, you know. Him and one of the blocks with, like, some more frontline focus dudes. And if we get the Tatter Souls, they'll be good. Yeah, you say cheap Purple Sun's perfect form for sure. Slow clumps, crumbles and rounding. Always goes fine. Yeah, because you get so much out of it, you know. They won't ever run. Oh no, the handgunners. They're in combat. They won't ever run. And we still have 3 of the breath. I think they nerfed her breath a couple of times, dude. When this dragon first had breath, it was like they banned it in competitive tournaments, or thought about it. They may not have done it, but they were thinking about it because it could take like a whole half of like a Lord's bar away. Just like it was so bonkers. This is like just skeletons, and then too when we have Elspeth in the tank, shoulder to shoulder. You can pop your fiery AoE thing, which won't hurt her much at all. Talk about overkill, baby. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but we're just going to keep on being totally smart people that are trying to get our handgunners on the wall. Please just go up there, guys. Won't you go up there? They won't. Alright, they're taking way too much casualties. Let's, no, they're finally getting up there. Yes! Get on the wall! Oh yeah, and we finally got gunpowder units onto the wall on the other siege too, and that was good. Yeah, because Shield of Faith, I mean, like, a 20% ward save that's big, you know, that can be really good, especially if I remember, you know. There's a lot of times when, if you can just reduce the damage for a little bit, you can start getting somewhere. But I guess we're just going to leave Vlad over there to crumble again. Because, again, why bother? Elspeth with 859 kills. Oh, the humanity. How many of them are zombies? Doesn't matter. Don't ask. You don't want to know. Alright, the handgunners are in great shape here. We're going to move them over there and then get these iron sides on the wall if possible. The mortars are firing in. They are blessed mortars, of course, so you never have to worry about them hurting you. But it's still sort of hard for them to find targets all the time. But yes, my desire to win campaigns is now assuaged. So now I'm thinking on the very hard campaign, it would be dramatically harder to win a bunch of fights, but you don't need to win difficult fights to level up. We could just basically take any diplomatic hits we had to take, knowing that when we get to level 16, we'll be able to do this anytime, any old hour. Because we know no matter what, we're going to get 7 wins Purple Sun. We're going to get this huge dragon. You won't always get 100 points of barrier, but you don't need it. I mean, how much has she healed this battle? Doesn't matter. We got our battle priest, who's got double regen, which is so nice, you know, like, I mean, seed only works in melee, but that's still, like, he's often going to be in melee, and then it improves his healing cap as well, so that's going to be nice, just very nice. And I would love to be fighting against Festus with this army now, where we got, like, fire damage on Elspeth, and the ability to just drop into a clump and not, you know, die. And you know what that means. It's time for Vlad. And you know what that really means. It's time to shoot him with magic missiles. See, I don't know, I don't like defending, but you think it'd make it really easy to hold a bunch of provinces. Might be able to hold 3-1 just for, like, the barrier. And then, like, because the Gardens of Moor give you, like, a bunch of stuff. Yeah. I often don't like defending because I feel like I can't, like, do a good job, so it's like, what's the point? But yeah, so just... Oh, he's army lossing right now, right? Yeah. But still, like, you know, we're going to drop in and take, like, some damage. It'll be fine. It's about the cinema. We know we'll win the fight. And now, finally... Elspeth and Vlad meet in glorious battle. And he's actually not going to be able to put the hurt on her too bad because she's got her physical resist popped. But I wouldn't be playing like this otherwise. So look, he's already back in full health. Maybe he's not getting army lost. Anyway, he's already back at full health. We're going to run away now. So that's Vlad, you know. We took down 2,000 HP. He invoed himself, and with his healing and everything, he's already all the way back up at full. Oh, and then you teleport out. Okay, yeah. Now I understand. The gardens. I read gardens as garrisons. Because, yeah, just like one hit, and you see already, you know, it just takes a second fighting Vlad. And he'll hit you like twice. So that was 2 hits. You know, that wasn't 1. I think it was 2. It might have just been 1. Maybe I lied. And I'm like, wait, no, why did I give that order? We don't want all of our army to charge in at him. I've played this game before. Don't do that. He's a vampire. Almost losing almost everybody. And now he's getting army lost. Oh yeah, and the priest is going to be like, oh, it was me that got him. I slayed Vlad von Karstein. We're going to pop the buffs, because even at the very end, he could do like 1,000 damage to you. Boom, baby! And that is how to win a nice, clean, cheesy siege. I am thinking too, I'm like, man, Gotrek has all those abilities that gives your army like random buffs against who you're fighting and all that other good stuff too. So maybe we need to start thinking about doing that Gotrek and Felix battle, especially now that I have this very strong army. Of course, I think that battle is like tricky. Like you gotta like get up there and protect them, which you aren't super good at. But there we go. Yeah. So now we get the real Madman. We get even more discount for the spells, and we get the spell mastery augment, which means and Jurgig Jaeger Corpse. Hergig Jaeger Corpse. The ROR Hochland Long Rifles. I know they're good, but what do they do? What's special about them? Oh, they have Black Powder Discipline. Oh, well, so they just sit still for a while and then they you know shoot a ton better. And then they've got Shield Breaker also. So and armor. Yeah, just a better unit all around. And we have access to a bunch of RORs now. These silver bullets we should probably have in the army. But what do we draw for them? When do we get Tattersouls? Level 20. They make you wait so long for this unit. It's really good, though. It's a really good unit. Because normal flagellants are 120, but Tattersouls have 160 models. So it's like as many models as zombies, but, you know, much better stats. Well, than zombies start with. Sometimes they get nutty. And there's a landship ROR as well to target, and war wagons with hellblasters. Like there's a bunch of good stuff as we level up further. All right, that went incredibly well. There's no one to recruit here, so the only thing that we would want to do is maybe get rid of a handgunner for the silver bullets, or get rid of the long rifle for the ROR long rifle. But it's better to keep the ROR out of your army so that you can get it when you need it, unless you think that you'll need it for the battle. Because like right now, the vampires don't have any strong armies left, I don't think. Yeah, don't tell me about this guy. Give me the button where you don't tell me about this guy. Franz is going around. He's got to be very happy with, you know, our progress and our gunnery school. Well, we've got one more thing unlocked. We could get these things that we don't like use in our army, but oh wow, disoriented for the skirmish cavalry would be sick, and a restock ability with 2 uses. Wow, okay. Why didn't I read all these things? Why didn't I read all these things? That's really solid. Because so if you just have like 2 pistoliers together, they can restock each other. And, yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, there's no space in the army for any, though, is the problem. We could get another army eventually. I think we should just save up the munitions, though, for the things that we're currently using, because another rocket would be fine, but really like missile strength there, or snipe and stock would be, yeah, because if we get stock and snipe, then they won't even be able to see the Sutzen's gun mortars, or mortars in the other army. We can just leave them somewhere and like not even defend them? Maybe. That's my power fantasy, is not having to defend my stuff. Alright, so now we can get to Conduit, which, so Arcane Conduit just gives you recharge faster at this point. I think we'll just save that. We don't want to overcast Purple Suns, I don't think. Well, it lasts twice as long, but it is like 6 more wins. I don't know. Well, I think we want to get, like, our red line going, but we need route marcher first, because movement is better than all the other things. And I hated not getting it, but it was really important that we get our skills where they were. I thought it was anyway. Alright, so we're going to take Fleet O Foot, and he gets the Soulfire Bombardment at rank 15, and that's just like you get to use it whenever. And what's Benediction do? Heal? No, it's a leadership. It's just a passive leadership thing. Oh, pretty good. We're going to take the Tenacity for the hit points. No, we'll take Armor. Eventually he'll get everything.
Wielder of the pale side.
Ever vigilant.
Wissenland can wait.
Yeah, Scrag, don't you aggress me. I agree. Does anybody have, like, feelings about Scrag? Yeah, I think they're all fine with it. I don't want to, like, alienate somebody. If Bellegarde declares on me because of this... I'd get over it. Festus is back at Nuln. Oh no! Well, we might actually have to defend it then. I mean, if we sally out, we could try to do the battle ourselves. What do we have here? A bunch of beat up units, but 20 of them, and he's just got 10? I mean, yeah, we should be able to do that, right? Can we fast travel home while somebody is besieging it? You're joking. Alright, no, we can't teleport right now. Because it's under siege, probably. But anyway, we could build a garden like here, and then just like keep on building them. But you only get 5, I think. So, You could just try to win this fight. Just try to win this fight against the Exalted Heroes in Nurgle on horseback. And Giants and Furies. But, I mean, what do we have? We would have a ton of halberds, a couple great swords, Grail Knights, 3 mortars, a bunch of hand... I mean, yeah, we should be able to win that, right? Yeah, we should be able to win that. We should. Yeah, I mean, if I can't win this, who am... I mean, that's only like 3 units of a front line besides the... Yeah, this should be fine. Why am I, like, not even... It says the auto attack is bad, but I'm like, no, look at what's going on. That giant is going to melt to handgunner fire. The Furies will have no purchase against freaking Grail Knights, which are, of course, amazing units. That's actually such an awesome, like, random thing to have here. Because Grail Knights are, yes, you see, huge charge bonuses. They're Knights of Bretonnia, so they're going to have the Blessing of the Lady, which gives them 50% ward save before they break. They got the melee attack. They got armor piercing, anti-large, like... I don't know. Probably ought to hide the Archlector. Does he have Rancid? From the Exalted Heroes. Yeah, good call. And he does have Rancid, yeah. Archlector back there in the woods. He'll come out to fight if the accident needs, but if you sally forth, the garrison always is on the battlefield with you, I think. But yeah, we just need the mortars in a spot where they'll... Because this is going to rain down on our foes. It's going to be great. This is... I'm actually kind of pumped about this. I'm like, these fools... This feels great, though. I mean, sure, the guy's already beat Festus before, but now we'll actually earn it. And the Grow Reliquary gives that to even my guys. Oh, that's awesome. ITP and the bonus, like, yeah, this is a sick little setup here. And if Festus wants to be precious and hang out back there, he's gonna see that. All right, first of all, we need these guys on the Plague Bears and Nurgle. That's the problem, not all these other jokers. Boom, baby. And now the Fury's going right into the crossfire, or rather, the direct fire. And they're going to try to dive on here, but, you know, we've got the Great Swords to reinforce, so they won't get on there too long. Oh, man, that's rough. That was, oh, my, there's... Oh, jeez. I was not paying attention to this. Oh, it's a chariot character. Oh, that's really bad to be not paying attention to. Anyway, we need all of these guys shooting at him. I might be about to lose, even though I thought we were going to do fine. Yep, we're just getting run over. This Exalted Hero is just... Oh, my goodness. Oh, what a bad player. What a bad player indeed. At least the Grail Knights are, like, actually going to be good against him. And now the worst of possible circumstances, the Chaos Giant not getting shot by powder. Please let the Halberds catch him. Just if the Halberds catch him, we'll be okay. He's not taking the bait. We need to back up here. We very much need to get... Because again, like, our mortars hitting the Plague Bears is fine. We don't need to worry about the mortars being alive. We just need to shoot this Chaos Knight, like, right now, please. There we go. And then get the Great Swords into the melee fight. If we can get these guys to shoot Festus, he's small, which is, of course, a problem. But now we've got this Exalted Hero is tied up with Halberds, and the other one's tied up with Halberds and Knights. So now we're good. Now we've got it. Because, you know, Festus has his healing elixirs on, so he's not even doing his Mortis, and we're about to turn into the Empire. Yeah, there you go. We held against an army half of our size. Hey, look, I'm learning, okay? And importantly, if these heroes weren't, you know, if these heroes weren't immortal, then they're not level 20 probably. They're gonna die, and because of the way the game is, they are unlikely to embed in Festus's army again. When you get rid of an army that starts with like some big bad heroes, and you pop it, like, we might really be working out here. Faith, Steel, and Gunpowder, baby. Faith, Steel, and Gunpowder, led by the Archlector who, you know, preached at him. And, you know, this Grail Knight, that's a really good thing to have in this garrison, man. Can't wait to see what the trait is. Oh my god, what if it gives you Blessing of the Lady? Stop, I shouldn't dream. I shouldn't dream like that. What if it gives you Blessing of the Lady, though? Agent Lord Croak, exactly. You know, like, you just get him out of that army one time. And we will kill the captives. This will also have the benefit of improving the experience of the garrison. At least for a while. And Urkel here runs away. Now, unfortunately, we didn't... Oh, man, that... I shouldn't have ended the battle. We didn't wound him on the battlefield map, so they did... Oh, man, you know, that's a little rough. It's fine. It's a little rough, though. Because we didn't wound him on the battlefield map, so the army didn't get entirely eliminated, so they're still going to be in it when he gets it. So we lose a little bit of momentum there. It's fine, though. It'll be okay.
Wielder of the pale side.
You say you don't mean to go... You're pretty sure it does get Blessed Lady? Dude, that is... An army of Blessed Dragon Slayers. That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, because that's a location that I've seen in a different game, which means it can be somewhere else. So if you get that like on a Malachi campaign, dude, can you imagine? Gotrek and Felix with the Blessing of the Lady on top of it all? Dreams. Of course, I can get Gotrek and Felix in this campaign. And that means... No. I don't know if this army would be good for that map, though, because it's like... You know, we could try it, and if we lost, we could keep on retrying it. I'm not, like, not retrying a map if I screw up too bad. Look, this isn't a very hard campaign. This is a hard campaign. We're learning. What do we do here? We continue pushing Vlad out because the back should be broken on the Fecundites? Yes. And of course, we're going to get a whole bunch of free experience, which is going to be, you know, amazing. We're going to be wanting to give this... I mean, it is Averheim. We should give it back to them. But maybe just pumping Franz up would be good. And no, I mean, you can't... I mean, he's an Elector Count. We've been allies a long time. And he's willing to pay more.
Very well.
And, I mean, he's the Elector Count of Averheim. And, you know, I hate it when they immediately build an outpost somewhere that you don't care about and then, like, it disappears. Blessed Dragon Slayers. Oh, that's pretty sick. Alright, now we get our control up. We should have taken Blessed Hammer as Sigmar. But it'll be okay, because what we really need is to get this control thing sorted out. That's what really matters. Alright, so this will make all knights 3% cheaper eventually, which means we should get it eventually. We've got 16k right now. We've made a bunch of money recently from these battles and such, and so we're in a good spot. I mean, really, I've never felt so promising about a campaign. Oh, Carl can't build an outpost anywhere else. Ah, okay. Because I've already got the outposts and the... Okay, yeah. It's like, I don't... I want to sell that to people. I don't want to... So actually, this could be a good thing to hold on to, because the moot gives you growth in all provinces. You know, it gives you stuff. The pasture is good. It just...
Amethyst Majesty.
I don't want to worry about holding on to it, and it's a whole province for the purpose of making the AI nervous about you. So with our money, do we now want to take one of the techs that costs like 7k? We could get more electrocount things.
So keen to meet
He wants a gift or he's going to declare war. There's only one of them. He does have a vassal. We don't want another war right now, though. He's already at war with Kislev. This will upset them moderately if we pay him. I think we just pay him so that we can focus our attentions. He's very far away, and it's not very much money. I don't love it, but I think that's the move. I hate ever paying them when they threaten you, especially when it's chaos and you know that they're not going to act right anyway. I'm like, where are the top knots? Okay, they're up there. That's all right then.
Amethyst Mage.
Of course, Strika is, you know, working with us too, but we're just going to pop here to Schwarzhaven, burn it down. No, not burn it down. We're going to sell it.
For Sigmar. Their end is inevitable. Von Draken.
Greetings from Sigmar.
If that's how much money you'd give me, I'll just give it to you, man. So I'll probably lose it to Vlad next turn anyway. This is a terrible army for Vlad, but of course, it's actually a great army for Vlad. Let me explain. So because of the way that balance of power works, if it's low enough, Vlad won't even care that all of his army is gone. And if it's like all zombies, because the game will be like, oh, Vlad doesn't even gonna get army lost. And then you have to deal with him. Then you're gonna have a bad time.
Dark Lady of Nuln.
Horde Dread Torturous. We don't have to, like, care about him at all, because he is going to be, you know, off torturousing some other stuff. Oh, there's... Oh, because that's right. I'm like, they have the Special Battle College. Oh. It's already been long enough. Well, you know what that means. It's time for another tank. So what do we ditch for the tank? Can you get more than one of these into an army? You gotta be able. What do we get rid of for the tank? The Free Company Militia? Because a tank's like a front line, but it's better. It's a tank. It's got 175 armor. You know, it doesn't have a lot of melee defense, but it's got a lot of HP. You can make a mistake with it for a while, and then it's a tank. So yeah, I think we dropped the Free Company.
Your time may be at an end. Weaving weapon and magic is sure.
I would love another Susan's guns, but I don't see the space in the army for it. I do absolutely see the space for 2 Emperor's Wraths. I appreciate that. I would have a whole stack of these things if I could. It actually might be boring, but you know.
Wielder of the Pale.
When's that ever mattered to anyone? Alright, now we've got 600. Which means we can get the second one of these things, which will be another rocket or stock on the mortar. We just need one of them, and then we can get to the next tab. Are we ever going to get one of these things? Abstractly, I would like to have a war wagon. I just don't know if it makes sense for this army.
There are few deadlier machines.
And now we've unlocked the Amethyst Armory, so you can get mortars with Buna inside of them. And then, like, nukes. And it's a, yeah, this is a rocket that does 11,000 range damage. Okay. Okay. Holy Dragon finishes flat off over the intern, and then I can reclaim Altdorf for Plebiscite for Carl. Yeah, because you know, if we could just zoom home and get to Nuln, and then you know we can put Humpty Dumpty back together again. All right, so it's 1,000 schematics to get one of these. Each army can get a maximum of 5. So these guys can get this thing that makes them much better at charging, and then it'll give them stock and unspottable. Yeah. And then terror. Wow, that's a bunch of good stuff. All right, so for this it would give them more there, and then just pumps them up, and then Iron Resolve, which is that ability where they can't lose. Yeah, you know, we're definitely gonna have to. Man, this is now. You just gotta live. You just gotta live. You just got to live to get to level 16 and start unlocking stuff and get your dragon and start unlocking stuff, and then it's all okay. Ooh la la, ain't that a thing? In battles, enemy units in forest are revealed regardless of distance. Sick. Just really good. Lupio stacked the stuff, put in the Pale Scythe on her. I guess it didn't go on automatically, makes sense.
Amethyst Mage.
And we'll throw the Luckstone on him. Yeah, good stuff. Alright. Yeah, because Vlad's got, what, 2 towns? Nah, Drake is not around. Yeah, Drake ain't nowhere. But you know, the economy's in fine shape. We have 2 tanks plus like Elspeth on a dragon, so like the army is already like my kind of thing. We're already getting to the point where we've got the centerpieces, and now I can learn to play the game on the back of those centerpieces. Like Tamarkand, they give you Tamarkand turn 1, you know, he's already the center, but Elspeth is a squishy little wizard until she ain't anymore. She grows all the way up. Alright, importantly though, so Luggin 9 Fingers, this is going to be a battle and a half. So this is going to be a Savage Orc 20 stack. A real test. However, they are in March, which means they can't get away. And it looks like Vlad is somewhere, maybe... I don't know. And Isabella is off being on the campaign map hysterical. You know, you just got to beat that army one time. Alright, so we have here... Oh, no! Vlad was in ambush. Okay. All right. Well, the vampire army is not fast. Yeah, it still says you went. Yeah, you know, it's probably counting a lot of my power being linked into all of my super strong units, you know. Let's just see how that works. Alright, so Savage Orc Boys, and they got Savage Orc Biggins, so there's like 6 Cav units, really rough. Savage Orc Biggins over here, we're gonna want... Vlad isn't aggressive either since he's a wizard, yeah. And it's, you know, it's just a bit of fast attack and then a bunch of slow trash, so really all we gotta do is probably charge Elspeth right up the gut immediately, blob him and smash him, get him to fragment a little bit, and then mop it up. Probably. No, we don't want Sterling's Revenge out there, because we can get some shots and then run away a little bit on the tanks. We'll probably remember. Yeah, and we'll just back up like so. Alright. So tanks over there, we'll just let them go on that flank, basically. Seems bad. No, we'll attack the right flank and push them in this direction. Yes, seems better. Yeah, and then we'll clump in the middle. Tanks will collapse to the middle, and then we'll be able to get a crossfire potentially. We just need to get, you know, a devastating boost on them at the start. So we'll just go here, damage into the Savage Orc Boys till we can figure out where the biggins are at. We don't want to... Yeah, and this will at least, yeah... Oh, the biggins are on that side. The biggins are all on that side? Yep. That's alright. We're going to shoot at these biggins because, you know, they're a possible Elspeth danger. They have, like, 1 unit of ranged and, like, you know, again, like, we're getting their anti-large shot here. And I'm just going to put Elspeth right in the middle and drop the frickin' base on them. Vlad won't be able to get into the fight in time, and I seriously doubt they'll be able to tie her up to the degree that we won't be able to get out. We're going to let the cavalry keep on going because they'll get weird, and then we will be able to reposition. And yeah, I'm just gonna go, you know, ham, Lord Snipe. And, you know, maybe that'll be good. And because at the very least, it'll get them, like, a huge, you know, leadership penalty. And, so we just need to chomp them, like, a couple more times here. Because they're splitting around their line a little bit here. Just, yeah, there we go. I think, yeah, we're gonna... Oh, he shattered. That was a wasted leech, but hey. Okay, yeah. Well, at least we got into the air. You know, I forgot about the Storm of the Night, but I didn't forget what I can do now. No, we'll just run. Yeah, there we go. The, yeah, we need Elspeth on this side. Because that's going to be the flank that collapses super hard. That, oh yeah, and the tanks aren't doing anything. Yeah, but if Elspeth can drop here, yeah, they're not going to get the mobility. We'll be able to fragment them in the center, hopefully. Because there's no cab over there anymore. And the Hawkland long rifles are getting to open up. These guys need to fight, though. Please work. Because if they want to get in here, they're going to have to run through this purple sun, which is really going to put the work in. There we go. Now, Savage War boys are good against these knights, but we just need to get them out of, you know, this this attack here. Because Elspeth is enough to... Wait, yeah, we could just... No, they're about to run. Alright, good deal. Yeah, I have a plan! I have a plan, and it is to cast a Burning Head here, and then follow it up with an awesome, an elite, a huge, an amazing... Oh, right, the fast attack. Alright, let's pop the buffs. Alright, this flank is doing fine. Of course, Vlad is going to show up, and then we're not going to do fine anymore. So we just need to... Because right now... actually, no. We'll still do fine, right? Yeah. Oh, no, the Black Knights. I forgot about them. They collapse on the swordsman there. That's bad news, Bears. Sterling's Revenge at least can take a charge, but yeah, we're, at least the flagellants aren't going to break, right? Well, Elspeth cleans that side up. It's not going to help over much. She needs to get in there and start putting in the work on Vlad. If we can stop these guys from getting in on the long rifles, then we'll be okay, because they do good work. I just need them to not get messed with here. All right, there we go. We slow them down a little bit. We blunt the charge. That's very important, because if they don't get that charge bonus... Oh, no, the humanity. But it's all going fine, you know, because our back line is secure-ish. It is secured-ish. Oh, man, these... Oh, this is bad. This is real bad. They're getting around behind me there. And Isabella's fighting Vlad, which is stupid. Why am I doing this? I know you're not supposed to do this, but maybe if we can get it around. Nope, he's got Carstone Ring up. Oh, jeez. All right. What can we do here? Where are the foes? Right here. Yeah, it's all right there. Please tell me there's no friendlies there. That Purple Sun might pop a lot of damage. There we go. Good. Pops the Savage Orc Boar Boys. The Nuln Ironsides charge into melee. They are brave and dumb in that order. Hawkling Long Rifles just need to back up a little bit and get into it. We're going to vent the steam tanks once and twice. That's going to do a big old bunch of damage. Oh yeah, this is going fine. Sigmar's son's about to pop, but you know, they fought bravely. They did us proud. Vlad going down here. The handgunners in combat with zombies feels bad. Flagellant's almost certainly gonna pop. There's one single flagellant alive there. But hey. To war. So the orc is in... the orc was in the stance to, you know, march, so he'll get eliminated. Vlad is an undead army, so they are eliminated. That is the one very good thing about beating vampires, is at least, you know, that army doesn't need to be chased off the battlefield. We're going to keep on gunnerying things, because for all I know... Oh, wow, Elspeth getting hit in the air by artillery. I was like, for all I know, we can still get schematics for this in the aftermath of it. But we're just going to wait for a little bit because Elspeth needs to regenerate her HP. You know, she gets 8 a second. It doesn't take too long. I guess we don't really need to... But yeah, like... So we lose the Flagellant, and we'll lose the Sigmar's son, probably. I think at that many models that they will be lost. But it's possible since we won that we'll be able to replenish the Sigmar sons. I don't think the single Flagellant will go, but... Is there any happier zealot in the service of Sigmar than the 119 that fell? As unhappy as the single surviving Flagellant is. You know, the line held pretty well. The Knights got their damage, you know, it does, yeah, and Elspeth got 700 kills, so I guess that's what you have to do to win. Yep, everybody else just sort of exists. Yeah, I'm thinking here of, like, you know, maybe the Elspeth army doesn't need all this artillery and stuff. Maybe you just run with Elspeth and a couple invisible dudes, and then your other army can have all the nice stuff. And the Sigmar sons do last, although we lose the Flagellants. And we unlock the Rexar and the Tattersouls. So, you know, at least the Tattersouls are with us. Now, none of the armies around us want any of this smoke. So we don't have to worry about, like, how we're sort of caught out a little bit in the middle of the place. We're all good. But yes, that battle was indeed a wonderful revenge for the indignities of the past. And with this sight, you get 40% more AP damage at the end, so that's probably pretty big.
Amethyst,
And here's our Soulfire Bombardment.
join me for the pillars of the world.
And we get, 600 of the things. We need a K to get one of these, and we absolutely want to start seeing how that's going to be. Because we're getting Rifled Barrels next turn, which is going to be a big, big power spike for all of those dudes. Schwarzhaven we can sell to Karl Franz for some money. Because now the vampires are more than on the back foot. They are on the way out. And then, the south is probably fine. Belagar is like kind of a bro. We could pay him $4 grand for a trade agreement. That's a bit steep, ain't it? But Karakern is happy with us. Durthu is happy with us. Like, for right now, Karakadrin... Karazakarak, not Karakadrin. Karakadrin is happy with us too, though. Yeah, we're the south is okay. Although the Imperial Authority is low. Everything is sort of going fine. There's Altdorf, but we're gonna deal with that really soon. There's not a lot left in the tank for our foes. But now they're trying to mess with my heroes. That is the one thing that the vampires can do. They can send Isabella as a hero to mess with your guys. She tried to assassinate Lupio. That would have been a tragedy. Heyo, now we're talking. Look at that. We researched a technologies, getting me the Talisman of Preservation, and just in time.
Dark Lady
Boom, baby. And now she's rocking a 28% ward save. We'll throw Fencer's Blades on him. A 10-10 is totally solid.
Amethyst Guardian.
She's already got the Book of Assure, which is just fine. Oh, wait. We didn't want him to have that. He can have those, though.
Von Draken, wielder of the pale scythe.
Inside chunk by Songs of Sigmar. Ah, that was what it was. Armors are sort of expendable. It's such a weird spot to be in for me emotionally, because they're so good, but you can just get them back instantly. So it's like, a 9 chevron swordsman is in its way more desirable than a Sigmar's Son, because that takes time and a Sigmar's Son doesn't. But we already have almost double strength or missile strength listed, because it's like 17 when you start a campaign, and it's already to 32 here on the handgunners, so only a matter of time until we start talking real damage. Can I get to Templehof? No, so we're gonna... Yeah, Burned here. Burned's not gonna be able to get anywhere, I don't think. I think Marius is gonna take care of him. So yeah, we hit Needling, and then, oh yeah, Vlad's there again. Of course, Vlad always comes back. That's his trait. Vlad the Eternal. And here, so we could get Grundle's Defenders, but I think we're just going to go with Tattersouls, so we have another unbreakable stopgap for the front of one of the lines. Because you put Sigmar Sons in front of one of the boxes, and then, the Tattersouls in the other, and then at least, that front is going to be fine for like a while. It takes a long time, if you don't Purple Sun your own guys, for them to run out of HP in that context. But soon enough, we will unlock an amethyst thing,
This to mage.
and then we'll be talking. Yep, the wars are about to start going better. Alright, so we could take these things. Now, these are fine techs, but you don't, like, really need them. Do we take diplomatic relations with the dwarves, and then... Yeah, see, I don't really care about that. I mean, it makes it faster to recruit, but encourage, like, who cares? It's just, like, a leadership buff, which is fine, like, theoretically, but you don't need it. Here, we'll take the improved cav armor. At least one level of it. That'll be 15 armor and missile resist, and then we might move over here to the artillery boosts here in a second. Although the infantry armor would be good, too.
Knowledge is crucial for our elucidation.
Oh, wow. Is that Bellicor? Yeah, it sure is, ain't it?
Red are thicker.
Like, how did I screw that up? He came to me with an offer, and then I messed it up by refusing. I'm just gonna refuse it. He probably won't get mad. The computer doesn't get like mad like that, right? I guess if they bring you the offer, if you don't counter, that's like as good as they're willing to go. I just thought I could get more, and you know, you said this sounds like another Ungi scheme.
Amethyst Guardian.
Battle healing cap negative 50%. That would be really annoying if it hit us. Why don't we just assume it won't?
They call me the Graveyard Rose. I suppose it's
Friends of the Empire, come.
You know, the Imperial authority is low, but that's all going to turn around. Either that or Zufbar is going to run over the whole Southern Realms.
I would gladly send
Choke on your vampirism, Vlad. You are never having peace.
We are proud in the empire of our innovation.
Alright, so here we pushed him outside of the walls. It would probably be smarter to fight him inside the walls, huh? Because then we would be able to manipulate the walls.
Shall not die for death's sake.
I'm like, this is definitely smarter. I know how to win this. Pyrrhic victory? That means I have to fight it. Anyway, I'm going to take a short break and grab a drink, and then we will be right back with more of this. All right. This is going to be fine. It's going to be good. It's going to be great. I actually know that it is, which is funny. You know, you can go from not knowing how a campaign is going to go to knowing how a campaign is going to go. I remember when it happened for Tamarcon, and I remember when it happened in this campaign. It was when I got my dragon. Because man, oh man, is it a whole different... Because you get access to the dragon the exact same level that you get access to your souped up cheap purple sun. So it's like you get it all there. Like you take your spells up to there, and then before you know it, this is the story of a champion. And oh, it is so good to hear it. The Battle of Castle Tempelhof, the final stand of the Vampire Counts of Sylvania. Man, and like Warhammer 1, and I think Warhammer 2, like Vlad and Manfred would start right next to each other, and it would just sort of depend on which campaign you chose. So if you were Manfred, Vlad was there, and if you were Vlad, Manfred was there. So you had to like fight this. Like if you were trying to play like Manfred, you would have to fight Vlad von Karstein at the very beginning of the game. Total misery. Because Vlad has always been very strong. Okay, so that reinforcement's going to be on the outside of the walls. That actually could be wonky. But of course, we could just deploy, way away from where they're going to be. All right, how do we want to do this? because she can, like, fly in anywhere. And we can get them to deploy somewhere wonky just because she's there. She'll be in zero danger. Now, Vlad can Storm of the Nighter, but that'll just, like, hurt her a little bit. There's nothing in the air to hurt her properly. There's no range to hurt her properly. You know, the worst that would happen is she gets shot by some towers. But we should be fine. We've only got a reserve of 44, so we're only going to be able to do, like 4 or 5 suns, probably. I mean, that's still a ton, but... And here, yeah, this is definitely where we'll go. We'll just keep an eye whenever they deploy, because they might try to go inside, and if they try to come across here, that's just like some Blood Knights, which are bad, but not like a disaster alone, and nobody else that's fast, and so that should be fine. Purge the unclean! The foul, the heretic. That's the wrong one, too. Because this guy's ability, the extra powder, it's really nice. All you gotta do is park him around your dudes, and then it's just like a free buff. And then he's got, you know, like his restock and everything like that. You know, it's very, very nice. Tanks in a group. Cannon in its own group. Elspeth should be in one. And of course here it doesn't matter. We'll keep all the proper ranged in a group, and then all of these guys in a group with the Lector. Because they just need to be behind here. And we can, you know, if it looks like the Sylvanians are coming in from the other side, then we can like pretty quickly adapt if we notice. So, you know, maybe not quickly adapt at all. But like all sieges, this one will be a slog, so let's get to it.
The dead speak to me, whisper of myriad battles of old. They tell tales of our foes' weakness.
After I had said, what can you do? Oh yeah, the Storm of the Night thing, and then I just go into it. But you know, hey, if we... No, that doesn't cost wins, does it? No, that's a bound ability. Well, you know, the earlier we get it out of the way, the better. And we can at least get him working on his, healing cap, you know. With that, oh man, that's a lot of damage. Of course, it's Vlad, he'll get it right back, like, immediately. Oh, he drank a potion of healing, too. Well, you know, yeah, it's good we got that out of the way. Alright, so their whole army deployed over there. If they'll just let me, like, walk in and all the way up, I'll try. I'm not too proud. I shouldn't have walked my tanks into the fire there, but, you know, it's okay. I shouldn't have charged into Spearman either, but that's okay too. The important thing with the dragon is, like, sometimes it can be a little sketchy getting into the air, but it's very important that you get into the air. You don't want to be on the ground for a super long time. Of course, here, like, they're in such trouble, like, because they're all on the wrong side of the map. They got too interested in the fact that Elspeth was there. And of course, it's just what I wanted. Oh, I guess their range is barely more than the range of the tower. So if you're using the tanks to pop a tower, you're very often going to get shot at. Like right here, where it didn't realize that it didn't have to get shot. Well, that tower will go down before too long. And Elspeth is taking some artillery fire. She'll get better, you know. She's got a shield. She's got everything that she needs. What we want to do now is just move the artillery up. Because the tanks are about to pop the wall. And that means it's time to think about the future. You guessed it. Who's gonna eat a zombie now? Yes, for Sigmar, for the Emperor. And... No, what? What? No! I'm gonna restart it. I'm not... We're not playing it. Alright, so what happened there is my artillery fire popped the wall while the dragon character was on top of the wall, instantly killing it, and I elected to not make that true. Sorry that we'll have to do the beginning of the siege again. I'll try to not make it a slog. I'm too much of a coward to do that, and to, like, it is funny, but I don't want to do it. Like, it is very funny. I think it's pretty funny. We'll put Elspeth on this side first. We'll speed it up. I don't know if I've ever done that to myself. I of course know that you could hurt the units on walls that way, but I don't know if I've ever done that to like a dragon character. Like a linchpin of the whole army. Like, good stuff. Yeah, by friendly fire. I've only done it on purpose to my enemies. And that was definitely me, you know. They didn't blow a hole in the wall. That's funny stuff. Funny stuff indeed. Alright, so let's just... We put them in a group, and them in a group, and then they can be in a group too. Just need to make sure that these psychopaths are... Yeah, I'm like, we gotta have everybody further back. Alright, here we go. And now, as you know, we've never ever been here at these walls before. This must have been what Tamarkan felt like whenever he went to the wrong town. Hey guys, Olympus is that way. And Elspeth gets hit by the thing again? Oh, that would have been just like... This is better, because now... This time Elspeth's not going to get a couple of shots from the tower, you see, so... but Vlad blocks some of the damage. He's still probably going to drink the potion. No, he just invos about it. Alright, so maybe not land on the wall this time. Nobody knows why we would be averse to that, but, like, maybe not do that. Of course, killing Vlad is one way of having a plan, but it could work. I'm not sure that... No, I don't think the Spirit Leech is a good choice, is it? No. I mean, it doesn't cost much. It costs 4 and you get, like, 2 back just by casting it. So maybe it's fine, you know, maybe. To put the pressure on. But obviously it would be much better to just dive into some Blood Knights with lances and drop a Purple Sun on them. No, they're anti-large. We don't need to do that. We do want to drop a Purple Sun there, because that could be very good. And it is very good. It's so good. Oh my goodness, look how good it is. That's a lot of damage. That's so much damage. Oh man. That is half of the Blood Knight's HP. That's so good. The Fellbats want some smoke. We're going to fight them in the air. Did we blow up the towers? Yes. Alright. Let's get to it. Because, like, if maybe we can avoid our artillery, like, shooting Elspeth out of the side, we'll be fine. Because these bats, I mean, they might, like, get a little bit of HP off of her. But, you know, it'll take her a while to chew through them. She doesn't have huge stats, right? She's just got 55 attack. And they have 52 defense. Wow, impressive. You know, maybe. And they aren't even that buffed up. I mean, bats are, like, a defensive sort of skirmishy air unit. But they won't last forever. They won't even last halfway to forever. You'll see. You'll all see. And of course, now that we're here, on this battlefield where everything's normal and there aren't any holes in the wall, the wall's not even beat up. We'll just pop this, and of course, Vlad... We've already been working on him. We've got 2 more breaths, which are both going to do like 2,000 HP damage, or I mean 1,500, which is the same. It isn't. If he tries to come around the wall, we'll need to be ready. It won't take too long to get prepared. I don't know if he will, though. I do know this Purple Sun is going to have to count because we're only going to get a couple more of them. Well, no, that's not true. We're gonna get like 6 more of them. Geez, she's so strong, isn't she? There we go. Here's the Graveguard pick. And this Purple Sun will be worth more than hitting all of these other ones combined. It'll barely tickle her, but it is going to absolutely schwammer the Graveguard. Oh yeah, that's a lot of damage. Look at that. Oh, they get chunked. They get mauled. They get hurt. Vlad's all the way over there. Gates are about to pop. Are they coming around the wall? Yeah, it looks like it. Okay. We're going to put him on this vampire and just try to shoot him to death with the tanks. And the Hochland long rifles. And this is actually pretty excellent because we'll be able to go into an excellent artillery firing line over here, right? Most excellent indeed. The problem is that Vlad's showing up and I was too busy complimenting myself to notice. We're going to throw an overcasted Purple Sun here. It's going to melt whatever's around us and we're just going to try to get out. Vlad probably won't walk, like, into the fray there, but we definitely don't want to get caught up and give him a bunch of free damage, and we don't. The Overcast of Purple Sun lasts forever. It dissuades Vlad from getting hit by it, as it could be wont to do, and there we go. It's still swimming. You know, maybe it was right to do, maybe it wasn't. It worked, though. I'm like, did this one think that I wanted him to go through the inside to shoot at the Vampire Lord? It'll be fine. Because the long rifles are about to open up, and they do work, right? Like, they're good. The slope doesn't totally favor him, and this guy's small, and he's got a shield, and they're still going to be chipping him down. Chip him down. Don't make me a liar. Yeah, there we go. That's a nice salvo, you know. Couple few hundred damage. That's nice. That's good. And of course, the closer he gets, the easier it is to hit him, and we're going to go ahead and charge in our folks at him. We shall, like, this spot, because the mortar can shoot over a wall pretty okay, sometimes. This Vampire Lord, you know, we probably don't want the Knights on there with him. Not because they're losing, they aren't, they're doing fine. But just because he does, like, a good bit of damage. And if we get out, then we'll be able to shoot him down with our gunpowder, which is what a smart guy would do. There we go, please shoot. Sigmar's sun stretched out hilariously. It's just enough to obstruct all my missile troops. Truly a dark age. Alright, there we go. We get the opportunity to shoot Sterling's Revenge, of course, do such good damage, and it's armor piercing. It's just always funny when everything works perfectly well. A nice long siege, long enough for us to reflect on all the things we do wrong, and how it doesn't matter. But, you know, how could CTI be better? Not with any of the changes they're making. You just need to pump up this tank, probably? Yeah, because it's the... So if we can just get over here and set up a firing line, then we can accelerate this considerably. The Sterling's Revenge have like 23 ammo. That's crazy. They've got a lot of ammo, so they'll be fine. You know, they aren't gonna run out by shooting or whatever. They have stock as well, which is gonna make them more likely to be able to get inside. Potentially more likely. All right, where can we shoot here? Can we shoot down this hallway? You just gotta find a place where your Hellstorm is willing to fire and hope that it doesn't hit your own artillery in the process. Because they will do that. They will, like, take a fire order and say, oh, boss, you said to do what? Got a couple units of Graveguard here now that we are on the inside. We probably... You know, we maybe don't need to be doing this. Maybe this is unwise. Probably should have left a little while longer because now Vlad is in the fight. But that'll be alright. After all, we have our own prayers. We've got Vlad at home and Soulfire Bombardment going down. He's outside, so it's going to go down on top of it. You know, that's okay. Anyway, I'm stupid. We might have just thrown. might have just thrown. I mean, maybe it'll be fine. I mean, we got like, nah, we're fine. I mean, Vlad can only beat half of all of these things at once. We're just going to take more damage than we should because this is dumb. But, you know, hey, once we charged in, this is the last time we're going to fight him. Why don't we fight him in a sporting way, face to face? Just because I didn't plan on it doesn't mean it's not an okay thing to do. Hey, Sun Wukong. What kind of game is this? This is it's like a dual real-time strategy and turn-based strategy game where you have a campaign map. It's a fantasy-based game, so there's like guys with swords, and we're fighting some vampires right now. Like my lady rides a dragon, and she's a wizard. So it's turn-based, like you build your armies up, and then you go into battles against your foes. And there's all sorts of, you know, of different races. You've got, you know, elves and dwarves and humans. We're a human race called the Empire, who's got like a bunch of artillery and stuff. And we are fighting a legendary vampire lord here. And it's going, you know, fine. Soulfire bombardment doesn't affect friendly troops, of course. Very good. Yeah, you know, I was over nervous about Vlad. Sure, he's like hurting our guys a lot, but, you know, we're still doing fine. And they're actually shooting some. Do they have any targets here that are fine besides Vlad? Oh, right. These guys, of course they ran to the right. You know, you could go this way or the other way. Storm of the Night active on Elspeth. Well, you know what that means. It's time to breathe down on Vlad. A pure little gust of the winds of death right on his face, and he is at his healing cap now. Elspeth von Black Hole is about to drop a huge purple sun upon the foe. And we knock Vlad out of there. We hit our Deathwalker. And of course, he won't have magic attacks or anything for the purposes of this. So it's quite good. And the purple sun totally turns towards us rather than staying where it was. I mean, that's better than hurting my own troops, which it almost did. We vent. And it's fine. We're going to go here into the middle of them and vent here.
Soldiers of the Empire!
Alright, because if I can just get some powder on the wall. These are Blood Knights with lances. This is the last thing that's strong in this matchup. So we need to get here and drop a big old purple sun right on our face. And it does huge armor-piercing damages. So that is going to melt them. It's going to melt this whole line here. Their dogs come in. They think they want to go. They don't really. And we pop the buffs. You know, this guy is really good in these brick fights. I was really just thinking we need somebody with magic damage to fight against the Savage Orcs and anchor a little bit. But it ends up being, you know, a better set of buffs than I had thought. Especially since I like having a front line even though I'm bad. Well, I like having a front line because I'm bad. This is a bit of an excessive purple sun, and by a bit of one, I mean a super excessive one. But I think, yeah, that whole group's popping now. All right, the Sterling's Free Company is there. All right, now we can get our guys on the wall just in time for it not to matter too much. But if we just get them, like, right here, even... Because as soon as you can get, like, powder set up on a wall properly, then you can really feast. Of course, there's nothing left that's scary. There's a group of Black Knights. There might be one more Blood Knight on the field. Oh, it's so great. Look at it. I mean, just look at that. Glorious stuff. And of course it dovetails well with her ability, her little thing, the Frostfire, which makes them weak to it. She's exhausted. Well, you know, girl, like, you should have some perfect vigor. Have you considered that? So now we've got him with his short-ranged ammo. Let's see how that goes. And by the way, why am I not using his other abilities? Boom! Oh, my long rifles are getting shot by the towers. That's actually pretty rough. We don't really want that. But if we give the tower other targets, maybe it'll be okay. Because I would love to just start putting the herd in here. Like, there's no reason... There we go. I'm like, there's no reason why we can't get powder, because now they've got, like, explosive... no, not yet. They don't have explosive yet, but they will soon. Alright, this guy just doesn't want to do the fight. I don't know what's going on there. It doesn't matter. There we go. I admire these zombies, you know. We can all learn a lot from them. They're living the dream. How long until the engineer gets a steam tank? Do they? Do they? I don't think they do. I think the master engineer lord might. I think I've seen that like exactly one time in a PvP thing. I'll check the screen after this. Dude, if they get a steam tank, oh man, that's gonna be fun. I do love tanks. It's enough to make me want to life cast her, but not that much. Okay, and of course, no sooner do you get them on the wall, but it barely works at all. Because you'll be like, will you shoot at these guys? And they're like, yes, but only if you specifically ask me to. And then these guys are like losing to zombies somehow. Nobody knows how. But they are not going to see this coming. My engineer has also got a fire ring. Boom, baby. We're going to drop all the abilities. He's just showing off. He wants Elspeth to notice him. But you know, this is a garrison plus a lord plus another lord. Took a little while, but hey, we did it. We did it in a relatively sporting way. Relatively. I mean, ignoring the reset that we took. But look, maybe we could have done it without her. I just didn't want to. She's the Dark Lady of Nuln, you know. Like, how do you get to that with the barricades? So with the barricades there, right? The only way the computer can think of to get here is to go here. Brilliant! Should be army losses soon. Yeah, I was like, man, what? Oh, there's Blood Knights. There's Blood Knights still here. And Black Knights here, which means we don't need to get charged by them.
The Dark Lady of Nuln. Right!
Now? Question mark? Yes. Huzzah! 1.6k kills. You know, you know, I'm playing with like Mortis Engine Lords and stuff, but I haven't seen numbers like that since I played Balthazar Gelt. Of course, Gelt in that fight would have gotten like 6,000 kills, so it's not a fair comparison at all. Funny stuff. Because Gelt would have killed every single thing on this roster by himself. Yeah, 10,000 gold value. Nutty. Nutty stuff. Because, of course, she popped, like, the Blood Knights with the Purple Suns was, like, basically what got rid of them. Yeah, you know, because what else got value? Nothing? Nothing. My girl, talking about my girl, Elspeth. Elspeth. Ooh, what a lady. You know, when she walks into a room, everybody says, oh no, oh, we're in trouble. Is the dragon here yet? Oh yeah, other trickster starred. This is very excellent indeed. This, I actually think, is one of the best items of the game now. It went from being pretty mediocre in the last hotfix, the last patch. They did a pass on a lot of items, and now this is wonderful. 300 barrier hit points, which is fine, but it gives a 55 meter reduction of 20% to all the different ward saves. So, you know, it'll knock off ward plus phys resist. So, like, if you're going up against, say, like Savage Orcs or Demons, that knocks off almost all of their innate resistances. I think Demons is 20%. I think Savage Orc is 25%. So it's a monster of an ability. And to have that in your little melee blob is really good. And also, you know, when you get rid of ward save, missile resist, anything like that, because the missile resist, well, that counts too, you know. And all of a sudden, you take a pretty resistant unit and you just cut the legs right out from under them. And we're going to get the... I mean, we could put the potion of healing on Elspeth. We don't need it on her, though. It's fine here, because he's the only one that doesn't have the innate healing in the army. It ups the healing cap, but again, we're not getting healing capped. That's not how this is working anymore. Everyone else had the light while she used it on cooldown. Yep, you know, and just as planned. The engineer sculpture, yes. He does not get it. It must be the. No, we can't even look at his tree. But yeah, it must be the master engineer that gets it.
Amethyst Mage.
We're about to be fighting a lot of chaos, and that is going to be a welcome change. Of course, they're going to have good cavalry and, you know, potentially chariots and stuff, but it'll be a welcome change from this, because, well, actually, it might be a problem in some ways, because, you know, Nurgle corruption, we're not immune to chaos corruption, we're just immune to
Dark Lady of
vampire corruption, but hey, let us take this moment to celebrate and not worry, for after all,
for Verena and Nuln.
we have arrived. Man, this dude does a lot of damage now.
Amethyst Magistrix.
The Reichsguard. The only thing about these guys is I think that they have, like, Vanguard deployment is what makes them special. Did we get enough? No, we need 1,000 to unlock the first one of these. And that's what we're going to do. Because you get the unit, and then you can upgrade it too. But maybe, I don't know, maybe exploding ammunition for the gunnery is better.
Amethyst.
We'll figure it out. We got time. After all, we're doing well. Look at the vampires. Look how they glitter in the sun. Look at the bones. No, the Master Engineer getting a take. Now I'm like, that's got to be the guy I get every time, right? Because I used to take the Empire General, right? Because at least they could get a Griffin. Scribe wants a defensive alliance. I don't think so. How about a trade pact? I don't want to get dragged into his entanglements. Because I don't think Scrag will declare on me, and he's not strong enough to want to placate. And here we have the classic where they spend their last army besieging you, so at least you don't get your replenishment like you wanted. And then we're going to have to chase him down, and there'll be one more, because Vlad's up there.
Wielder of the Pale Side. A moment of prayer.
Hammer of the Witches. And Temple of Arca-Luminarch. So the Luminarch of Hyesh is like super hard to use properly, and I'm terrible. So we were unlikely to get it. Basically, they only shoot in very, very straight lines. They've got like a net and stuff. But the Hammer of the Witches has like magical ammunition and more ammo than a regular one would have. And so... And a little bit of physical resist, apparently? 25% physical resist. Quite a lot of physical resist. And magical attacks, which is, I mean, very, very good. There's... Once upon a time, there was magic resistance, so magical attacks, like, could theoretically not work, I think, like, as well in those cases, but now it's all a little different. So, Mighty Forge... Alright, so we have to make a choice now. Do we buff the front line at all? I don't think so. Because at best, they get some more, like, staying power, which I don't think matters. We either take reload and ward save for the tanks, or we take punchiness for the artillery. I think we just lean into that, right? Yeah, why not?
Of Shai.
Live a little. Yeah, Word Save on Tanks, it does seem really good, doesn't it?
fresh denizens.
Especially since I would be willing to take several more tanks and probably not several more artillery, although I do want a Hellstorm. Or
Amethyst
not a Hellstorm, I mean, we'll probably... Yeah. Yeah, Word Save on Tanks, because, you know, they get the armor bonus, they get their ballistic shield, the ballistic plating. It's so great when you get that, like, you just stand in front of, like, some dwarf cannons, if you're fighting the dwarves. You're like, oh, you want to shoot me? Good. Get some.
the graveyard rose. For Verena and Nuln. Sands on the bodies of the dead.
Be at peace, for that is all I ever want.
Yeah, money. I was like, I was dreaming it would connect there. I'm like, man, it's going to be annoying, but hey, we get to give it to him. Good stuff. Because, of course, Drika is like an ally of convenience. And, you know, it's going to just be a little while before she is saying, curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal. And we'll be like, yes, indeed. I forgot to go get Gotrek and Felix. We got to finish this up. So really, I'm like, do we need them in this army? No, do we want them in this army? Yeah, sure, buddy. You can have military access. We hate the same folks. If we manage to create a world where they, like, sort of don't mind Karakadrin too much because we're all friends, that would be pretty funny. Yeah, they're neutral and improving to Karakadrin. Because I guess they've got treaties with them, and then, yeah, because we got them to go against our various enemies, and they're, yeah, good stuff. We've made an alliance of Drika and dwarves. Only could happen on hard difficulty, never on very hard.
Dark Lady.
Alright.
Treat me with the respect I deserve.
I'm like, where's he at? He's up there treating with Festus, but I'm gonna pop up there and have a time myself.
Beset by ill portents. We must wait.
Of course, Ikit Claw is still... I keep forgetting about him. At least... I don't think Ikit's taken out the Wood Elves, and the Wood Elves will never make friends with him. I don't think ever. Maybe you could find a way to do it if you were the player of Ikit Claw, but I don't think the Wood Elves would ever get down with the clown like that. Dotternbach, what is our unusual location? Exquisite Vineyard. Nope, absolutely not. Burn it. That one gives you a weird grape wine thing that gives you, like, negative Slanesh traits and stuff. It could be fine, but, like, we're not having that. I know better. I've seen that one.
Shaiish empowers me.
Are we gonna have... Oh, sick. We're gonna have a reinforcing Wood Elf army to fight with. Wonderful. No, we're not gonna get there in time. We're gonna go, like, right here. And then go to ambush. This will stop Festus from knowing we're around to run away, and we'll be able to get his defeat trait. It makes you unbreakable, but gives you such... Okay, that's what it was. I was like, I remember getting it on, like, Franz or something, and I'm like, I'm already unbreakable, and now I don't like this. And it's not very much of an improvement, but maybe it'll matter in the long run, you know. The sooner you do it, the sooner it's good or neutral. So we actually haven't met these dwarves yet, but you know, he's heard of us and he's very pleased with our work. Oh yeah, to steal it, to take the wind out of her. I mean, she's already just absolutely mauled. I guess we could just swing around this way and deal with Throt and let Festus go back and keep it. Yeah, because I mean, sure she'll build it up eventually, but even like getting your wood elf tree knocked all the way down, it takes ages to ever get back. Belagar coming in with a non-aggression treaty. Yeah, you know it, buddy. Vlad fails to spot our ambush. We're just gonna auto it, you know. We've beat him several times. What are you gonna do? Festus S for Imperial Authority. Ah, yes, good call. Good call. We'll take this migration. Negative control is fine because the growth will be better. And of course, we've got like our control dude going. Mash one finger. It very well might be coming into my land next. Oh yeah, definitely taking Griffinwood. It would be nice to hit Festus, but we're taking Griffinwood. And Vlad's here again, because of course he is. A man never stays dead. Hooray! And now Draco will never be strong. Sycamore's Rock. I haven't seen this one, I don't guess. Oh, negative corruption bomb for everything. I was like, I've seen the vampire tree in more time. I guess there's an equivalent, you know, of the other ones. Alright, so we move him to Wissenberg because he can, you know, this dude can't beat the Nuln Garrison. I can beat him with the Nuln Garrison, and I'm bad. I know I can because I got Grail Knights. and that'll make me fine. Gunnery School, alright, we've got... Oh, we're not at level 3 yet. We have to maintain the Amethyst Ironsides to get to level 3. Oh yeah, we're not even doing the right thing at all. So we were on the right track. We are going to purchase an Amethyst Ironside. And they have an absolute truckload of ammo. I guess normal Ironsides do now, too. And do magic damage. It's all the other upgrades they can get later that probably differentiate them the most. I'm like, these just look like normal Ironsides. I guess they are normal Ironsides right now, but they do fear and the magic damage, and then they'll get buffed up with other stuff. Is Vlad wiped out yet? I think that did it. We could see a hero somewhere if he was around. Yeah, I think that might have been the end. Yep. Huzzah! The war is over. Long live the war. That's the agent of the spell anymore. Yeah, exactly. All right, so now what we can do is we had a quest. We need to do this guy, the cavalry focus. So we need to build the livery up somewhere. We'll do it right here. The fact that we can get demis later is fine. Like, we'll just do this so we can get this quest going on this dude. And then you got to recruit like 8 cavalry things, which we'll probably just do in this army. And then we can get this Theodore Bruckner guy, who I have not seen much of. You basically don't see him in competitive, although it's not like you never do. Yeah, I think the gunnery is better than the forge, because they're already just incredibly tanky and don't really get hurt by the problems that we have.
Graveyard rose.
Theodore Bruckner is the guy who killed Tamarkan and Lorm. Oh, okay. That's awesome. That's very awesome. He died on 1v1 in game, though. Yeah, Tamarkan has 15,000 HP.
Dark Lady of None. Von Draken.
Yeah, I guess I don't really know much about him. Because I hadn't really, like, heard of Tamarkan either until, like... I haven't read his book or anything. I think he's got one until he became a character. And then, Turin usually does a little bit of talking about the Lord every now and then, even if it's just an oblique reference. So you pick up some stuff. Alright. He'll do anything for Sigmar, but he won't do that. Alright, so these amethyst units. Do we drop a handgunner for them? I mean... Because an Ironside is just better than a... Well, no, it's got less of a unit count. Okay, less of a unit count than a handgunner. But we need to have 3 of them in an army, and it makes sense to carry them in this army. I hate to get rid of elite handgunners. I guess we can just hand them off when we go home for something. We'll hand them over. I hate to get rid of, 9 Chevron... guys, especially since we're probably going to be starting a new army before too long.
Rider of the Dragon in Carmine.
And we've got our quest to do. We'll probably just walk over and do that. I don't even know if we would use that enchanted item over... Oh no, that's where our Potion of Speed is. And of course we would use it. I'm like, wait, why... If that's where it is, why do we have the other trickster shard on him? Let's grow up. Let's get this party started. Why did I think that was a talisman? Anyway. Now we've got that on the right... Now she's got a 400-point barrier. Still in his army. Yeah, for sure. We need to have 3 of them at the same time, I think. So we'll just wait till we can get the 3rd one before we start paying the upkeep. I guess we could put 1 in there right now. And, we should have had these mortars too, because they don't grow on trees. They need to be recruited to come back. Yeah. There we go. We get 450 of those. I'm like, yeah, we get a thing for more schematics, and then and all of these are what we have access to through the Ironsides, but I guess it becomes more expensive to get them for each time you do it. Well, we're just going to keep on saving our amethyst then. Although really, like, having stock mortars might be super good for Nuln defense. Not that we should need to defend it. Mash One Finger won't be able to beat this garrison, not with one Nuln Ironside behind it. Probably? Probably.
Elspeth von Draken.
Defensive alliance with Kislev. I don't know. I don't know. I think we'll stay agnostic as to what we believe about Kislev. After all, what if they have some land that belongs in the realms? At least these guys have the good manners to not have some land of the Empire. Imperial authority is low. We got to focus on that. Alright, so this Beastman army just showed up. We're going to want to beat them right now. We're not going to call our allies to help because we don't want to give them an opportunity to not do it and break the alliance. You know, you want to save that for something big. Hey, yo! Well, I know what we're doing next. Getting scared of them. Is he at war with Throt? Of course he is. Are you at war with Throt? Of course you are. Well, then we don't need to improve your anger with them. And so, you know, maybe he'll come down and mess with them there.
Von Draken. Bring them death. We owe our safety to Sigmar. Dark Lady of
Alright, can we get to Festus here? No, then we will have to
Death takes her.
go to ambush and hope to trick him here. He's in a tight spot. He probably won't be able to get away from me next turn, which is very excellent, because I want his trait rather a lot, and also so that we can, you know, pop him off the battlefield, get some damage in there. Deadly Onslaught, that's not really that good for him. We'll take it anyway, whatever.
For Verena and Nuln.
I guess we could have one of these guys for a growth action somewhere, but hey, Righteous Fury, that gives him Frenzy, which is quite good indeed. Yeah, I'm like, we take Presence, yeah, just for improvements. Won't hurt nothing after all. Like, is there any stuff we want? Because, like, a war wagon with a mortar seems amazing. It seems so good. It seems so fun. But we'll probably just hold off on recruitment a bit and carry on with what we're doing here. And then Elspeth can pick up her stuff here in a second. Because we can do the second army.
And I shall choose.
We'll get like a master engineer at the head of it, right? And then that can have like Gotrek and Felix and Ulrika. And then we'll have Elspeth's nonsense going on. And then we'll have that secondary army that has its own, you know, hilarity. Because the Order Tide needs to get order in. And one army on either side that I feel confident in would certainly help. And we get Plagued. It gives us lower ammo, armor, and ammunition. That is not the worst that could happen. Festus is in March, and that means he can't get away. That is the worst that can happen to him. And although their army is small and beat up, it'll still be fun to face them on the battlefield. And it's been quite a few auto-resolves in a row now. And so we'll shoot him up. He'll be out there. I mean, he can heal. He can heal. But what they can't do is anything about what they are about to experience. I love this too. Like this box right here. Because like the tanks will shoot and then they'll try to address it, and then these guys will stalk on the ridge. Just beautiful. Beautiful stuff. And we won't need to be particularly cute about any of this. We'll just pop them there. And their army's already just, like, in such crummy bad shape. They're not going to be able to do anything here. We're just going to dive Festus. Get wrecked. And then we're going to pop onto these aspiring champs and have a party. Was it smart? No, because we're actually getting trucked on. That makes sense, because Aspiring Champions do like 90 damage. But, you know, hey. I think it was some spell that hurt us. Maybe Rancid Visitation Dust or something. Because when Hockland Long Rifles get to open up at this range, I mean, just look at it. Just look at it. Then, you know, you get your Monstrous Impact going. This is what it's all about right here. Not having to learn how to play the game well because you're overpowered. That's what the people want. What happened to my... Oh, we accidentally moved him away from the amazing position that we had complimented so much. It's okay. We'll just charge across the battlefield here at these Chaos Warhounds. Long rifles continuing to open up. And the spawn of Nurgle come out of the trees just in time for us to actually have the gunpowder properly. Watch as it fires upon them. Yeah! Open up, guys. Oh, no! No! Beast and Nurgle coming in. I'm like, open up! And then they finally do the salvo after I already, like, I'm like, ah! Chaos Warriors with halberds. Hey, open up, guys! Yeah, shoot them! And then shoot him a second time. Elspeth is losing? Fighting Aspiring Champs. You know, a Spirit Leech on Aspiring Champions is actually very decent. And I might have been hit with some cannons too. You know, let's just leave. This is a very silly place. I'm like, these guys are fighting Chaos Warriors with halberds. Or rather, they're not really fighting Chaos Warriors with halberds. Knights of the Black Rose wheeling through, doing their job. Rocking out. They're on the radio. Boom, baby. Are we ever going to get a Boris Todbringer expansion? I mean, I know he's in the game, but are we going to get one? I'd buy it. I'd buy it twice. No, I'd only buy it one time. Let's not be silly.
We owe our safety to
Get everything back. Gets us a second source of restock, which is wonderful. Probably unnecessary. We'll take it over the Gambler's Armor. Yeah, I mean, it actually... You know, we lose the ward save. It gives us a little bit lower speed, which is fine. You know, he doesn't need to be running fast. Glittering Scales is good, too, because that's a lower melee attack buff, but we're not going to be throwing that here. Another Book of Assure. Because, again, like, we don't not need these. They would be quite good in another army. Movement range, capacity, blah, blah, blah. We want all these. And there we go. 5% casualty replenishment rate. And 15% vigor loss. It's so good. It's so good. And now it's all ours. Alright, now we have an entirely healthy army. And foes that are eliminated. If we go in this direction... Alright, if we sell Griffin Wood... Nah, we'll just let Chaos or the Rats take it. So I don't think we can give it to Franz, yeah, and we don't want to give it back to Draika. Because, again, like, Karakadrin has just barely gotten fine with us. We don't need to give her any more gifts, because that'll, like, you know, tip the scales of people's patience with our friendliness, perhaps. But everything's going so good, you know, for our forces here. Relatively good, anyway. Hey-oh, and now we get these. Now, this... He's only at war with Thicket Claw right now, so this will be to our benefit. It might make the elves a little annoyed with us, but, hey, you know, can't have everything. And he would get into a defensive alliance with us? Man.
our ancient empire has not survived until now without friends. A boon to the
You think about which Chaos Dwarf would like after the campaign went? Figured probably one of the jobs with Ashen. You know, I don't really know about any of their campaign stuff at all, or even their lore particularly. I just know sort of where they're at on the map, and I know how they behave in a multiplayer battle very well. Gets a cheap fireball spell and a Bale Taurus, sound like an inferior version of Elspeth. Nice. Alright, so we are plagued, but this is not like a disastrous plague for us. It's not great, but it, you know, we've got plenty of ammo. Our armor going down, you know, is not wonderful. It's not, but it's not like a disaster either. There are much worse plagues, like every Skaven plague. Oh my goodness, every Skaven plague is just the worst. So if we wanna keep on moving through. What's the fastest way to get to Krugenheim? This way? Then we'll go this way. It'll also be safer. We'll be able to do our quest battle now. Which we'll definitely win. And, you know, we'll have a couple of turns to replenish if not. But, yeah, it'll, I'm like, did the balance of power change whenever we did that? Yeah. Alright, so it says we're expecting a valiant defeat. But, you know, I'll just retry the battle if we lose it. Once I figure out what's going to defeat me, I bet we'll be okay. After all, we've got kind of an army at this point. Of course, we do have that plague, which isn't great. But in the grand scheme of things, most of our stuff is still positive on ammunition anyway. And, yeah. What's the worst that could happen? Yeah, auto-resolve says a lot of things, for sure, for sure. Auto-resolve doesn't appreciate that I could drop into those Chosen and hit them with a Purple Sun. you know, Auto Resolve doesn't appreciate that I could shoot my own guys with my whole Hellstorm rocket battery and never shoot my opponents. There's so much it doesn't know. You're true. You're right. It's all true. These harbingers of chaos bring nothing but death and destruction to our lands. These souls may be lost, but I shall not cower while the slaughter continues. Oh no! Chosen, hitting an Archlector. Alright, so maybe we've got to get to portals and take them. Because I haven't done this battle before. I mean, I haven't done this battle before. We never did well enough on Elspeth to even think about doing a campaign. So there's a Slanesh and a Nurgle thing. Alright, so they have a marvelous setup, right? This is cool. It's gonna be a little tricky maybe, but this is very cool. Okay, so they've got an army of Chaos Undivided, Slanesh, and Nurgle? No, Khorne over here. Makes sense, yeah. So they've got one for each god plus an undivided one. I thought I saw Nurgle. Yeah, here they are. They just look like undivided because of the flag. So a whole bunch of chaos. We've got artillery plus giants to support them in the front. Man, how do we crack this nut? Defensive positions in Elspeth to destroy everything? Yeah, it seems smart, huh? Because this is the furthest back you can deploy in the box, which is still in the range of their hell cannon here. So you can just pull back. Yeah, this is rough. This is real rough. Because, too, we could just have these gunners and then pop the hell cannon. Which we can't do on this side because we don't have any more of those long-range dudes. We just have the one. But we can pop the hell cannon here. We'll put Elspeth here to try to draw the hell cannon fire away from the long gunners. And then let's go ahead and pretend that we're going to get ready for war. No, they don't want to be that far forward. We can just have them right here. That'll be a good spot for them, actually. Yeah, it's like we need one more ranged unit for this block. No, we don't, though. Yeah, and then we'll move these guys back. Because we've got the ballistic plating on the Hell Cannon, unless... Because if this comes in on, like, the Hellstorm rocket batteries... Oh, this is so bad. Oh, what do we do? Do we just drop it? Yep. And this is very dumb, but, you know, it's gonna stop it from shooting for a little while. And I think we already blew up the Hell Cannon, which is good. Oh no, the carnage. But one of the Hell Cannons is gone. And this long rifle is going to be able to open all the way up on the Chaos Giant. And they dropped their, pop the ability, because we just need to get all these shots in on them, and it's working great. We'll get these guys focusing on the giant. We pop all our abilities, very good indeed. Handgunners feasting in, and we'll get these guys into the Marauders, and hopefully that'll solve these handgunners on the obverse. Very nicely done. We'll try to get the Sterling Suns in there, and it works. We're able to get around, and alright, yikes. Oh man, that's so bad. Losing a whole unit of handgunners to a unit of Furies just because I wasn't watching. Classic, timeless. You know, that unit had a ton of love left to give. And here they are, just dying. A ritual is close to completion. That probably means there's something I'm supposed to be paying attention to, and I'm gonna lose this match. That's okay. I'll probably lose, and then I'll try again, and then maybe I just won't do it. Sometimes a quest requires too much of you, like that you know, pay attention. Man. And we're about to lose the rest of our army here. Just terrible stuff, you know. Just terrible stuff.
The Dark Lady of Null. Red darkness. By tooth and claw.
Well, it's just a bloodthirster after all. He'll lose his magical attacks when we make contact. Like, just hit him. Just shoot him. Just get rid of him. He should still be able to be shot by, like, cannons and everything, because they're very, very large. So, like, the powder should still be able to shoot him. I said it should be able to shoot him.
Into the wings.
Move out! Handgunners!
Where's our dance? Oh no. My carbine.
Alright, we dealt with that guy, but now this dude is here who... Alright, so this is actually the guy. This... No, this is whoever was leading them. Alright, so there's another ritual. We're gonna fail to stop all of them. That's just what it's gonna be.
Return to duty! Handgunners! Take the ground!
But there we go. Here's the keeper. They're trying to get out, but of course the Hochland long rifles won't let them. Where's this guy in his restock? We need to get it on the long rifles. These are going to be the damage dealer for the whole time. Yeah, because, you know... Alright, so how are we gonna deal with this whenever it comes in? We won't very well. We need to just get shooting at these guys, so when they're on that flank it won't matter so much. We need to get the great cannons there. We need to get the mortars on this side where it's safer. The long rifles over here on the incline. You say with all the failed rituals, it's still going pretty well? Yeah, I mean, okay, except all three of these armies are probably going to pop me whenever we come in. But if we can deal with this flank first... No, we only have 30 seconds. Do I have time to go over here? I've got to make time. Indecision will kill you. Kill you dead. So there's a Great Unclean One and a Lord of Change. Both of them can be shot. Let's get on the Lord of Change, though. Let's not wait for that. And these Null Ironsides just doing a roast. Might have been some cannon shots too. But there we go. Come on, keep shooting him, guys. Don't stop shooting him just because he's on someone. Just please help.
The graveyard grows.
Alright, we just need to get these stopping trying to shoot at a specific target and shooting at anybody, and that's what we need. Same thing here. No, we need them on the Great Unclean One. That's what we need. So we'll be able to hit that for a while. We'll get the long rifles and the fellows there. Here, Tattersoul charge. We just need to get this Great Unclean One down. Come on, how can he still be up? Alright, boom. Lupio is killing it. Let's go ahead. Magic missile there. We need to get away from this Great Unclean One. That's trouble. That's not good. Alright, so this Chaos Sorcerer's at least going to go down. We still got the Great Cannons on him. What's Elspeth doing? Elspeth's having a party. Okay, we need to drop a sun right here. Get our tanks running in on there. The Hawkland Long Rifles are still opening up on the Great Unclean One. That's what really matters. Of course, if we can maintain that, then we'll be okay. We just need to make sure that our lines don't get crumpled. Alright, speaking of the crumpling lines, the Chaos Warrior's getting in there. We're just going to move the Null Ironsides over to this side and hope that they can get back into shooting before too long. Great Unclean One, 6k HP. Not too bad. Going to drop another Purple Sun right here, right in the center of the foe. Come on, the center of the foe. Please cast in the center of the foe. There we go. It's in the Chosen. That's just what we wanted. And there we go. The Great Unclean One gets knocked over in the middle of an artillery barrage. Rough. But there we go. Shattering going on all around. This is a crazy battle. I mean, I guess you're supposed to stop the rituals, but how with an Empire army? I mean, I guess you could charge them with Elspeth and, like, nuke them. But, like, who do you bring? Gotrek and Felix? Theodore Bruckner? Some other people I haven't heard of? Alright, and now they're gone. Elspeth and cavalry, yeah. Like a lot of cavalry. Because again, like, they've got their emplacements on the wall. So you have like a long rifle on either side to melt one of the, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's it, you know, because you could have, like, pistoliers and such, you know. Anyway, intense. An intense battle. I almost accidentally hit the rematch button. That would have broken my heart. Yeah. I agree. It does seem easier to just sit back and shoot whatever comes across. Because, again, like, and I was even forgetting to use my magic, so what we should have done was run Elspeth right up the pipe and just pick a fight with one of them, trusting that she wouldn't get overwhelmed, and then use everybody else basically as we did. 5,400 value on these guys. Hey, they beat Elspeth, and don't that just goes to show that one unit of snipers placed in a good spot. I had reinforcements? I don't remember that at all.
We owe our safety to Sigmar.
But we get access to the Sunmaker and the Wonder of the Age. It's a ROR land ship. We get the Black Lions. We get all sorts of stuff, man.
Victory carried on the wind of magic.
That is a talisman. So is this thing to give us this ability and Perfect Vigor worth 18% ward save? The Vigor is really good right now. Timekeeper, direct damage, you get 2 uses of it. The Windsor Service, like... I think Talisman's probably better. You can get Perfect Vigor in a lot of ways. Maybe Perfect Vigor is better. I don't know, I think Talisman's better, though. I mean, she doesn't really run into trouble with being alive is the thing. But, you know, some of that's Talisman.
Von Draken. Amethyst Magistrix. Von Draken.
And here we'll be able to get Artillery Master and Sharpshooter. So this is really going to pump up the damage of all of our elite units. Now, you know, 77, the green bar on these Hochland Lawn Rifles is twice as large as the yellow bar that says where its damage used to be at. And all of a sudden, it's supercharging the damage of all of our powder units.
The Graveyard Rose.
So many ideas.
Dark Lady of None.
Well, you know, all things considered, I think it went rather well. They've really been going all out for the quest battles for these later expansions that I've been getting, the later DLCs, you know. Gone are the days of one little army's gonna come from the side. It's like, no, here's a swarm, which I love, you know. Like, you expect surprises and stuff, but it's cool. Like, that was a really, like, defensible position. Like, imagine trying to do a frontal assault there. You never could. You'd have to be clever, you know. And you're on that timeline where you've gotta, you know, gotta perform or, you know, real trouble. Because Dryka here, if Dryka can beat these rats, good. And if not, then, you know, she can't. I mean, she can't, though. These rat armies are... They vary between pretty scary. Warfire throwers are no slouches in murdering folks. That's the sort of thing you definitely want to identify from far away and shoot. Because if they are hidden, you're going to have a bad time.
True servant of Sigma. Praise be to Sigma. I will do anything for Sigma.
But I won't do that. Alright, so here no, we don't trade Griffinwood back to Dryka because it'll make people mad. And it's not worth it just for the fact that it would be very funny.
The law of death demands patience. Move, Nolners, move. The men must contemplate death.
Because we can sweep through here. If we get Kurgenheim, then we might be able to even sell Griffin Wood to Altdorf. Which would be amusing. 'Cause I'm just going to keep on feeding Franz, you know, all of these things. He's Prince and Emperor. I am the Dark Lady Unknown. Sufar wants military access. I mean, yeah, sure, buddy. Are you at war with anybody? Then why do you need it? I mean, I guess it's like an overture towards being better friends, but... We should take this advisor thing now so that we can get... Yeah, this is what we need. Our advisor thing so we can get more... we got to think about supercharging our abilities. You know, we're not strong enough. What you saw is nothing compared to what we have to be capable of. Yep, it's big chaos corruption here, which of course makes sense. They've been ruling the joint for a little while. What? Oh, it's a convoy. I'm like, what on earth are the Chaos Dwarves doing over here? I'm like, how is that happening? But you know, they're just pretending right now. Karakadrin, hey, let us...
Are you ready to slaughter the enemy?
Well, we shouldn't do that. After all, we shouldn't make a military alliance with them if we might have to eventually kick them out of the Empire. They're not elves, after all. And Drake is not an elf anyway. She's a tree. It's different. No, we can take the trade, though. After all, he's fighting Throt. We're fighting Throt. I hate to break my word to a dwarf. I mean, we can just quit the campaign before we have to do that, right? These upkeep numbers seem really low. Oh, the regular upkeep's 225. I'm like, okay, because it's at half of what it would be. That's right, because the Militia of More makes the stuff cheaper when you're at home or around more, which is so good. It's so good. But it looks like that Griffin Wood is about to fall to old Helkeek. Clan Boulder ain't doing too bad right now. And I will say, of this army, I don't want to fight against a Skaven ambush with it. That sounds miserable. I don't really want to fight Skaven at all. Fighting Skaven's really annoying. Everybody knows that. So we have to have a trial by combat. We need to kill 1,000 enemies with melee cavalry or demogryph units. Yeah, we could do that gradually, for sure. And then Theodoro will come to bear with us. Like, can we get to either one this turn? It doesn't look like it. We can get quite to Vertbad. Well, in that case, we just go here and encamp in the middle because neither of their armies can beat us, and if both try, we'll punch them up. No, we'll go to ambush. That way they won't know. We'll just lose a little bit here, and then when we go in, we'll bushwhack them there. That'll be better. You know, Karl Franz won't die while I live. Sure, he might not have Altdorf, or much. Sure, Cyprus might be, you know, just raiding through his lands, but I'm here. I'm here to give him all of my worthless stuff. Yeah, we need to loop around to the bottom here anyway, rather than go up. For sure. For sure. Because anyway, on this flank, it's going to be Draika and the dwarves dealing with old Skaven Pants. And anyway, why would I go up in that direction if I don't want to fight Skaven? And I don't. And I don't.
Wissenland can wait.
She's got a alliance with Taliesin. That makes sense because she's like, you know, special. Yeah. Friendship with Bretonia is in our national interest. The Nemesis crown used to be held by the Shadow Legion, but now it's an unusual location in Wissenberg. And it is a Cult of Myrmidia. Cool. 5% experience gain for all characters and Lord Recruit rank 3 nationwide. Cool. Anyway, I'll be right back. I need to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back to doing this. All right. Back to battle again. So importantly, we're finally getting some positive control here. It won't be too long before we're able to get our next tier of things, which will let us, you know, get access to some new stuff. The war's going well. You know, I'm loving this campaign. You know, sometimes you're trying to play at a difficulty that's not appropriate for your skill level, and that's what was happening to me. All right, so here, you know, our army is diminished a bit, but, you know, we want to take this fight because it's going to be a good one. All right, so first up is this guy's probably on a chariot. I can't tell. I'm like, if I had their mass memorized. Pigeon Hunter's probably on a horse then. Yeah, so it'll be Exalted Heroes, including like some pretty good ones. And but Champs, Beast and Nurgle, and then more of those coming in. But importantly, so what's the actual worry? Cavalry and fast attack, because anything else has to walk, and we can shoot them. So shouldn't be too tough. Brainstorming my second army should be cool. It should be very cool. Because you can have Gotrek and Felix. And Ulrika. Okay, so this guy... Yeah, they're both gonna travel across that way. This is absolutely gonna be the worst day of their lives. So we'll just need to move them, like, forward a little bit. Can they see you here? No, we'll need to move forward a little bit. Alright. It'll be fine. It's a lot of preparation for a shooting gallery. Like, is it a waste of ammo? Yes, but it's also, you know, it's about sending a message. And not all the stuff shooting is a waste, after all. Some of the things shooting are great cannons that are doing 1 billion damage when they connect. Dropping models, dropping it all. These guys just need to move up a little bit here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, because, like, I forgot the tank crossfire, too. And everything just got a lot stronger from the extra tech that we got. So, the Auckland long rifles are about to open up and just melt a beast. Oh, yeah. Oh, the carnage. Oh, that's good stuff. And Elspeth, of course. Oh, she's got rally. No, that's right. But, you know, she has, like, a better barrier. She's a big old raid boss of a girl. They don't want to be messing with her. She can fight all these dudes. She's going to turn around and fight this dude instead. The aspiring champs are trying to turn, tail, and run, which is pretty funny. These guys, if they all, you know, because they could try to move on this side. Looks like they are. Nope, looks like they aren't. Because the tanks can stymie them considerably for any like lengthy amount of time. Oh yeah, there we go. There's some damage. Oh, the cannons, the carnage, the Hochland long rifle destruction. It's all very good. It's all very good. Because the thing is too is like, and then when something comes in that's a little scary, you just drop all of your abilities and you're fine. These guys are about to walk in through this huge thing. Yeah, not able to run away from it. Chaos Warriors getting eaten up. Sun Wukong, you say, did I start playing Raji? Yeah, I played it yesterday. It was a lot of fun. I got stuck on the first major boss, but I didn't like give up. I was tired, you know, and I'm definitely gonna go back and play it again. If I decide that I'm like not good enough to play the game, I'm gonna turn the difficulty down or play on like the story mode only, because I found it very compelling. I was super interested. I loved the aesthetic, and you know, it's a setting that I'm very interested in that you don't see absolutely tons of all the time. All right, what we got to do right now is get these knights up here to defend the to defend against these dogs, because I'm like they're gonna charge in. They're supposed to be broken, but they're not broken. All right, there we go. The Lord died and that popped them. That'll be good. But I'm gonna get these Knights of the Black Rose up there to defend against stuff. We should be able to. Yeah, everything's going good. We're just going to target this part of the bridge here. We're going to drop a purple sun right here, and hopefully it won't travel through my own troops. That mortar coming in from the sky was a friendly mortar. It can't hurt me. It can only hurt them. Everything is so good. The long rifles are feasting. Their value accrues. You know, we're going to make sure the spears are focusing on that one. We've got Elspeth doing a thing. All right, so do we Buna? No. What we do is we drop Overcasted Doom and Darkness for a leadership bomb here at the front, and we should be able to get a lot of these guys that just showed up to leave or tear her out. What time is it for me? It is 4 in the afternoon. Oh yeah, good stuff. Finally using a leadership ability for the better. Oh no, these are champs. These are champs that are in with us. Well, can we charge them and break them? No, we need the hand. Oh man, all right, yeah. So everything's falling apart. Our whole back line's getting feasted on. Great Cannon's getting lost. I lost the plot. And we're just force firing the Hellstorm there in the middle of the bridge, which is good. All right, our front line is fine. Our back line is fine too. Yeah, it's fine too. We're not gonna permanently lose any units, and that's what really matters. And here we do want to like chase them down essentially with the damage. We don't want to leave this battle without running them down as we can, because they are, you know, they promise to be quite menacing in the future, this army. I don't know if they'll all automatically get beaten here. It's 2:30 a.m. for you. Other side of the world. No, like being in college and stuff, like I often had an opportunity to meet people from other countries, but you know, almost all of them were American. You know, they just, you know, they might have immigrated here whenever they were younger or whatever. Most of the people that I met in school. But, because I haven't like traveled internationally, so it's always interesting and cool to, you know, like talk to people and, you know, just interact with folks that I would never interact with in my normal day-to-day, because I live in Arkansas and I'm afraid of going outside. Not really. I'm not agoraphobic. I'm afraid of people, not the outside. The outside's fine. It's the humans that frighten me. No, they don't frighten me. To borrow a line from the AJJ song, you know, people make me nervous, people make me scared, people make me so damn self-aware. It's so weird, Elspeth having this huge dragon and only doing a mere 500 armor piercing primary, because like you expect at this point to be a million. Bye, Sun Wukong. Enjoy your early morning. Auckland long rifles getting 3K value. Man, they're good. You know, sometimes I just don't have my guys in a position where they can do anything at all, and that's my fault, not theirs. But I'm almost like, man, if we just had like 4 dimmies with halberds in the front instead of our land troops, and then, you know, like a couple more long rifles, and then we could run the dimmies back and forth. And of course, I don't have dimmies yet, but it won't be too long now.
Our faith reinvigorated. Elspeth.
All right, so now they won't be able to run away again, and we've got them. And the changeling is just like eternally raiding here. Super annoying stuff. He has the form of Kairos Fate Weaver. That is funny. Probably pretty strong. But we can pop standard ground, and that's like a 24 melee defense thing, which is probably good enough to do. Yeah, but I mean, these guys would get...
Rider of the dragon in
That's really good. I mean, yeah, you know, why not take all of them? Unlike most wizards... So the only good thing about a Wizard Lord who doesn't have their attack tree as well is you finally have the ability to, like, take a bunch of stuff that you would want to take but wouldn't have the ability to. Alright, so we'll take... Bandolier? No, he never runs out of ammo. We'll take speed.
wielder of the pale scythe. For Verena.
And then this will just mop him up.
Either side.
And we give the settlement the plague because we're a bad person.
The graveyard rose.
But now we have 2K schematics, you know. I think now that we're finally doing some damage with the gunpowder units, it's paying off. Speaking of, can we get exploding bullets yet? No, not yet. I'm like, because, man, now that we've got our long rifle, sometimes getting some results.
By the comet! I will do anything for Sigmar. Champion of the faith. Praise be to Sigmar.
Yeah, we're just going to replace this guy with the Master Engineer. But... this builder one? Yeah, because that'll actually be good. And then we'll start leveling up. Because they do get a steam tank at level 20 is when they get it. And gives them global... I haven't used one of these guys ever. Okay, so they get global and local recruitment duration down. Plus they ride a steam tank. They've got ballistics, calibration. They give you upkeep and casualty replenishment. They've got restock also and cooldown for it. They move further and see farther. And then you get to choose between whether or not you're going to take that tree or the one that uses more stuff. So you would always take the top one because you're always going to be the one who goes into the tank. And this one doesn't seem to dovetail as well with that, but maybe it would. Anyway, I think you would always... take the other one. But yeah, so cool. Very nice. And we'll get him rolling.
Upgrades are vital. How best to achieve perfection?
Alright, just a couple more turns and we're gonna get that up. And Elspeth's doing good. And we have 900 still, but I think we want that because then we can get... Yeah. We need to use these other things too. So we've got to use the Unibombard ability, maintain a total of 3 of those, and then get the kills. But we'll work on that here in a second because we're about to actually, you know, get home to Nuln. But now I'm seeing that, like, are these Scaven settlements? They might be. In any case, they're quite ruined, and we are going to need to put Humpty Dumpty together again somehow. So even if the Empire has abandoned, or rather Franz has abandoned his seat of power, that's no excuse. And Clan Moors? Oh no! Well, they might be right here, huh? Alright guys, it's the Scaventide. Good news, it's the one faction I most don't want to fight. Oh, man. Yep, the Skaven are the faction I would like to fight least out of all the factions in the game. I would like to fight dwarves more, especially now that I have good artillery. And, like, proper, like, because the Hochland long rifles will eat up a lot of what dwarves have to offer. Alright, so do we go to Altdorf now, or do we push up here? Does Festus have a good army? He has an ad hoc army. It's fine, but he doesn't have his heroes, so he'll always be weaker than he used to be. But yeah, we're just gonna start colonizing stuff. You know, Franz wouldn't want to, but we're just gonna push him to have everything. And we're gonna stop taking his money about it, too. I mean, it's bad enough what we put him through, with us giving him a bunch of vulnerable places over and over and over again. After, like, the last several expansions, it's just, like, the Badlands are both very crowded and absolutely insane. But I guess it's good, right? Because, you know, the Order Tide needed a place that was always competition. And, I mean, sure, the Chaos Wastes were right there being an absolute menace forever, but why not the South, too, you know?
An army marches, death
Be at peace, for that is all I ever want.
And the Pirates of Sartosa have declared on us. It looks like it's at that time when all of the AI has decided that they want to mess with me, even though I never did anything wrong to them and wasn't even looking at their stuff. Oh well. You know, they like to keep it interesting. Right when they detect that you're doing pretty good, they're like, you know, let's make everybody fight them.
Raise our standards here.
Friends of the Empire, come. So be it.
I guess I could repair them first, but I don't, like, care. I just want to get this out of the way. I want to get it done. I want these stuff to be better. Ooh, that's for the whole army, and I didn't read it. Anyway, that's going to give us 12% missile strength once I learn to play. Wow. That's a pretty good ability to not have.
Imperial Scholar.
Work to do.
She just called France a vampire. Alright. We got the schematics. Do we take this for... No, it's not that important. We'll take the artillery boosting.
What are we if we do not advance? For the arena and known.
Hey! Would you look at that? Without even helping him. Look! Franz has reclaimed his land! I'm gonna help.
So many ideas. Pioneer of progress. Imperial scholar.
Be at peace, for that is all I ever want.
And we're not even gonna make him pay for it.
Rider of the dragon in Carmine.
Alright, so... we obviously need both Amethyst Ironsides. What do we give up for it? A regular one is the obvious choice, and a handgunner. Sterling's Revenge is a really, really good unit. I don't always utilize them well, but they are very strong. You know, armor-piercing, stock, Vanguard that doesn't melt whenever they get hit in the flank, giving us enough time to get somebody to take over there. It's good. It's pretty good. Could just drop a handgunner for him. Just a straight across handgunner trade. And we're going to need to drop the Sterling's Revenge eventually anyway, though, right? Because when we need the third one in the army. And then, yeah. Decisions. Maybe we'll drop a Swordsman? Just go down to a 4 front line with 1 Lictor. With, you know, the sweepers on one side and just, like, flank overload? Maybe.
When war does not call, it is better.
Grand inventor.
Perhaps you know why.
Daith demands a non-aggression pact. I mean... why would you even need to say that, dude? You know I don't want to go over there. You're just trying to rile up people. Hey-oh! There we go. Averland is out of the game. But why? Because our good friend Karl Franz is now in control of all of their previous lands. Good, good. Well, it looks like we might not push the Dawi out of their holdings there in this side there, after all. They've been decent enough friends, and it looks like Draika is getting mauled by the forces of Clan Moors. But also, you know, not Moors, Molder. They're moldering. They mold more. Molder. Anyway. So here we want to do the Gotrek and Felix fight. This is not an easy fight, and it probably won't be super easy for our army. We probably can do it. Probably. I mean, if not, then we'll just reload the save, right? We like winded in battle or anything weird? No. Because if this trait gives you Blessing of the Lady, and then you can get it on, like, your Master Engineer that becomes a steam tank, that's pretty good. If you get it on any Lord, I mean, that's pretty good.
I choose only the best.
But yeah, but it's like, you know, you might as well almost hold on to an army here because the upkeep is so cheap. I mean, like, you could have 20 Pistoliers for 1,400. Like, that would be a deterrent. That would send a message. You actually get, like, man, Gardens of Moor is a good ability. This gives you access to so much good stuff. And I'm not taking advantage of any of it. It'll be alright. Oh no, not another steam tank. Alright, what do we get rid of to make room for that? The handgunner? You know, why don't we do this battle first and see what we can get? Because we're about to load up another army. They're going to need to go through the gap here and deal with some of these problems, or attempt to. Maybe just go to this fort. No, there's already a friendly force there that doesn't have us with the ability to move through their land. You know, we should have thought of that before we didn't sign up with that. Oh, well, she's already moving up through Gunsat. Well, time to fight some Vampire Coast battles, too. No. First, Gotrek and Felix. Later, everything else. So this battle is, like, awful, right? So Gotrek and Felix are up isolated, and you just have to, like, rush up and try to make them not die. And then you have to pick off... No, never mind. Or maybe it is, and I just don't recognize it from this. But anyway, so, yeah, maybe this is it, and it's just... So it'll have, like, 3 different, like, Heralds of Slaanesh, and you have to pick them off. Yeah, okay. It is the one I remember. So they start up here, and they'll just get absolutely murdered. But we'll be able to have Sterling's Revenge there, and the tanks, and they'll be able to go in and take a bunch of hits. And then, because what you have to do here is, like, sacrifice a lot of life just to get there to Gotrek and Felix, because they will bum rush them, like, super hard. Like, we need these guys in the most optimal position. That should be excellent. That should give us the range to shoot everyone. Seagull Slaanesh on that side, which is real bad. We're going to want at least something there. The Great Cannon's going to be able to hit the chariots and maybe even the Herald here. The Allurus, not the Herald. It's the... But yeah, so Elspeth can go and, like, try to pop the things, but we're going to need to protect Gotrek and Felix, principally. And they're not going to want to get protected. That's the problem. They're going to want to, like... Because Gotrek and Felix always think they're big heroes, right? And they don't think, what about all the people that nearly died to help us? And that's what this battle is all about, is simulating those feelings for you. This has all the ingredients of a disaster, but fortunately, you know, we're going to have our unbreakable dudes that are going to be able to run right up there with them. Amethyst Ironsides to cover there. I don't think they'll go all the way around. They very well might. Of course, the cavalry is mainly here to sweep flyers from getting onto our artillery and to protect that side. The Hawkland long rifles will have to do the bulk of all the work, just like always. But yeah, the Ulysses are key to escaping the nightmare, indeed. But at least the artillery is going. But we need to get on this Greater Demon, like, soonest. You know, we'll get rid of the magical attacks. Oh yeah, she rampages us, but, you know, at least we'll be there, too. To take the damage. Oh, man, and the Seekers go right through us. The Engineer shooting. The Amethyst Ironsides just getting absolutely trucked on. Terrible, terrible stuff. Oh, the humanity. Oh, I'm so bad. That's so many more Furies than I thought were going to happen immediately. Okay. We're going to have to retry this, probably. Maybe it'll work. I doubt it. Yeah, so Gotrek and Felix are already almost dead. And... like, this is such a bonkers fight. I hate it. I hate it. I think we're just gonna lose, though. I think we're just straight up gonna lose. I don't even know if I can beat this fight. I'm so bad. I've beat it before. I don't know if I can do it with this army. Because, like, I'm an idiot, right? So the long rifles get nothing done. But at least we got the Exalted Keeper out of there. You know, we should have had Dude Man up there, the Archlector. That could have helped. Looks like the Tattersouls are on their way out. These Witch Elves are really doing a ton of damage to Gotrek. They are, like, tailor-made to beat him up. We're going to cast Abuna on them. It's not going to help. I think he's just dead. I think he's just done for. Can I, like... we can try to nuke their leadership, too. But, yeah, I think they're just going to kill him. Man. It's like... it's not even, like, even about winning the fight, which I can barely do, but, like, oh, dude, they just... It's so... you know, Gotrek's finally met his doom. We failed. Yeah. I guess we'll try again. Because the thing is that Gotrek and Felix are morons, and Gotrek has no armor. And I just don't know. I don't know if this army can save them. Not with me in control of it. Because what happened? We got a big dive that threw at us. I wish it would save our setup from the last time. Not like it would matter.
Elspeth von Drachen.
We serve the Emperor! Finding range!
Because, like, how do you prevent happening what happened the last time again? We can't, right? We're gonna get hit with a dive. We can have the Knights of the Black Rose behind us already. And spears here and here because we know they're gonna come in.
Quick march!
Wizardess of Nuln. To the skies!
And we can get the breath off first. Like, we could do a lot better here. We weren't nearly focused enough on... Yeah, this time is going to be better. This time we're going to do better. We're just going to nuke this Exalted Keeper. She's not going to do a thing. Okay, that's what you got to do. Alright, we don't need that to happen, though. We just want to drop a Hellstorm on this blob where we are, because that is where most of our troops aren't. We're going to buff everybody up. Seekers are collapsing just like last time, but this time we're doing better at not having them in us. The Hockland Long Rifle is shooting. Good, good, good. Furies haven't come for the dive yet. We should expect that soon. But we're going to be able to deal with it because we've got our supporting cavalry in the back, and they'll beat a Fury. Alright, the answer is yes, you can beat them. You just need to not be an idiot and let the Keeper's Secrets live at the very beginning. Soulfire Bombardment should do very well here. This is two groups of Demonettes. And yeah, it hits them pretty nice. And now the Witch Elves are coming in. Now they don't want to be fighting me, and that's why we're making them fight me. The force-fired Hellstorm continues to be very funny. You know, it's good because you can get it going where you want it without knowing where they're at. All right. This time we manage a much better setup. Of course, like, oh yeah, these are like Chaos Warriors that were coming in, and we weren't dealing with it at all because we were getting dived last time. But now, you know, this is a much cleaner time. Of course, beating the Greater Demon immediately was exactly what was needed. You know, you couldn't let him last at all. And now the old Allurus is coming in, so we need... start shooting these Chaos Furies. The other set is quite far away, so we're going to be fine here. Yeah, and the spears were actually in the right spot for that charge. Amazing. I mean, it all happened by accident, but it could have been on purpose. Cast Warriors of Slanesh. They're fighting the Tattersouls, who will never run. These Witch Elves are coming back, so let's put the herd in there. Yeah, I think we'll actually win the battle this time. You know, of course, sometimes that's what you need, is to do it again so you can see all the ways that you did it very dumb in the first place. Of course, Elspeth's not, like, immortal. She's only got, you know, she's got more on her healing cap, but we don't want to, like, get her hit with a bunch more stuff. I don't think there's too much more going on. Gotrek and Felix are both very healthy this time, so that'll be all to the good. I mean, they're not, like, immune, though. Like, Felix, of course, like, has armor, but the Fiends are armor-piercing, so, you know, we just need to make sure that we're continuing to deal with it. You know, our force-fired mortars on, or rockets, actually, this is the smartest thing I maybe have ever done in this game. You know, so you do it where you know the reinforcements are going to be streaming in, and that means you won't be getting the friendly fire by accident. You know, there's no worry about that, which otherwise there definitely would be. Alright, now she's coming out. Yes, we have our target, alright. Breathe! It's just so strong.
The Dark Lady of Dawn.
Big old purple sun, dropping it hard. And we might even get it into these demonettes a little bit, which would be quite nice. Burning head there, go right through them, hit these next reinforcements as they arrive. Looks like there are Witch Elves coming around from that side. Very clever. Of course, Witch Elves don't particularly want to be fighting cavalry, which is why we're going to make them fight cavalry. And the tank gets right up on him and shoots it point blank. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. I'll drop a unit on these demonettes just because it's almost over and I don't want to get more beat up than we have to here. Gotrek and Felix both in such a good state of repair compared to what they would have been last fight, where they just straight up got popped. Just goes to show how proper positioning and good target acquisition at the beginning can lead to success. A lesson we all already knew. Hooray! Victory! Fates were rewritten. A little salty of them. Like, fates were rewritten. Yeah, I know, I reset it. What are you gonna do? I'll be right back. Alright. So that went super well, you know, for a second attempt anyway. Because, I mean, Gotrek and Felix, that's good stuff. And we get access to the Royal Alt or Griffites, which is very excellent indeed. Alright, so Gotrek and Felix, do they have the same abilities as every other time that I've seen them? Yes, yes. Alright, so these abilities are, like, really quite nice. Like, weapon strength when fighting against them, that would have been good. But, you know, so Gotrek and Felix are amazing, amazing fighters. But I don't know if we want to bring them in Elspeth's army. I mean, they'd be good, but I think using them as an anchor piece of the second army would be better. Because once we get them just a little bit up, you know, they'll be just total bosses. And we'll be able to stick them in the front, and they'll just be like a hearty, you know, set of dudes to take care of things there. We'll go ahead and get Gotrek started on his journey towards acquiring armor. And, you know, he can use an arcane item. So, gonna try for Ulrika too? Yeah, absolutely. I need to build the tall walls, which we can only build in the main place. We'll probably build them this next time. and get her, and then yeah, and then we'll do, we'll do Tri-Hero plus Master Engineer for that army, and then they'll have, Gotrek and Felix and Ulrika, because, I don't know how well Ulrika and Elspeth would get along, right? And then they can go off and do their thing, and be adventurous. And we'll wait here and try to farm these traits, I guess, before we move out. Because if I can get the Blessing of the Lady on Gotrek, well, he ain't gonna run, is he? No, he ain't. And of course, it's very affordable to recruit right now. We could get Knights of the Blazing Sun, I guess, but I mean, I don't want them particularly. I want Demis, which I can't get yet, because I don't have the building, because it's a tier 4. We probably sell this, because we could build this somewhere else, and we don't need it to be here. But we shouldn't do that before we get the last things that we would need from it. So we'll just get... Yeah, what would we want here from that building? Definitely 2 Hawkland long rifles. And we'll take, like, a couple of handgunners. No, Ironsides. I'll have to save Midland from the Maroni Miners faction. Maybe. I think they're already toast, though. Yeah, I think they already lost. So yeah, up to deal with Festus, or rather, looping around this way to deal with Festus, and hoping that the sort of Skaven horde eats itself out before it gets over into these lands. But we'll deal with it when we have to, if we have to. I don't want to fight Skaven.
Dark Lady of None, Rider of the Dragon in Carmine, Amethyst Guardian, Wielder of the Pale Scythe, Amethyst Mage,
Yes, so...
beset by ill portents, we must
Liberate, yes, indeed. No, I think we'll do with Festus first, because we don't already have that war. And, save it from being called as Barbertonians. Indeed. Save it from the French. A fate worse than chaos. I'm just playing. I like the French. Like, do I want either of these landmarks particularly? I don't think so. Some landmarks are really good, and some just make you say, oh, that's there.
for Verena and None. As a spectre, yes, with the living.
The Fey Enchantress is reaving up here. Good for her, right? No, not good for her. She'll take our land. She's already got Marienburg.
Invention is
Alright, I was supposed to get another tank with Elspeth. You know, we might just do it in this army. Alright, and we don't have, like, any front line at all. That'll be fine. Who needs one? No, it's like I do. It's like, that's right, I broke my my building to get swordsmen or flagellants a long time ago. A long time ago. We can get rid of this and this now. Because we're going to want our landmark for Knights of the Black Rose when it get to level 4, because that's going to give them the they can't die till they get to half HP, which is such a good ability. It's wild how good that orc faction did. And Daith is marauding through? Like, to what purpose? Who's he even at war with? Is he, like, trying to colonize some lands up here? What's going on, Daith? I know you're not going to fight me, Daith. We're neutral, bro. Oh, he's at war with the Barrow Legion.
Von Draken. Drive on for the Empire. The core does not.
Imperial Scholar.
Oh, come on.
The constituent elements
I didn't recruit him from the Garden some more. That makes sense. It's annoying, but it makes sense.
so many ideas.
But I think we're just going to start building this thing, because I want Demis. I want Demis a lot. We're sort of giving ourselves problems here because I'm making a second army when I don't have a clear plan to pay for it. But I'll work on a plan to pay for it. I'll have the concept of one.
Amethyst magistrates. The other side beckons. Let us take it. There may be truths to uncover.
Like, we could reclaim it there, but these pirates roaming through the land are not ideal. We could just, yeah, plan on moving this army up here, and then Gotrek and Felix and army can go up there, and then Elspeth can deal with that. I don't know. We'll work on it. We'll work on thinking about it. I haven't been thinking very much about it. We need Inspiring Presence first, because free experience is free experience. We're about to be upside down, like, a lot every turn, and it'll get even worse as soon as they leave. So maybe I am messing up here. I mean, I am. Maybe it doesn't matter, though. No, we don't need to build up this place. Even though the tall walls would be cool. We just need to I don't know. Maybe that would be beneficial. Yeah, we'll build the walls, whatever. Oh, the vampire is for vampire corruption. Yeah, but that would be much better, yeah.
The dead are thick about you.
Military access from Thorgrim. Don't mind if I do. Wargrave of Woe has got knocked out. Hey, and now Reichland can finally build in Nuln just like they always wanted. Of course, Wargrave of Woe being knocked out is no celebration. They were our friend, you know, and they didn't do anything wrong. Furthermore, now it's Skaven all the way through there.
I forced more will welcome.
I trust no man.
Snipe Brass Keep. Yeah, it is level 5, so that'd definitely be the thing that they are wanting to preserve the most.
Pioneer of progress. Is this the correct ratio? I choose only the best.
We need to be here next turn so we can recruit, or we can use our power for reduced building time. I'm ruining the campaign by building the second army. I'm so bad at ever building other armies unless they're essentially free. Even as Warriors of Chaos, when you don't need money at all, basically, I just don't do it. I'm very bad at theorizing how to do it properly, you know. All of my campaign thought, it goes into the one army that I play with, and then when there's another one, it's like, what do I even use it for? Is it ever going to pay for itself? It falls into me hating, defending, and liking horde campaigns, because you never need to even think about it if you just have a horde. It's like, can this support me now? Do I care? Type of thing.
Lady of Shaiish. The graveyard rose. Death takes the laggard.
We can't start the fight this turn.
Wielder of the pale scythe. An army
But we can get into encampment so that we'll be able to take it next turn. Festus is all the way over here, so he's not going to be able to do it. Oh yeah, he's on the back foot big time anyway. Friends is still in okay shape. We're going to be able to deal with this Chaos Corruption before long, and then, of course, all the other problems are happening. But hey, some of those problems like, oh, well, the dwarves are fine with the vampirates. Well, that's not great. Maybe we could convince you. No. Even though he hates them, he's like, I've got bigger problems. I'm a slayer. I guess right now they don't have any dwarf land. They're just right next to his, which is extra land.
Imperial Scholar.
Anyway, we're probably about to run entirely out of money unless I start getting something going on, so We're going to take this army and go somewhere and fight. And if we end up losing, then we won't have to pay for it anymore. And if we win, then we'll win. Wait, no. We can Gardens of More recruit halberds. What's wrong with me? We can Gardens of More recruit halberds. It's like, I don't... This is enough to make, like, your basic army stack, right? Halberds and handguns, a little bit of knights, some order. What a good faction. Because it's not just Elspeth that can recruit from it, of course. It's everybody. We're going to go ahead and start building here, probably. And just go, like, broke, like, super soon? Probably. Maybe we'll sack... Maybe we'll sack the keep rather than take it the first turn. We might be able to get like 20 from it or something.
Elspeth von Draken.
Ah, Crom. Crom's the dude you start with a lot. Maybe all the time. Crom's a good old guy. I mean, he isn't. He's an exalted hero. But, you know, he could be.
Uncovering the arcade.
Alright, so it says it's a close victory, and you know what that means. That means I'm going to battle. Ikit might need to stand on. Ah, yes. Well, maybe we'll stay there. Hey, we wanted to get that trait anyway, right? Right. Okay, there's lots of towers all over here. That's like a cosmetic way in that doesn't really exist. Feels good. Because we don't want to just charge into some Chosen. We're not that kind of character. And we don't want to end up on the wall again. We remember what happened that last time we started. They don't have, like, anybody that can shoot me. I mean, like, so we just need to find... They have anybody weak here? This is a rank 5 wall, so they probably don't. Yeah, it's Chaos Knights on Chaos Knights. Yeah, it's nothing but heat here. Because if we pop all these abilities, then we'll have, you know, the physical resist and the 80 defense. But, like, Chosen's still there. Like, we're not going to do a lot of damage to him here. We have stuff that will, you know, like artillery and gunpowder. It's like they're all a little too scared for me to want to deal with. All right, yeah, let's hit the chariots. They got the highest unit count or model count. Or lowest model count. Boom! There we go. The most benefit that we can get from a breath attack is what I was thinking. This exalted hero gets a chariot for the battle, which is pretty funny. We'll just leech him down. I ain't too proud. And this is what Chaos gets for not having any native, you know, ranged. Now that I know this exalted hero's here, though, we can breathe on him. Boom, baby. And that should probably kill him and or shatter him. There we go. And here at closer range, the Hellstorm shoots immediately into the back of the Tattersouls and does half of their HP damage. Good. Clean. Awesome. Of course, they could get inside of this tower, which would mean that we're way too close. And that would be funny. They probably won't try to do that, right? Probably. We've popped the gatehouse. But of course, we don't want to do, like, the normal grind on the inside, because how we normally do that, like, these are Chosen and Chaos Warriors. We don't want to do that. We want to be smarter. We want to rock them with all of these mortars forever. Because no sooner than we go in... Oh, yep, there we go. They try to take the wall, and now they... Anyway, who can fathom the mind of the computer? Certainly not I. That purple sun didn't do anything. Good. Great. But hey, at least I like, wow, that's a good place for a purple sun. What am I even doing over on this other side? This is where we want to be. Look at him there. Clean. And now with us embroiled there, we should be able to take the wall. Oh yeah, that was clean. We're gonna throw the purple sun there. They're gonna flee through it, and then they're gonna take another huge burst of HP damage. They won't be able to avoid it. And hopefully they'll just run right into it and get popped. Oh, how did I offshoot it that badly? Oh, that was so close to being smart. And instead it barely hits any of them at all. Alas. Well, let that be less to do. That's not that good of a plan. But hey, the Chosen are actually, you know, getting beat on a little bit. Not that much, but a little bit. Tattersouls are losing, but of course every time they lose, they have the strength of the Penitent, which makes them, you know, much more resistant and hardy. Just some nice sporting sieges against chaos. Just like always. There's our Bastion. There's our hit there. There's our Gorby's chariots embroiled in combat. Can Gorby's chariots just phase through a barricade? Probably. This Chosen should probably shatter from it, and maybe another one too. They'll either get slowed down or just get wrecked there. Oh yeah, a lot of damage on the Chaos Warriors. Tower of the Mist, I don't think there's anyone in it. But now we've got the Amethyst Ironsides on the wall, and they are about to really feast. And they're going to get in like a small block here. This is going to be good stuff. They're about to shoot. Come on, don't make me a liar. Shoot at them. Yeah, there we go. Our enemies pour over the barricade, and the Ironsides just mow them down. I mean, I guess they do have silver shields and stuff. I know they do have silver shields and stuff. But too, like, often you have to give the attack order. We'll see if the HP starts dropping real quick, if this is working out the way that we dreamed. The Blessed Mortars doing their blessed work. Marvelous. Good. And importantly, we came away pretty clean, so if we want to bounce with a big sack for a ton of money and then come down and burn it down next time, we should be able to do it even without replenishment because of the Chaos Corruption. But we might just loot and occupy for speed's sake. It's a nice little defensible mountain bastion, right? We can get 30k out of the sack. Just 15,000 more than loot and occupy. Yeah, we'll just do it. I bet we can get away with it. That'll get us 10 more turns of being upside down, and that should be worth it. Oh, we can do that and then walk in and take it? Okay. Sack and occupy. Got it. Good. Wonderful. Perfect. Flawless. Yep, there we go. Pop the iron side, get rid of the elite gunner, you know, you do what you gotta do, unless you don't have to do it. And for level 3, we just need to get more kills, and then use the Buna Bombard ability, which is this one, so we'll restock that, and now we'll be able to do it one time, and that'll be, I assume, like a mortar from the Sky Bombardment that does a bunch of Fate of Bunas, which is hilarious and wonderful. Just real good. Alright, so here we can get another rocket or save up. I think saving up is better. So when we get to level 3, there's some stuff that we're going to want to buy, so I think saving up our things will be good there.
Rider of the dragon in Carmine. Shaiish blows me thither.
Oh yeah, that is a get claw and a storm. Well, you know, I bet with this army here we can dissuade them. And we should finally get our public order to an alright amount, probably, maybe. And it's cheaper to have them at home anyway. Now we can survive for 15 turns without doing anything else. At a certain point, you can rely on sacking income and stuff like that to get you where you need to be. So right now, we have a choice to make, which is... how do we get the Royal Darth Griffites into the army? And how do we get the Sunmaker into the army? Because we could just wait a couple turns, go home, trade this into this new army, so we don't lose some of our elite troops, and I think that's the right move. Which means I also think we get rid of these 2 Knights of the Black Rose, with expectation that we'll be turning them into demogryphs before too soon. Yeah, because once Elspeth is done up here, I don't want to fight the... I don't want to fight the Skaven, so we can just book it over here and tele home.
Dark Lady of
We just need a couple more turns, and then, you know, we'll have friends with all of these problems instead of us. But Festus is on the back foot big time. He's got, what, 3? Yeah, Festus is almost toast. And that will be our short victory taken care of, except for not enough settlements hit. But, yeah, you know. And then, you know, the long victory is to take care of all of the realms by way of alliances or conquest. All the realms, all the empire. Unusual to have a character or army competent for siege battles, but host one black hole might be one of them. Yeah, you know, her ability to take advantage of the clump is, you know, I think Gelt is probably another one that would spring to mind, because Gelt can get a final transmutation for like comically cheap once you get everything set up and all of his abilities there. So getting your enemies to clump there for Gelt is, you know, really funny. All right, so we got a mission to get an income, and we're at negative. Sometimes you'll get like an integer overflow, but it doesn't look like we're getting one here.
Follow me. I need privacy for my spells.
Yeah, so the Empire's been beaten up on them, and even if they have to flee, they end up okay. And who's this? Nurgle rebels? Oh no, we're gonna have to deal with that. There's Marius Lightdorf, who used to run Averheim, and now is the representative Franz von Franzington. Work to do, yes, indeed. You know, we should have either halberds or spearmen with shields, but not just normal spearmen, right? That's... I just don't have a building to get the spearmen with shields, which means we're taking halberds.
Let me take a look at you.
No, training can wait. We need to pump these numbers up. Replenish troops cannot wait. That's really good. Alright. You know, I guess having a second army does have the benefit of showing military strength, and maybe that's why I'm always getting people declaring on me, is because I'm not willing to have an army at home that shows defense so they think I'm vulnerable, because I am. Could be. Could be. But it looks like Franz is, yeah, doing well here. We're going to come into her gig, and then Festus is probably going to come over here and fight. Because they almost never, like, go to... Well, you know, there's probably a Skaven in that place anyway, right? Yeah, probably. And we'll wait till next turn to trade all the junk so I can get away from the Chaos Corruption. Oh, no. Old Festus has one more place left over. That old... fella. Alright, we do need to use the Buna ability before too long. It looks like we might have the chance, because Ikit will be swimming on in. Do we recruit the regiments already here just to have them? I think maybe. After all, it's not that much money. The Royal Large Orc fights are so awesome. You said you put all your premium units in that one, so you count on veterancy and lord levels to pick up the slack. You know, that's what I should do. But I always like it. I'm like, give my lord all the cool stuff. Even though she's Elspeth and clearly all she needs is to be able to hold. You know, hold and just a little bit of artillery to pepper whatever might be a problem. But if they can hold, then we can drop the black holes upon them. And, well, that'll get you everywhere you need to go. Hey, we're back into the orangey red section. Like, do we build all these? Nah. We'll build the military building so friends will maybe give us money. We need money now, after all. And we're about to be trading him all of this stuff up here. Fortunately, he already has 2 full armies and 2 other ones. And, of course, as we know, having a military ally as the computer to hold a bunch of land for you is vastly better than doing it yourself. Because, while you could get rich and they won't, if you have all the land, well, it's another problem if you have to defend all of it. And especially here, whenever I can just fast travel around after, you know, like 3 turns. 5 turns? 5 turns, something like that. We'll take Angry Gods again. The Wild Hunt begins. Oh, no. So Orion's going to declare war on us and everybody else, probably? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Hey, there we go. An alliance with the Dawi. Now, maybe this is going to get us embroiled in a bunch of foreign conflicts, but hey, the prestige.
Will you join me?
Yeah, we're gonna boost up. We're creating the Order Tide. Yeah, because Ikit's right here. But Ikit's army is like a normal bad Skaven army, at least almost. You know, if you could see this much of it, and it's assassins, clan rats, and wolf rats, like, at least Ikit's army is normal.
Danger is at our heels.
Greetings, fellow heirs of Sigma. Sigma's will.
And he's like, broke now. What we're gonna do is give him these other ones, keep the brass keep for a couple of turns for him to get money, and then sell it to him.
Greetings from Sigma.
Because he won't want to buy that one. So we'll just give him the minor settlements and then give him a couple of turns and then pay for the major ones. Mindenheim has at least got a wall, so if it comes to it, we could, you know, build like a garden there and then tally over. Sometimes the enemy of my friend is also my friend. Making me my own enemy.
Work to do.
Rider of the Dragon in Carmine.
So other stuff is like giving him leadership, which is fine, but like you don't expect to break. But I guess it helps with the frenzy to have his leadership higher. Because Ikit is about to reave through the lands, but if I can stop him, like, do I? Because if we throw an ambush right here, you know, what are? But then, yeah, if we do that, then he could ambush us though if he finds us, and then we die. Yes, glad I thought of that. Because Gotrek and Felix are just like level 1 or 2. They're not like, they're not themselves yet.
For Sigma and Verena.
Now we're on the wrong side of the river.
In the borderland of life and death, one can lose oneself.
Nice little army there. Be a shame if something were to happen to it. Alright, so it gets there, and I don't know where the other guy is. We're just gonna chill here. Oh, the other guy's probably occupying Ubersreich right now. I guess we could go and try to fight them. That would be, you know, brave and stuff. We've got our Buna bombard. That might help, you know. And we're going to start pumping up those units. Of course, Elspeth can just tele home if we get totally out of whack. But, you know, hey, if we lose the army, it's not the end of the world. It's merely the end of the army, and then it'll be easier to get money. And the more military allies we have, the easier it is to achieve those goals of having military allies hold the thing. Because it's not like the dwarves. You don't have to have dwarves hold your stuff, just military allies and vassals. So that'll be just fine with us. The more people that want to be our friends. Grimgor's Ard boys are the major regional power. That is probably who is pushing these guys over to Mount Silverspear. It exactly is. But Drashoth looks like he's doing okay for himself. And there we see Clan Moors is reaving through the mountains. That'll be the end of Karaza Karak. Yeah, that's why he accepted the alliance. Anyway, Clan Moors will be the next worry. They'll have to deal with Ungrim first. It won't take too long for him to do that. Scaventide is the worst. Alright, what do we do here? We do the fight to put respect for the final fight against Festus. Yeah. Three dog units if we just get, you know, something okay here. You know, this is not good so far. We're supposed to have forest spotting for the whole army. I guess we were just too far away from some of them. Alright, so where to set up? Here? Yeah, very clearly here. And we'll have both of them, like, here, because we'll be able to sweep in there, and that should be fine. Sterling's Revenge in the trees. Nope, that's bad. Sterling's Revenge right here. That's better. This will give us an arc that whole way in, which is excellent. This will boost our dudes, which is also excellent. I guess they think they don't need to run to us, but oh boy, do they ever. You know, they're... if they try to reposition to that side, that's going to be very humorous indeed. Going to be a hard knock life for them here. Because I don't think they have the ability to rampage Elspeth to the ground. I don't think they do. And even if they did, they wouldn't be able to just kill her. You know, we don't need to use this here, but we need to... we need to use it sometime. So let's see what it looks like when it comes in. Don't dodge, dogs. Just let the Buna fall. They don't let it fall. It doesn't do anything. Anyway, that's what it does. It misses. I'm an idiot. In conclusion, it shoots lots of little Bunas, and... if I wasn't terrible, it would have been really cool and done some damage. Funny. Not really. That's actually super annoying to me. I don't know why I didn't think it was going to take 8 seconds to cast. What? Oh, a Plague Bearer summon. Good. In conclusion, we're going to lose our long rifles probably because I wasn't paying attention. Good. Man, I'm bad. Guns on the big guy. Oh, Tattersouls against Forsaken is so bad. That's such a bad fight. We don't want that at all. But the Ironsides are firing. The Hellstorm, hopefully we can get... and some good stuff here. Oh yeah, there we go. There's what we needed. There's the fire and the flame and the terror and the carnage. Please let the Ironsides start shooting in at our real foes. There we go. We need to get the cavalry over here to support. And we totally crumble. What was I even thinking? Ranged units in the back. Like, what did I do to this army? Why did it work before and it doesn't work now? Is it just that the summon broke there and then I put everything in a weird spot? Maybe. Man, there's nothing in the world I hate more than a routed dog unit that comes back and hits my artillery because I'm too stupid to look. Man, what a bad performance. This is more like how I would have performed at the very beginning of the day. Maybe I'm tired. I guess this is hour 8.5 of the stream, so I can hardly be surprised that I'm not exactly sharp. But still, it was just bad deployment, I think. Well, they were largely in the forest, so we didn't get as much of an early advantage as I normally would. We didn't get any, like, good purple suns basically at all, which means we're fighting this Warriors of Chaos army largely straight up. Of course, the Plague Bear is something which I should have anticipated, but I never remember to look for. But hey, the Amethyst Ironsides do good damage. That one over there got 2k value. The long rifle's got nothing because, of course, we let him get run over like a chump. Yeah, I mean, I guess it wasn't that bad. I mean, sure, the front line got hit a lot, but it's not a failure if your front line takes a bunch of damage against a Chaos army, you know. It just, you know, we didn't press much of an advantage in the early game there, in the early battle. And there we go. Yeah. And I think mainly it was my feelings about dropping the Buna bombardment and getting nothing at all for it. I mean, sure, we did get something because we, you know, completed the quest and all, but it's like... you know, it's annoying to spend 750 of your hard-earned points on a thing, and then it just totally whiffs. Because you cast it on dogs that weren't engaged on... like, I knew better. I just thought it would sort of happen, you know? But it happened, and then it took a while to wind up, and I was not expecting the wind up. Should have been, maybe, but...
Dark Lady of None. Amethyst Guardian. I protect the Empire. Either side.
Festus gets knocked over, he spills all the stuff out of the back of his thing.
Reinvigorated.
Say, you don't think it's worth it even when it does land? Yeah, maybe.
The grave
Maybe.
grows.
Festus is gone!
Fear the amethyst wind.
Really?
I require
Oh, that makes me so annoyed! That makes me so annoyed. We would have been fine. We would have been fine. Instead, we tried to get a little bit more from getting to the Brass Keep. It didn't hit it, and now we don't replenish at all. I hate everything. So stupid.
I've calculated the best route.
And Arbal the Undefeated declares war on us. Garden teleport. Oh, right. Yeah, you understand this game a lot better than I do. What? I don't think they'll attack them the very first turn. Demis and steam tanks? What kind of rebellion is this? Oh. It's all fine. So, I guess the Nurgle corruption over the end of the turn cycled down to below 50% due to the presence of my heroes, and that let me get the replenishment all the same. Well, that's alright then. Alright, so what do we do now? We can garden anywhere, right? And the Empire is taking care of the incursion of the Vampirates. But of course, we've got a wall on our doorstep, and then Clan Moore is going through the mountain highway. There's none of this that's going to end up super well. But maybe Maybe Belagar will provide an answer, as he's still kicking. Retaking the spine here. Alright, how much of a problem is Icket? Icket's got 10, so he probably has everything over there on the Blighted Land side, and then not too much more. I think we want to get rid of these orcs, though. Or these, yeah. Yeah, I think we should deal with these greenskins. Just make the Empire solid again, and then go down and try to deal with the next phase of problems.
Those Drathjar must envy our invention.
Greetings from Sigma.
Alright, he just doesn't have very much money. We'll give him Middenheim, because Brass Keep will be easier to defend, because it's in the middle of everything. I'm like, do we build the tall balls there? No, we'll build them in Nuln, because that's what's going to finish up soon enough. How did that... Oh, we just left and the public order got spiked a little bit. Because it went negative 60 somehow? Oh, it was just like a thing. A noble plot, so it just happened. That's so annoying. Next serious threat is thought, for better or worse. Yeah. You know, if we just feed enough power to our allies, they'll deal with him. They won't. He's Skaven. No AI ever deals with Skaven. You always got to do it yourself. It never feels like they're gone when you go where they live. Well, and the rebellion happens. That's so annoying. That's so annoying. I hate it so much. And for basically nothing, we lose all of the progress there. Oh, man. That pisses me right off. Yeah, but like it spiked the growth down by like 50. And now what? We burn through this and take just like forever to get back up to get to level 5, I guess. Hate. It'd be one thing if I wasn't managing public order, but I was. It just did it. Well, now I don't know if I want to play anymore. I hate having to defend land.
men must contemplate death. Bring me lore and lost wisdom, and I shall treat. Following the footfalls of the dead. Beset by ill portents, we must wait.
If you want it done right, burdened with brilliance,
I am called Franz. Many call me Emperor. Affirmative.
That was stupid. I just spent money on things there. I just remembered that. Anyway, I'm...
For Verena and knowledge.
Oh, what an idiot. Could just built walls there. I could have built a garrison with walls everywhere, and that wouldn't happen. But no, I wanted to be greedy.
The other side beckons. Take everything. Make an example. Ulrika Mandeva. Uncovering the arcade.
So the guy gets a final ability for Ominous Powder, which gives him all of the weird stuff where he might get better or he might just get hurt for a while.
The graveyard rose.
pioneer of progress.
Or some gunpowder, yeah. And now he's got the full set, which gives him, well, which gives us all lower recruitment costs, better upkeep for gunnery rates, and more research. So now the stuff is slightly cheaper, not cheap, but slightly cheaper.
Amethyst Guardian. I must keep my weakness for arcane trinkets in check. Amethyst Magistrix.
it's all torn. This army's useless. It's never anything would cost money. Oh, yeah, I guess they are. Guess Carl liberated him? Yeah, he must have done whenever he took the final thing. Either that or what, like would have been a rebellion? No, I guess he had like a thing. Yeah, he didn't give Middenheim back, but
Approach us, friend, and make your offer.
Empire's blessing. Yes.
alright, so was that the end of that orc faction? Yes. Of course there's Arbal and all the other junk too, but at least for right now that's done.
As fate requires.
Ulrika got recruited all the way up here, of course.
Wielder of the
Yeah, I guess it is like a 15, so it's like a 45-point swing for a 3-unit province going from in decline to the authority we're at. So that's good. Nemesis Crown, I would love to get that. Oh man, that would be great. Of course, then all my allies would grow to hate me, but many of them would deal with it because plenty of them like me good enough to, it's what, like -100? We could take a -100 hit with most of them. Maybe we should get it. After all, why shouldn't I keep it? It's precious to me.
Shyish carries us forward. You join the
So she swings on home. So what do we do?
To the Empire. Imperial Scholar. Bringing plans to fruition.
The graveyard rooms.
Hmm. Yes, migration. Alright, that'll help us recover.
Dark Lady of Where is the graveyard? Lead me to it.
And these things have vortex rockets, which I've absolutely got to have instead of this rocket battery. But they are... because we got to level 3 now. So we can get one of these unlocked like right now. And then it gives them more range, ammo, reload time. Doubles the damage of vortex. Doubles the damage? And then also makes us get power recharge and reserves per second powered up for... that's amazing. That's so good. We gotta get one. But of course, we also could get exploding ammunition. Or emergency repairs, which would be 20% HP for the tanks if they get low. Pretty good. No, it's gotta be this. It's gotta be.
Shaiish blows me thither. Amethyst magistrates.
Alright, so... we take the Griffites and give them the Revenge. No, we give them another Knight of the Black Rose. For that, no, the Revenge, though, because the Revenge we wanna... what do we ditch for that? The Elite Handgunner? No. We just straight across right there. We give him this Hellstorm because we don't want two. We take a... no, we'll take a Halberdier because we're going to crunch it. I mean, you could have a Halberd instead of a Spearman with the Shield, but the Spearman with the Shield, you know, has more defense anyway. And it's more elite. And then we get our Amethyst Rocket Battery, which is going to be something. It's sure going to be something. And we get it at level 5, which is good. And then we're just so broke. Oh my goodness, we're so broke. How could that have happened all of a sudden? Oh, because the Gardens of Moor here doesn't have that thing. Well, if he marches and goes back there, then we'll save a bunch of money. Yeah, so what do we do with his army? Leave it here? Go and lose it somewhere? I'm an idiot. I shouldn't even have it. If I just get rid of it right now, except for all the stuff that I can't get again, what'll that be? Everything but the elites, and then we can leave it here and waste Gotrek and Felix? I can't think. I've been playing too long. Normally I could just decide. I've been playing too long. Normally I just wouldn't even build another army and I'd be fine.
Elspeth von Draken. My curse is strength.
Pioneer of progress. Standard watch rotation. Burdened with brilliance. Different parts for a new alloy. My inventions serve
I will
the
track from the front. A grave.
Oh, right. We can't even get there. I'm an idiot. Well, we're probably gonna...
I am busy. What's to
pay Scarborough and... Alright, enough of this. I wasted so much money on this idiocy.
Von Draken.
Stupid. Just stupid. Probably 50,000 we wasted on that army. And we didn't need to. We didn't need to spend anything. What a moron.
We gain nothing. Amethyst Guardian. Lady of Shaiish. Moore's gardens swell with fresh denizens. Dark clouds gather.
All that time wasting money. The recruitment and paying for it. All of it. Just totally a waste. Just all of it stupid. All of it useless. And now,
Of the pale side.
you know, things have been going so well. And now they're just torched.
Time cannot be resisted. Elspeth von Draken. Awaiting. Dark Lady. Bring me lore and lost wisdom.
And Toddy gets mad at us for no freaking reason. Classic Todd Bringer.
Just friend and make your offer. I will. Who calls?
It looks like Ostromark's been restored somehow, so that's cool. Good job. Good job, friends. You're the only one here who's doing anything right.
For Verena and Laura.
Yeah, magic damage on the Griffites is probably the way to go.
Bring them death. The Empire expands.
Regen when fighting at sea, that's fine, except it's terrible. When do you ever do that? Income from second settlements, that's okay.
Magistrates.
Man of the Empire, what brings you here? If you say so.
Perfect. You know, we're still super broke, but at least now we've got another good alliance, and we can at least start restoring him to his rightful throne, and that'll get him stronger in these directions.
Dark Lady of
I hate so much that we wasted all that time on that army. Really bad choices. Really bad choices.
dark clouds gather.
And of course I never went to Lightning Strike. Is it too late to do it now? It's not. We just can't get it right now, but that's fine. Oh, I don't feel well. I need to eat. Alright. That's gotta be what it is.
Every device has its secrets.
It's often hard for me to identify why I feel the way I do. It sounds like I'm a first down earth type of person. But anyway, yeah, I gotta get something to eat. I can't do this anymore. Now that I say it, I feel very hungry. Anyway. That'll do it here. When we come back, we will fight the Skaven armies, probably with a garrison there. Maybe it'll be a huge mistake. That'll be fun. Anyway, we'll see. Later, Luke. Thanks for hanging out and all your good advice. Oh, that was, whew. That was a long time. I think I lose sight of how fatigued I get because I'm having a good time, and then something goes wrong and it like crashes down. I'm like, why do I feel bad? And it's because I've been plugged in for, 7 hours and haven't had a bite to eat. But, that'll be alright. Let's sell the Black Pit real quick so we don't forget.
Be at peace, for that is all I ever want.
Yeah, because with the dwarves on our side properly, Kislev's totally gone, but there's a cabin there. We've got an alright buffer if we push in here and start pushing them down, which is just what we'll do. Of course, we've got like an alliance of the elves are, well, not on good terms with Belagar, but they're trying. And shock of all shocks, turn 75, and Ulthuan is still populated by high elves. That's about strange, It just goes to show that you never can tell. And now Ikit will be pushed back over the mountains, probably for like a long time.
Serve the Lady of the Lake.
Let the sun
And yeah, we'll go south for a bit, try to push out and get a big dwarf buffer there, and then we'll zoom on up and try to deal with this a little bit, because, well, what's left for the victory? Nordland, Ostland, the Wasteland, Reichland, and Ostermark. Who's got part of our... Oh, Ubersreich is owned by our friends there. But anyway, that's all I've got for you right now. When we return, we'll have more of this. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Bye, Luke. Bye, anyone else who happens to be around. If you're watching in the future, I hope the weather is nice. Elspeth's a lot stronger than I make her look. So if you want to try this campaign, you're probably going to have a way better time than I do. But anyway, that's all I've got for you right now. And I should be back later on tonight with something, probably not more of this, even though I'm very engaged. We'll probably mix it up with something else, but we'll see. But anyway, see you guys.